While I'm away, I thought I would also tell you a little bit about the sponsor of this show, our first sponsor, Manscaped.com. Very kind of them to do so. They've also engineered the ultimate groin and body trimmer by focusing on intelligent functionality and an incredibly comfortable grooming experience. Their 4th generation trimmer features a cutting-edge ceramic blade to reduce grooming accidents, thanks to their advanced skin-safe technology. I now feel confident shaving my boys. This upgraded trimmer includes a multi-function on and off switch that can engage a travel lock. It also gives you the ability to turn the 4000K LED spotlight on and off when needed for a more precise shave. The Lawnmower 4.0 even allows you to customize your trim through additional guard lengths through sizes 1 through 4. Did I mention wireless charging? The wireless charging system uses electromagnetic induction, which can help battery length last longer. Men, if you've been shaving with the same nut trimmer on your face, you've been doing it wrong. No person wants to end up with pubes in their mouth. It's time to get your own ball, hair, and body trimmer with Manscaped to make me time the best time and enhance your confidence with some nice, smooth boys. Hello and welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. Oh yeah, baby. Okay, it's a tough season, so what? This is Sunday. This is game day. Get your jersey on, get your hat on, get your chest up and out. Let's go get ready to get a dub this week, shall we? All right, I don't care if this is the Texans. I don't care where your mindset might be out with this team. Today we're bringing positive vibes. Today we're going to get a dub. I want you guys riding with me on this. So let's keep on going. Come on in. Come on in. Plenty of room in the place. Just got some new couches in the back, so come on in, all of you. Come on. Let's watch some Hawks today. Today will definitely be one of those days that will test who those fans are out there. Who are those real fans? Because, of course, this is a day where you're going in to play the Texans, who are not doing great. Not doing great. This year, obviously, you could make even an argument this might be a league worst type team right now. I actually think, in my opinion, Jaguars are a little bit better and whatnot, and I even think maybe the Lions are too after that. But that's neither here nor there. Today we're playing them. Today they're our opponent. Any given Sunday, anything can happen in the NFL. So let's not undersell these guys. It, of course, is early for me. I'm not a morning person, so I'm going to warn you guys on that one. The head's going to take a little bit of time to get up and running today. I can feel the gears going. But let's see what happens. It's going to be fun to watch. Not anything major as far as different from the injury news, other than I think we can say with Adrian Peterson looking like he's going to be out, you're going to get a pretty heavy dose of Rashad Penny today. So it'll be interesting to see if we get a lot of Rashad, or if we get a little of Rashad, or if we get a little of Rashad to the outside, or a lot of Rashad to the outside. That's shoot, messed up my little telecast here. There we go. All right, we're good. Yeah, so injury report-wise, it does look like that. I think Damian Lewis was going to be basically a game-time call on that. It does look like right tackle is going to be out, so that means probably more of Forsythe in this game. I think that's who they're going to probably be rolling with. And that's what I saw. It was a lot of kind of a fluid situation. Alex Collins does appear to be back, so you at least have him to intermingle with Rashad Penny. And trying to think about anything out that. Obviously, we got Jamal's out this game. Nothing else major outside that I believe. Emma Gaming, what's up? TJ, hello. Go Hawks. Michael Venzier. Clara. Hello, Clara from the NYC. Let's go Hawks. Let's go Hawks. All right, Texans start out with the ball here. Quick little give under center. Al Woods blows it up along with Darrell Taylor coming on. Ryan Neal coming off the edge there. Nice job on those guys' part. Second down. That's the way to start a game, huh? That's the way to start a game. Not bad. Do not allow yourself to get too blinded by the length of David Mills' neck. It's absurdly long. If you concentrate on it too long, it will dominate your attention throughout this game. All right, so we got 14:28 on the clock. Mills in shotgun. Little bubble screen out to Brandon Cooks. Brooks takes it for about 4, goes 5. Bobby Wagner there along with Puna 4 to make the tackle. Nice little Nice little convergence by our players, and we're at 14-13. I'm going to keep repeating at times the clock so that if you want to sync up your DVR, I've been told I'm about 12 to 14 seconds behind what I'm saying. So this will allow you, hopefully you can kind of sync in there or at least get close to it. Then we're kind of on the same page, same step. All right, so not a key third down, just a third down. A third down here, just Mills getting shotgun. So we got 4 wide. Trips to the top of the screen. Nice pocket. It's his man wide open over the middle of the field. Real big space there over the middle of the field for the receiver on that one. That's one of your Seahawks special defenses right there. Just give up the 6-7 yard play on a 7-yard third down. Nobody gets any pressure. Wide open passing lane. Gets a chance to go to his second read. Actually goes to his third read. Player does look like he was injured who caught the ball. Man, he's limping. All right, they're back under center here again, 1st and 10. Oh, man. Stream locked up. My stream locked up on that first down play. Mr. C, nut trimmer, what the hell? Mr. C, that's my sponsor, man. My sponsor. All right, so, man, this is already the telecast. I can tell is going to annoy me today with Fox. They're just already in love with their titles, and they don't get to the play itself or show you what the down and distance is. They're like, look at this graphic, look at this stunning thing, look at this. Let's give you a little emoji. All right, so here we go. David Mills gets another completion out, easy rollout play, another first down. Simple, easy throws like this. NFL is built to allow defense. Our defense is built to allow these kind of throws, I should say. Mills is 3 of 3 to start this game for 37 yards. 1st and 10, he's back under center. A little play action pass. And hits his man wide open down the field for 20 yards. Wow. Thomas Cox with a $3 donation. Thomas, you are tremendous, sir. You're starting things off right today, and I appreciate that about you, brother. So thanks for dropping the dime on me. Appreciate it. So this is a Seahawks beater special on this play to number 12. Him just catches the ball. It's a crosser. Of course, this works off of basically, like I've said before, flood zone concepts, essentially. Obviously, the player kind of turned in the wrong direction, but you run one player through, you run another player into the zone where the player who ran through took the defender out of the zone. You can oftentimes at that point, and they're going to call a timeout, Texans are, as the play clock is winding down, which gives me a little more time to explain this a little bit. So, you've got, here's the guy who's going to be catching the ball here, okay, in my hand here. Here's the guy that's running off the defender. He's going straight up the field there. It's just a fly route on the outside, and this guy's on the other side of the field, so he seems to have nothing to do with this guy. But he's curling all the way back around to where this guy's is run out basically the corner out of the zone, and then it's wide open. And if you really, this is a play that they basically taken out of the Rams playbook that just attacks our zone stylings, for whatever it is. Mike P, go Hawks. Megan Gawk, Roger, you got up early. I'm complaining over here about getting up early at like 9:30. You're up early at like, whew. I don't even know if the time is it even light outside where you are right now? Or is it just pure darkness? All right, 1st and goal from about the 5-yard line here. Mills again under center. Moving around, showing that fluid mobility, finds his man wide open in the end zone after no time, no pressure, nobody getting to him at that point. Brevin Jordan, the rookie out of Miami, with the catch. Wow, that drive was as easy as it absolutely positively could have been for the Texans. And Mills looks very comfortable back there in the pocket right now against this defense. And people are going to love that one because on that touchdown play, you had Alden Robinson dropping back into coverage from his defensive end spot. So you're not getting any pressure. You choose to drop a defensive end into coverage, and you're not doing it to do it as a blitz. We will be talking about that play later on in this stream. You better believe it. But this is a play that's not just annoyed me. It's really pissed off a lot of Seahawks fans. When you usually drop a defensive end out like that, you're doing it as a zone blitz. So you're overloading a blitz to one side. I didn't get a chance to. The telecast does a crappy job of showing you the second run from the overhead to see if it was really a blitz. It didn't look like a blitz, or if they brought a blitz. Theoretically, they just brought 4 men because they're pulling 1 man off the back. They're basically peeling him off the line to go drop into coverage, which again is not really zone blitz. Maybe this is some new type of fangled defensive thing they're trying to do. They've had very limited to almost no success with it so far this season, though. So it's a little bit odd on that. Go Hawks 05, bro. What are we doing? This looks very, I'll tell you guys this, defensively right out the gate, that looked obviously similar to drives we've given up this season. Beyond that, I would say this is a 10 a.m. game. And while Carroll has conquered this dragon of late, this is still a dragon that sort of lingers there in the shadows, ready to blow fire at any point in time. And that is that, these guys' body clock is on 10 o'clock time Pacific Coast. They're not set up right now to be performing at peak athletic level. You have to overcome that. Now you can overcome it. We have overcome it. That's how we've won at these times. But it doesn't mean that it isn't sometimes a problem for these players to take a little bit of time to get the motor up and running and get revving a bit. This is an early season game. It's later on in the year. It's against a Texans opponent. You should beat. There's going to be a little bit of just, all right, here we go. Where are we? It's Houston. What's going on? I'm not going to give him a pass or anything. I'm just saying that's probably that drive looked a little bit like stuff I've seen throughout my life with guys, our teams when they go out to the East Coast and those early on in the game. Tom Cox, what's your opinion of Wilson supposedly saying he didn't request a trade? Sorry, I've been sick, so I haven't listened to your channel. No worries, man. I hope you're getting better, Tom. And again, thank you so much for the donation. I believe that it was not Wilson's. I believe the whole story at this point, in my opinion, was clickbaited. I don't think that this was a point in time where Wilson's people were listing anything like that. It didn't make any sense for them to do so. It was one of those things where when he was leaking stuff this offseason and trying to subtly kind of push a trade a little bit slightly, that made sense when his people did. This stuff never made any sense why they would have done it mid-season right now. It didn't increase his value. It didn't help his public relations in Seattle or nationally. It didn't get those teams more excited. So it didn't work in his favor anyway. So at that point, it really wasn't leaked by him either, in my opinion. So I don't give much to it, Tom. I didn't when it was first leaking. I definitely don't after we've heard more information on it, and especially because it's a Schultz that wrote it. A Schultz wrote it. Do I need to say anything else? Megan Gog Roger with the $2 donation. Thank you, Megan. She says, greetings all. Just woke up and need coffee. I do as well. I came home there last night and I go inside today, get up, go back out. All my windows are down in my car. And I did not drop my windows last night. It was a cold night. So now I got my car running, trying to heat up the inside of my car where it's like gotten a little soggy. Not bad, but how does that, what modern function in cars is that? All right, Wilson's coming out. We got 11:02 on the clock here. Getting a couple last practice throws in on the sideline just to get a little extra warm. We're going to need you today, Russ. We're going to need you to drop a 40 bomb on this day, Russ. I need DK 160. I'm going to need Tyler like 92. Gerald Everett like 57. So let's go. Again, I'm with you. I'm going to be just guzzling the coffee all morning here. Get ready, a real nervous Brandon here in the second half. Are we winning? Mm-hmm. All right, come on, Russ and shotgun out of the pistol formation. Little handoff into Rashad Penny. Ooh, Rashad's showing a little bit of ferocity there, driving and pushing the tacklers. Looked like he was stopped for about a 5 or 6 yard gain and ended up just motoring on through for an additional 4 or 5 yards. Nice run. He had to break a tackle through the hole to do that, too. There's a corner crashing down, breaks the tackle at his feet, fights through that tackle, and then still able to drive. Nice job, Rashad. That's impressive. That's his most impressive run of the year so far. Right out the gate for Rashad Penny. Even more than the 18-yarder, yes. Hand off to Rashad Penny. He breaks out in the open again. He's got some space. Again, goes up and puts a man on his back. Yeah, Rashad feeling himself. Okay. Okay, Rashad. I see you. I see you, Rashad. Out of way, buddy. This was more of just a big hole out of read option. Seattle's just able to clear it. Texans almost kind of run themselves out of the hole a little bit there. 9:57 on the clock. Russell back under center here. Tyler in motion. Go back to Alan Collins, and there's penetration in the backfield by, and the linebacker gets a tackle there. So that was a little rough on that one. Not a lot of holes there, even if is this thing all messed up? Oh, there we go. See if I can get this scoreboard up for you guys. Sometimes it doesn't work. Russ in shotgun here. Nice little throw to Alex Collins. Doesn't get much in a yard or two, but that's okay. Just give him a nice, easy throw out there in space. This thing never works right. There we go. There we go. All right. All right, third down now. Russ in shotgun, 3 wide receiver. DJ Dallas out as a 4th wide, basically, in the slot. Empty set. Texans come with a 4-man rush. Russ drops back to throw. Nobody sees. Scrambles around. Throws it deep. Woo! Tyler Lockett made a magnificent catch. Russ didn't see anything there through his first couple of looks. Texans chose not to send more than a 4-man front. Russ sort of just kind of blendered his way around through the pocket to get outside. Tyler just sort of doing what he does there. He sees his initial route, sees what Russell's doing, kind of just keeps himself alive. Goes up and high points it. Tyler doesn't often go up and really high point like that. I mean, he's great. He's got great hands, don't get me wrong, but he knew he had to go up and attack that ball with the defender coming down on him. A nice little short, easy route back out to Tyler Lockett there on a nice little out route for about 5-6 yards. Like what we're seeing here to give this to Russ. Give him these short little routes. I've talked about that before with the throws. Boy, that was a great throw by Russ. You know that finger's feeling a little bit better when he makes a throw like that. But again, just great catch by Tyler Lockett. They're showing a replay here. All right, we got to 7:46 on the clock. Russ in shotgun. Handoff looks like to DJ Dallas. Bobs and weaves his way for about 5. Or 3 or 4 maybe. 3rd and short. Seattle's got a nice little opening drive here to answer back after what the Texans did. 3rd and 2, 7:24 on the clock. They're getting this one right. And again, on the chat, it's going to be hard for me to react to guys because I'm going to be doing some play-by-play during the game. So if you have any real questions and stuff like that, for the most part, I'll try to respond. But there's a good chance I might get if you obviously super chat, I'll read, but there might get lost otherwise. So all right, we got to flip to Penny on 3rd down. Oh my goodness. Well, they used him outside. I've been asking for it, right? I've been asking for it. You certainly didn't come anywhere near close to blocking it up well, though. What happens here? So D. Eskridge misses his block entirely off the gate. You have D. Eskridge trying to block 95. And 95 gets the instant penetration. It's 32 who makes the tackle on this play, the safety coming up, but it's the linebacker who makes the play by getting the penetration on Eskridge. This is another play we'll talk about soon. You have a Jason Myers 38-yard attempt here on 4th and 6. Myers pushes it just through. All right, 7-3. Nice opening drive. Okay, so this is going to be something I'm going to talk about really quickly on this. One of the things that I had worries about with Tyler Lockett and signing him to an extension in this it's early, folks. Give me some rope here. In this offense is that you're going to have him do a lot of blocking in this scheme. You know, you're going to have to at times chip block down on a defensive end. And likewise, this would be a worry I would have that you could part over just to D. Eskridge. And when you start putting a few of these guys out there that are a little bit more of the undersized guys, this is not how the Rams do it with their wide receivers. You get Cooper Kupp, you get Robert Woods, you get Van Jefferson, you get 6-foot-plus receivers who probably have a good 10, 15 pounds on what these guys, if not maybe a little bit more than what these guys have. And I think it does a little bit limit them in that respect to try to lay these blocks. You don't have to block the defensive end for long, but you got to hold them up for 2 seconds there for Penny to have a chance to get around that edge on the pitch. And if you allow him to just basically jailbreak it from the snap, get right past your grip, which is what Eskridge did there, that's going to blow the whole play up. It's almost like the play itself gets built on those wide receiver blocks to a degree. And again, it doesn't have to be a great block. You almost just have to get your body in front of the defender by the timing of the play. But that's where that play got mucked up. And again, a little bit of my worry with these kind of two receivers you got. They're going to be great guys in the receiving game, don't get me wrong. But again, a lot of the running game is built on the receivers blocking. A lot of what the Rams like to do at times is go to 3 wide receivers and then run out of it. You need your receivers to be able to run block at that point to get that done. Ethan Teckrell says that was embarrassing run block. Good grief. It was embarrassing run block. I agree. All right, go Oxes, go. Let's come on, defense. Yeah, let's get it ready. Let's go now, defense. Come on. You can't let Texans easily walk up the field on you. All they've got is Brandon Cooks, really. You shouldn't let that be killing you. Wake up. Get him some coffee. get him some Java. A little Java. Rosalind's Biz says Pete Carroll and system have to go. I think many of us are right there. In there. Kay says, love you, Brandon. I love you, Kay. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Rather watch with you. I'd rather watch with you, too. I'm glad you're here, Kay. It's good to see you. Real good to see you. Flyboy, I'm sick of people making excuses for high money men play a freaking game in Sunday. No excuses for me. None for me. Trust me, I will be the Mr. Feet to the fire, holding them. You have to worry about that with me. All right, so we got the Texans taking back the ball here. 6:20 on the clock, 7-3, first quarter. Man, that last drive just attacked with a passing game and attacked only to the middle and the right side of the field. Didn't do anything to the left side of the field, even in the touchdown. Problem here, too, is you're giving a young quarterback like Mills confidence now at the gate. Allow him to start to kind of feel himself after that first drive. All right, handoff under center. Seattle again, like they did in the first drive. First run, good stop. Gary Hyder coming down, or Ben Samayoa maybe, I guess, came down there and made the tackle. It looked like about a gain of a yard or so. Adam Barney says Seahawks are embarrassing. I don't know. Embarrassing is a word, just not good. Costa Rica fan, all right, here we go. Second and it's going to be 9 here. Mills back in shotgun. 4 wide. Another easy pass right there in space, right on time. Easy, just back foot, let it go, wide open. First down. Boy, the defense is making this look easy right now. They're making it look real easy for Mills. Maybe you want to tighten your zones up a little bit here, huh? Maybe you want to see if you can test the kid. He's 6 of 6 for 82 yards. Maybe bring the zone up. Holy lordy. All right, 1st and 10. Mills back under center. Seattle bringing in a blitz. Bobby Wagner there to make the stop. Nice job by Bobby. Thanks, Brian, for mentioning that. If you like what you're hearing, today for me, please hit that like button. Smash that like button, actually. Pound that like button. Destroy that like button. Eviscerate that like button. 2nd and 9, 4:44 on the clock. Again, if you're watching along with me, about 10, I've been told I'm somewhere between 12 and 14 seconds behind on the telecast. Texans offensive mastermind Tim Kelly really working his way through this defense right now. All right, they get him back in shotgun here. Texans are doing the same stuff here. Same kind of stuff. Yeah, I mean, it's under center, run up the middle. Then they get him back to shotgun on second down, and then it's a play action roll to the right. This is what the Texans are doing so far to Seattle over and over and over again. And there's not a counter really much on the defense here. On that play, again, Mills has got so long to just kind of roll around in that pocket. Nobody's really doing anything to provide any kind of pressure. 3rd and 2 now in shotgun. Little bubble screen. Wow, what a great play. Great play. Awesome job. All right. Well done, Sidney. Might have concussed himself, but he laid down a great tackle, so it's a bubble screen. This challenges the cornerback to come up in space, make the tackle. You can't give up 3 yards. You can give up 1.5 yards. That is it. And he comes up here, drives up, really reacts well. That's more of that when Sidney's been putting his foot in the ground and driving up in recent weeks. There's been a noticeable difference. Maybe it's comfortable. I don't know what it is, but he's definitely got a little bit of that twitchiness to him when he puts that foot in the background and gets up. But a great tackle, open field tackle on his part. Awesome job. So that'll work, defense. I'm expecting you to be perfect. Great punt. This punt's going to put him down about the 2-yard line. Fantastic punt by Johnston there. That was a boomer. That was a boomer. All right, offense. They're like, roof. All right, I'm going to be right back, folks. Bear with me just 2 more seconds, get a little bit of water, and I will be right back with you here. Commercial break. All right, we are back. Better than ever. VBO Gamer, let's go, D. Let's go, D, Sydney. That away. No Trey Smith. Trey Brown, no problem. Like it. I like it. Brendan was talking about us doing his show this last week about, where do we look at with Sydney going forward? Is he an interesting guy for us to look at this offseason re-signing? And while if we have a lot of change, go to a new defense, I don't think I foresee that happening. But if you were to stick with what you're running right now, Carroll's still, at the helm, then Sydney absolutely would be a guy that you would look to target out there that you wouldn't think would cost a tremendous amount of money. Randall McDaniel coming in with a big $20 donation. Thank you, Randall. You are awesome, my brother. Big time awesome. I appreciate you. I do. He says, in the land of the blind, the one-eyed man is king. Hashtag go Hawks. Well said, Randall. Very well said. And my eyes are blinded today. My eyes are blinded. But you're awesome, Randall. You know you are. I appreciate you, sir. I like how they showed Dixon on the punt practicing punts after that punter just did what he did. Like, yeah, you see what I did there? Hey, wow, the Texans punter is Bill Burr. I didn't know that. All right. So we got 3:03 on the clock here, 1st and 10. Seattle at the 2. Probably going to be handoff here. The Give is to Rashad. Rashad with another third rush in a row. Very nicely done by Rashad. Gets another 5 yards. He's looking explosive and quick through the hole there. This is the Rashad we thought we were kind of getting at the start of the year, quite frankly. And Seattle comes right back up tempo here. Empty set. Russ a quick throw into Will Disley. Defender played it pretty well. Boy, Gruger Hill guy is having a great game so far for the Texans. He's playing fantastic football from the linebacker position. Good throw by Russell there. It was going to be a tough catch for Disley. That's kind of a catch, though, as a tight end you got to make there, I think. My first blush on that is that was just to look like a bit of a drop by Diz. 3rd and 5. 2:34 on the clock. Russell in shotgun. Surveys the landscape. Penny to his right. Lockett in motion. Russ drops back. Looks first. Looks second. Oh, nice catch. Great catch by DK Metcalf on the play. So Russ looked through his first couple of reads, thought to maybe leave the pocket, stayed in the pocket, found DK kind of moving over, and the ball's, it's not a bad pass, but it kind of makes DK have to really kind of leap away. In fact, Russ has got to put that ball there to get it away from the defender who's closing. Nice job by Russ to stay patient, not panic there. Great catch by DK Lockett. That's a first down. Let's get these chains moving. Let's get these chains moving. Russell under center now. Rashad Penny out there with 2 wide receivers, 2 tight ends. Russ with a play action pass. So he wanted to go deep, it looked like. He does go deep anyway. Lockett with another beautiful catch. Oh my God, folks. Oh my God. When he first threw that, I go, there's no chance that that's going to be caught on that play. No way. Not the way that the just trajectory of it looked. But again, Tyler Lockett tiptoeing up his way up that sideline. Russ with a little hole shot throw as the safety's closing down over the top. No problem. Lockett, can he get 1 down? Can he get 2 down? Yes, he can. Beautiful catch. That's two pretty spectacular catches today to start his day off with Tyler. Awesome job. Great throw by Russ. He is on point. Here we go. Given to Rashad Penny out of read option. Another strong run. Looked like about another 3 or 4 yards by Rashad Penny. Boy, he's looking pretty good today. Megan Gockrager with the $5 donation. Thank you, Megan. You are awesome. Says, can't say for sure if I'll stay up, B. Am not feeling the best, and this is how we're playing this game. I'm going back to bed. I can't blame you, Megan. Hey, the offense is looking good, though. Offense is looking good. Russell under center now. 3 wide receivers set. Safeties creep into the line a little bit. Interesting. And Russ hits Will Disley across the formation. Nice job on a little crosser route. There you go. Boy, Russ is locked in right now. You starting to get a little bit now with the safety creeping up with the Texans. Maybe we're going to see a little less of the cover 2 on that now. Kind of coming up a little bit. Somebody... 1st and 10, 21 seconds on the clock. This should be about probably the last play of the quarter here. Nice throw by Russ, though. Again, short little throw. That's you've got to. It looks like a little easier than it really is on the telecast because you got to put it with velocity and you got to put it with perfect ball placement. And he did that and still put Will in a place where he could keep running after the catch. Hand off to Rashad Penny. Looks like the first quarter ended just before they got the play off. I don't think it would have gone much of anywhere at that point, so it was just as well. Okay, well, a very good first quarter here. A very first quarter by our Seahawks on the offensive side of the ball. Okay on the defensive side of the ball, certainly. They're in the middle of moving a 92-yard drive, so they've eaten a lot of clock up here and doing this. I guess they're going to say Seahawks called a timeout. Why would the Seahawks call a timeout there? Maybe they were almost having a, I know Carroll likes to call himself his random timeouts. So we'll see here. I guess we're going to get one more play before the quarter ends, which is odd. And Randall, Megan, thank you so much for the donations. I really do appreciate it. Thomas Cox, you as well. You guys are awesome for doing so. Thomas Cox says, I think they should try it out with Sidney Jones. He has improved every game. You probably want to protect Sidney Jones off the punt returns, but I'm okay with you on the Eskridge. I'm good with an Eskridge trying it out. 100%. All right, here we go. 1st and 10, 2 seconds on the clock. Russell under center. Hand off to Rashad Penny. Nice patience in the hole. Stiff arms a man, breaks out into space. Penny is exploding down the sideline for a touchdown. Rashad Penny showing you why he was once a first-round pick on that play. He first slowly pitter-patters his rhythm before he reaches the hole, taking his time, letting the block set up. And as soon as the block has set there to the outside, that kick-out block that he is waiting for, bang, he goes right through that hole with explosion. Then, last part's all on him. Defender comes up, gives him the stiff arm. Defender tries to grab and hold on to his arm and then do the move where the defender will hold onto your arm and then just pull his whole body to the ground, hopefully ripping and pulling you then to the ground. And Rashad Penny shows he's got a little bit of grown man strength to him and pulls right out of that tackle, that weak-ass tackle, and goes in for a touchdown. Beautiful 92-yard drive by our Seattle Seahawks, and they go up ahead 10-3. Props as well to D. Eskridge. I just gave him crap, right? I gave him a little bit of stuff about the blocking on the first possession of this game. He was the defender who came back and was that kick block defender coming back across the formation there. So fantastic job by D. Eskridge to come back and lay that block down. That's the key block. Penny's going to be left with one guy. The one guy's, that's up to Penny to break that tackle. But the guy coming in off the edge there, that's on Eskridge to get him out there, and he does. Great job by D. Eskridge there. Woo! We're running today, folks. We're running. Megan says, just sprayed a mouthful of coffee all over my laptop. Oh, no. Try it quick. Get dry quick. Emmett Sherry said, I think if Penny can play like this, he should be our number one running back. Well, I mean... Yeah. This is the one where you go, where was this? Where's this been? What is this? He looks remarkably different. He's not looked this fast and explosive quite yet this year. Now, maybe it's just he's had a bunch of injuries this year, small injuries as well. And last week he did look good, I thought, overall. You didn't get the production you're getting today, but he was running strong. Today he's really looking good. I mean, he's looking, Again, this is why for a lot of people wonder, why was this guy a first-round pick? That's what they saw as a guy that could be a first-round pick. Now, again, I'm not saying suddenly he's a star here after a drive. I'm just saying this is what drew them to him, And if you guys remember, I always said the thing that I think drove the Penny pick was Todd Gurley, and you could kind of see on that drive. I could probably put two box matchups for you as far as Rashad Penny and Gurley on that particular run, or Penny on that particular run and Gurley on one of his vintage runs, and they would probably look very similar to how that whole play just kind of played out from an explosion standpoint. The breaking the one tackle they got to break, Yummy, Brandon, how are you, fine people? What's up, Yummy? Yummy's in the house. Please fix the scores. I will. I'll try to on this. I'm bad about this to a degree with it, but I'll try to do it like this, Clara. Because sometimes when I'm scrolling on this, it'll scroll in the deal in the background. So I'll just do this. I'll be careful with it. This will keep it updated. All right. So a wonderful way to end out the first quarter. A 7-play, 97-yard drive, taking up a whole 3 minutes and 3 seconds. It's about the fastest 97-yard drive you're pretty much ever going to see this side of Elway in '88 against the Browns. But we will take it, won't we, folks? A nice first quarter. You got 10-7. Maybe the defense has got a little bit of motivation here. Short kick. But nice job there by, was that Radigan? Radigan did a great job of kind of saving that kickoff. It was a short kick, and he came up and sort of pushed the blocker into the returner and mucked it up there. Mucked it. Boy, Seattle went to a real heavy formation on that Penny run. Like, they were showing run here, like we got the big boys in, tight ends all over the place. And they just went at the Texans with it. Megan with a $2 donation. Thank you, Megan. Says, is it wrong for me to say I love the Texans uniform? No, it's an awesome uniform. I like their color scheme. I love the helmet. Pitch play to the Texans on the outside. Nice little run here by the Texans here. They've sort of been testing up the middle with the run. Now they go a little bit to the outside. Nice job by them to set that up in the running game. But no, Texans are in that, for me, place of I think the Raiders got a pretty tight uniform. I still think I'm not a fan of Steelers, but I like the Steelers uniform still pretty sick. I like the old school stuff. The Tampa Bay ones I think are pretty cool. But I dig that, man. They got that one right. Texans did. That's pure Texas right there, Megan. Pure Texas. All right, David Mills under center, 2 tight ends, 2 wide receivers. He's got a little fullback in this game. A little fullback, another run under center. Right at the Seahawks defense. All right, first down, 6 yards. Texans kind of coming at Seattle a little bit here. Yeah, Megan, you can be a proud 12 and still appreciate those uniforms. I do. I know I do. I think the Browns are the one iconic uniform that should change. Like, the Browns should change. They won't, but that's the one that's like, ugh. The orange. First and 10 here. Mills in pistol. So I'll bring a little corner blitz with Ugo Amadi off the edge, and it's well designed. Ugo's blitz off the edge picks up the running back at a read option for a loss of 3 or 4 yards. Great call by Ken Norton there. Dialed up that blitz at just the right time. The Texans are showing you a couple wide receivers to Ugo's side, and he doesn't bite in on it at all. I don't know if that's a call or something they saw off film. He shot that just like he saw something that jumped out to him there. Nice job, Ugo. That away. All right, so we got the 2nd and 16. That's a loss of 6. Mills in shotgun. He's looking out to his little out route there. Comes back across the middle. Man, Mills is doing a great job of going through his reads. He is way too comfortable in this pocket right now, just kind of surveying the field, going from one to the next, and just quickly and easily just... All right, there we go, Cowboys. That away. Cowboys are up 10-0 on Washington. We need Washington to lose this game bad. All right. 3rd down. Come on, defense. Come on now, defense. Here we go. Run right up the middle. Seattle tries to jump in there, but they push it over the other side. First down. DJ Reed tried to flash in there late. Couldn't quite get there. 12-12 on the clock. 12-12 on the clock, baby. Tom Cox says most great quarterbacks don't finish with their actual teams. That's true. It's very hard to do that. Roland Connor says nobody in history of NFL has told his agent to publicly state which teams had his client would be willing to go to. Oh, you guys are having a discussion in the chat on that? All right. Nice little bubble screen out there by the Texans for about 9 yards. Rodney, do I believe Russ when he says he wants to be in Seattle, or is he blowing up smoke? I think Russ wants to be in Seattle. It's not a matter of whether or not Russ wants to be in Seattle. I think it's a matter of whether or not the conditions in Seattle will be what he wants them to be for him to have the rest of the career that he wants to have, i.e., playing for a defensive coach or not or whatever. I think he was definitely trying to soothe over some of the stuff with the reports that came out, but I don't think there's any truth to those reports that came out this week either. And I've been a big, Russ could go kind of guy. I think those reports were bunk. Mills under center, 2 wide receiver set. Nice little drive by them, handoff up the middle. Another first down, 6-7 yards. Just big gaping hole there on the play. Right up through the middle of the Seahawks defense. Right up through the middle of the defense. So, man, why do you have Rasheem Green playing early down 3-tech? They must be light at their defensive tackles, I guess, right now. Because you have Rasheem Green playing 3-tech early downs. I don't mind if you want to kick him in there as in the cheetah package, but on early downs, and they're doing it again here. And of course, he almost gets a sack as soon as I say that. Because they drop back to pass, but that's done by the Texans. If I see that, if I'm the Texans, the play before, Rasheem just got blown out of the hole, and you have this huge gaping hole. You see Seattle comes back out there with them again, and then you pass if you're the Texans. And that's how you're outsmarting yourself there if you're them. If I see that, I'm attacking Seattle all day up the middle there, right there. I mean, it's a great play by Al Woods who gets the sack. Rasheem Green mates the sack by his initial pressure, which again, like I said, I don't mind Rasheem out of the 3-tech on passing, knowing passing downs, but you got 1st and 10. That's not a down is going to be likely to be passing down. See how runs a little stunt. Another just easy completion for David Mills right up in front of the defense. The Seattle Seahawks are just sliding back into these soft, pillowy, goose feather soft zones. And Mills is just taking what they're giving him. And not only taking what they're giving him, he's basically just throwing to the right side of the football field. It's center and right side of the football field. He's not even looking to his left through now a quarter and 3 minutes of this football game. Seattle, adjust. Notice that. Pick that up. He's leaning like a right-handed guy heavy to a right side. He really is. All right, 3rd and 8 now. Mills likes what he sees, throws it up, has DJ Reed. What a great back shoulder throw. Oh, my goodness. We got a flag on the play? Are they calling... We got pass interference one way or another, either offense or defense. Not sure. It looks like it's maybe on the defense. It was a great timing throw by Mills, though. He put that up on the back shoulder and pinpoint accuracy, too. I mean, he put it right there. Right there on the back shoulder for Brandon Cooks. But maybe Brandon did a little bit of illegalities on the play to get him a little space. He's sure woofing over there to the officials. DJ's talking back to him a little bit. DJ says, "You know what you did." I read his lips. He says, "You know what you did." All right, what's the call, ref? Personal foul? Oh. Personal foul and that. Wow, I don't know what it must have been. Well, you guys will have to tell me in the chat what the personal foul was. I didn't see that, but I guess they are getting him on the pass interference. God forbid the telecast shows us a replay through all of this talking. And all right, so what do we got here? Press coverage off the snap by DJ. Good coverage. Boy. Whoo. Yeah, I mean, that's one of those ones where Cooks does that and he doesn't have to do it. It's on the line. It's one of those ones could easily be not called. But it's also his hands end up going out and it looks bad, because when your hands get extended, the arm gets extended, that's when the pass interference is going to be called on the offense. Mills and shotgun 3rd and 18, makes the catch. They get down into field goal range. Again, just great. Got to get a tip of cap here to Mills in the way he's playing so far. Just absolutely lights out. You got 3rd and 18. You're not going to get a first down here. Get yourself in a field goal range. Give yourself a chance there. Mills does so. Well done by him. Kid's really impressing me so far. The rook is. Of course, our soft zones aren't helping things, but Russ says, how many refs do you need to make a wrong choice? This many. E. Gibson, letting Mills, a backup for a 2-10 team, go 10-10 is an embarrassment. It's not great. Not a great look, is it? Christian Alexander says, I just noticed Christmas is literally the week after this one. December 19th is next Sunday, and Christmas is that Saturday after this week. Oh, okay. Getting close. It's the most magical time of the year. Tom Cox, this is driving me nuts. Attack this rookie. I might have. Oh, do we have a flag? Did we just give him a first down? Somebody tried to leap over the back? Yep, we just maybe gave him a first down. What the hell? All right, I guess we gave him a first down. Boy, the telecast isn't doing a good job. I don't have my volume on, so I can't hear what they're saying, but they're not doing a good job. Really, I guess they jumped over the top. It's usually when one of your guys jumps over the top on a field goal. I bet that's what that is. Let's see. Did he line up offsides? Wow. Wait, what? What? Taunting? Is that what they're calling him? They're calling taunting on that? What? What? Uh, uh, roughing the snapper? Wow. Whoo! Boy, these officials sure awesome to have them part of this game, isn't it? They're sure great. They love. We thought we'd like to watch two teams. We actually like to watch officials in this. What? What did we do? I had these piddly-ante crap that they look at. Oh my gosh, dude. Give me a break. All right, Texans got 2nd and 4 now. I have to run. If I can get over my emotions here. Easy completion. Defense doesn't. Touchdown. Wow. That was an official special right there. There you go. And people wonder why this season people are having a problem with the officials and going, man, I don't know. This is driving me crazy with this. I feel like something's up on this. It's weird how the penalties come in at these key moments like that to shift a whole drive around, isn't it? Not just a penalty coming in, it's the timing of it a little bit. But then again, too, they just didn't call a second ago offensive pass interference that was pretty ticky-tack. So I don't know. Maybe it's just them looking at it and seeing it that way. But boy, that seems sort of. I've never seen. Why do we get calls I've never seen in my life before? And that was short, by the way. But when do we get all of these things I've never seen in my life before? Like they invent rules when we're playing on Sunday. Oh my God. Keaton Baldwin says the sport is so over officiated. Let the damn players play. Let them play. Exactly. Like who cares about the snapper? Like what? Who cares about the snapper? Literally. Putting protections in for a snapper now? This game's gotten soft, dude. All right, 1st and goal. 7. His knee was down. Al Woods coming back, stopping the play. Nice job of penetration by Al Woods. Great job there. 2nd and goal. Al Woods came ready to play today. I'll tell you that. Al Woods came ready to play today. Megan Gock Roger with a $2 donation. Thank you, Megan. Says so many refs, still no clue. Yeah, still no clue. Well said, Megan. I go to again and again, just like it's over officiated. There's too many subjective calls, just too many things, too many things. They've got to streamline down the rule book or find a way to get this to work. The game flow is not constantly just interrupted. I mean, it gets to the spot and we got a guy down. Is that Brian Monet? It's like Brian Monet's down. We had an offsides on the Texans there. So looks like we're going to have a 2nd and goal from the 6 or so. But this has been one of the things jumped out at me about this season is it is time here for the officials the NFL to start to try to deal with this. The years of this where it's like one officiating crew to the other is different. They implement this rule and that rule and this rule in an off season, and it's more subjectivity is added. And really the game needs less, but that's all they do every year is just continually add more. And I think that it's. I don't think I know. It really is here at the cost of the product on the field, and it's tough to watch as a fan because you want to be excited when you see an exciting play, not retract and sort of okay, is it how bad? What is it going to be? Did something bad happen first before I can enjoy that good thing that I just saw? But did the bad thing happen though? That because I want to enjoy this good thing, and then by the time you enjoy the good thing, you're like, all right, so there wasn't a flag. We got 30-yard catch. Okay. Christian Alexander says this in 2005 anymore, bud. Thanks. Mike Melda says refs need to literally be full-time and go into an academy or something that the NFL trains them. Yeah, they should. It's silly, isn't it, Thomas? You have a multi-billion-dollar sport, and these seemingly officials that, with all of the rules that they want to legislate into the game, then you don't want to pay the officials who can all, let's just go ahead and pass it off to a little bit of just not good at their job, being not good at their job at times, and they need a little more of that training. Why would you pay for that? Why wouldn't you just pay? I mean, how many ref crews are there really to say, okay, here's your, you're gonna make $100,000 a year, or whatever. For I don't know, whatever they would do just to make it worth their while for the full time. I mean, what are they paying refs right now that they can't do this full time as it is? I feel like Ruff should be making pretty good money right now as it stands. I mean, considering you work 18 games a year, 20 games a year, maybe. Brian Koski, I've never heard of roughing the snapper. That's effing crazy. I haven't either. What? Huh? Roughing the snapper? That's not a thing. That can't be a thing. Luckily, Brian Monet is walking off the field under his own weight. Looked like in this game we were already a little light at defensive tackle. So, we're going to need a lot of Poona Ford and Al Woods in this game now. All right, first and goal from the 6-yard line. David Mills with a play action, roll back out into space. Finds his man, throws it back over the top. Okay, nicely defended by the Seahawks there. Great job by Ryan Neal there to stay on his man on the cross route in the back of the end zone. He didn't take the cheese. Very nicely done. Don't take that cheese. Second and goal, Mills 14 of 15, 150 yards and a touchdown to start this game off. 6:51 on the clock. Hand off to the running back underneath. Nice job by the defense to step up there and stop him there on the play for only a 2-yard gain, it looked like. Well, third and goal from about the 3-yard line or so. Matha Lumo, are you a fan of the Seahawks? I am a fan of the Seahawks, absolutely. Seahawks Network, wouldn't be surprised if it'll come out Sunday that NFL uses officiating as a way to push narratives. I wouldn't be either. I wouldn't be eventually surprised 23 years down the line if we end up hearing that there's some shenanigans going on with some of the officials. I wouldn't. I'd hope not, but it wouldn't shock me either. All right, third and goal. Texans coming out with a heavy formation here. Did they just... Okay. That was a weird play. The Texans throw a fade route to Collins down their wide receiver down there against DJ Reed. Collins just basically runs over DJ Reed. Poor route. Yeah, I don't think Collins understands what David Mills is doing on that play because he looks like he's almost going in to try to make contact and then rub off the contact. Where you're supposed to be getting skinny to the back of the end zone there for the fade route. Odd by that. Great job by the Seahawks defense though. They're going for it. Fourth down. The Texans are going for it, and we have. Yeah, no, you're not. They're going to call a timeout here and think about it again. Take a moment and think about it. 6:08 on the clock. That's the second timeout for the Texans. Interesting call here for them to go for it. I mean, what do they have to lose, I guess? Not an interesting call. Who cares if you're the Texans, right? I'd go for it every time, probably on fourth down if I was the Texans. What are we going to be? The worst team in the league if we go for it? You guys have ref academies in the rugby place, Megan? We don't have ref academies and you guys have it for rugby? Well, now it is completely ridiculous. Thomas Coxon, I love the Seahawks. They need to change. Thomas, they do need some change. We need big change. I agree with you. Brian says, can I kick my dog if he bites me? No, you can't do that. You just have to say, bad girl. 21-yard field goal. Texans have changed their mind, it looks like. Let's see if we can stay out of this. Let's see if we can not hurt the poor little snapper. Don't hurt the poor little snapper. Don't let the snapper get us there. He's going to have to play football and actually have contact. Don't let that happen. All right, Texans kick the field goal. We got 10-10. 6:05 second quarter. Let me see if I can get some more coffee here. 1 second. All right, thank you for bearing with me, folks. Okay, 10-10. It's okay. We're doing all right. We're rolling okay here, right? We're doing okay. 10-10. We get the ball back at the start of the half. Got still a lot of time left here in the second quarter. 6:05. Let's go run a nice 13-play drive up the field here. Let's just bleed all the rest of that clock through. Get us nice 17-10 going into the half. Get the ball back. Steal a possession. We're doing fine. It's fine. It's great. Tom Cox says this shouldn't be this close. With Seattle's talent this year, they should be at 20-7, not 10-10. Yeah, I mean, it's a game I thought that we would end up eventually winning here by at least 2 touchdowns. It's not going that way quite yet, is it? But we'll see. Give it some time here still yet. It's an early game. These boys are just kind of waking up. They're just kind of getting in the flow of things. Megan says, yep, International Rugby runs them, and it's a very involved process to become an F ref in rugby. Jeez, that's so silly to me that the NFL doesn't do that. I mean, a sport with all the money they have coming out. And again, it's to help their product. I know it's something that hurts your bottom line to maybe do that, but it increases your product so significantly. And then you know, but again, as some, saying, man, narratives and stuff, maybe they like people, moaning about the refs. Maybe it's like something they enjoy, I guess. If you don't change it, then you obviously, after long enough, you go, well, you must kind of like it. You must want it. E. Gibson says, Hawks not playing well, but good work holding Houston to the field goal after the bad call. Very good job by them, E. Gibson. One thing you can say about this team is that though they've not played great throughout this year, and we're at 4-8, bottom of our division, cellar dwellers, this team has not at any point packed it in or not been giving it their all on the field or not playing in, snap in and snap out. They will get beat, but to me it's not from necessarily a lack of effort. We could maybe say lack of talent, lack of schematics, lack of whatever else you want to kind of put in there. That'd be a different reason, but not that one. Short kick here to DJ Dallas, who takes it and gets up to about the 27. Boy, Dallas looked like he might have some real space there to move, and just got himmied up in there a little. Got himmied. He got himmied. And again, folks, I will try to respond if I can to you guys in the chat. I might be a little bit in and out because I do kind of the play-by-play on this. So if I do miss you in the chat, I don't have a chance to respond to you there. We will be doing, of course, this post-game as well. So if I miss you there, just bounce in there and put that comment back in. But it's kind of hard to do both the chat and do the play-by-play at the same time. So it's a little difficult. Christian Alexander, it's not 10 a.m., dude. It's 1 in the afternoon. It's 10 a.m. by the player's body clock time. It's 11 right now, but when this game started, it was 10 o'clock on the player's body time by their natural body clock. There's been a lot of studies done on this, Christian, that show that your body does not perform at peak levels when you first wake up in the morning. It takes usually till around early afternoon with the internal clock and the way it goes for you to be at your peak athletic performance. So in these games that are in 10 a.m., you're going to see oftentimes the teams on the West Coast going out to East Coast. It doesn't just affect Seahawks. It's all West Coast teams that go out to East Coast in 10 a.m. games. Russell's under center here. 2 wide receiver set, 2 tight end. Play action Alex Collins. Russell lets it rip deep and way out of bounds. God, give DK a chance, Russ. Give DK a chance on that, man. He's had a couple of throws the last couple of weeks where just let him get it up the field and let DK run up underneath it. Let him use his speed. Do you have a flag on the play? Probably roughing the passer, maybe. Oh, pass interference on the defense. Wow. Wow, that's a deep throw down the field to call pass interference on. It did look like they were hand fighting, but the ball wasn't catchable. Well, the officials give, and they doth take, and they doth give away. This is not a catchable pass. I mean, these officials are so weird. I'll take it. I don't care. 5:55 on the clock, 1st and 10. Seattle coming out 3 wide receiver. Collins in the backfield. Eskridge in motion. Collins with the give up the middle for a little 5-6 yard gain there. Nice job. A little bit of inventiveness, a little pre-snap motion that Eskridge coming back around across the formation, then turning into sort of the de facto lead blocker on the play. Like it. I like it. And again, if you're watching this live, about 12 to 14 seconds back of what you're probably watching live on your telecast. It's about the buffer time, I think. Somewhere in that neighborhood. 2nd and 3, 5:27 on the clock. Russell under center here. Alex Collins behind him again. Eskridge in motion. Again, the give to Collins, not any room there at all. The Texans had that completely closed up. 3rd and 6 here. And that 51 guy for them, that linebacker, he is slight, but he is fast and he is instinctive. That Gruger hyphen. Grugier Hill. 19 tackles last week, they say. Texans team record. Yeah, this kid, man, boy, he looks like about 162 pounds, but he is flying all over the football field today. 3rd and 6, Russ drops back out of shotgun, looking around. You can run, Russ. You can run, Russ. There you go. First down, Russ runs it. Okay. He took forever to decide to do that. Oh my gosh, he took forever. He took forever to get there. But he did. He made the choice. 4:18 on the clock. Russell back into, take your time, Russ. Bleed that clock. Let's not give this Texans another ball back this half. Randall says, stop running Collins. Yeah, why not? Did Rashad already get injured or something? I mean, Rashad's, why, he scores that touchdown and then you're not going to go back to him here? All right, now he's back there. They hurt us. They hurt us, Colin. All right, 2 wide receivers, 2 tight ends. Heavy formation to the strong side. Oh, that play was going to go for something. It was offsides. They had that set up just right. They had a numbers game to one side there of the offensive line. Oh, that was going to be a big run. Dang. Roland Connor says, why are they paying Adrian Peterson? Why aren't they playing him? He's injured this week, Roland. He's an old man. You know, he can play one game, then he needs a couple games to rest, then he'll be back a couple games after that. When you get that old, it hurts. All right, 1st and 15, 3:30 on the clock. Russell under center. Rashad Penny back behind him now. We got 3 wide receivers set here. Russell with the play action. Defense bites on it. Russell hits. It's like Freddie Swain there for a nice little, well, that's Penny Hart. It's Penny Hart for a nice little play there. 17 yards up the field. First down. I like it. Texans are really starting to buy in a bit on that running game now. You're getting them taking some false steps forward here, sort of anticipating and feeling that running game. It's going to help Seattle out here. 1st and 10, 3:01 on the clock. Right around the 50-yard line. Eskridge in motion. I love it. I love sticking with the run there. Into Rashad Penny right up the gut for 4 or 5 yards. I love the call there, though. It's such a small little subtle call, but you get now into 2 minutes and 41 seconds. You can take this down to the 2-minute warning. You have 2 timeouts after that point. You're in no hurry. Again, the thought process is on this is you steal a possession. You take this down, you get your points, you get back the possession at the end of half. You make it tell hopefully the Texans are sitting deep into the 3rd quarter before they sit with the ball again on offense. Russell Wilson under center here, 2nd and 5, 3 wide receiver set again. Play action. Russ looking. Oh, he's going deep. He's going deep and looks like a little miscommunication or he was just throwing it away there. Kind of looked like a miscommunication on the play a bit. That ball was kind of in no man's land. God, another play there where I would have loved to just see them go right back to the run there, take it down to the 2-minute warning. Instead, you go kind of deep there. It's like you're working with the short stuff there. We don't need to get back into this deep stuff, man. You know, stay into the short stuff. Stay into just. I know you want to hit it, man. I know it's there at times, but just stay in the pocket. All right, empty set, 3rd and 5, 4 wide receivers, 5 wide receivers. Texans showing blitz. They drop out of the blitz. Russ sits back and looks. Going back deep again. Again, throwing it into no man's land, sort of there to Tyler Lockett deep down the field. 2 plays back-to-back that are sort of head-scratcher plays to me on this from Russell Wilson a little bit in the decision-making. He's got Tyler in the slot one-on-one. I get that. But again, 3rd and 5. You need 5 yards. Get your first down, my guy. Go get your first down. Why are we running? They've got deep routes all down the field there on a 3rd and 5. All right. Dixon's going to punt this. Yeah, 2 plays back-to-back, you take hole shots like that. It's just nice punt by Dixon at the 1-yard line. Great job. Great job. Seahawks Network says DJ Dallas was wide-ass open for a first down. Somebody's got to be there. I can't believe that you got 5 yards you can get. Just get your first down. I wouldn't harp on this, but one problem. But again, you ran it back-to-back plays, and this has been an issue at times with this team where it's just get the chains moving there. It's situational awareness. It's great if you can get the touchdown, but if you're throwing it deep, it should be for a guy who's really breaking open, not a route there where you look. Russ looked at that in the slot and said, I got a mismatch in the slot with Tyler on basically their third corner. So I'm going to throw that fade out to him at that point. No, not fade, but the 9 route essentially is what Tyler's running there. No, go find something underneath the short. I don't know why the play calling too, when they showed the camera, you had a bunch of guys going deep on that play. Why? You have an empty set formation at that point, which means that you have no running back there to do any chip blocking if there is any penetration by the defense as far as pressure goes. So you get long developing routes, or Russ has got to throw a trust throw out there. I think they anticipated a blitz coming on that play, quite frankly. It's probably what they really thought they were going to see, and they just dropped out of it at the snap. MVP is Mr. Dixon, says Brian. Yeah, he might be our MVP this year. He's leading the league in punts inside the 20. He's got like a 46, 47-yard average on top of that while doing that. My goodness. And man, all the punts we've had him punt. He's lost years off his life with all the punts we've asked him to do this year. Roland Connor says Russ isn't checking off multiple receivers. He knows he's slower now. He definitely doesn't go through multiple reads as much. He does it at times, but sometimes too not. He's been okay. Russell's been fine today. I'm not going to hammer Russ too much on that. Just those 2 plays were definitely a little disconcerting as far as some of the, not just Russ, but the play calling itself there with Waldron. Megan says Dixon's my next jersey. Megan, you can get that big Dixon energy. I love it. This would be a good jersey. I mean, he's going to be here for a while, so. Christian, it wasn't 4th and 1. It was 4th and 6 on that play, on that 4th down. Super Bowl 48 champion says Carson's a good back. He is, but he's got a bad neck. I don't know if that neck's going to hold up. All right, 10-10 here. We got a minute 56. Seattle doing some run blitzing here. They want to hem this up. Fairly good job on first down, only about a 2-yard gain. Megan, another $5 donation. Thank you, Megan. I do appreciate it so much. Says this game and a distinct lack of coffee is not helping my mentals. I would not be able to get through this game without coffee, Megan. I can't lie. I wouldn't be able to get through this. I need my coffee this early in the morning. It's not, you're way early. I'm somewhat early. I'm like somewhat early for the night owl that I am, but you're like, crack of the morning. It's not even the dawn. All right, Seattle's showing heavy here. They want to stop this run. They're selling out to stop the run. Oh my goodness. Al Woods almost broke through into the backfield and caused a safety. I mean, he just absolutely blew off the ball, shot out of a cannon, and got his hands up around that running back, and the running back just able to nudge his way past the line of scrimmage. Great play by Al Woods. He's got a sack today. He's got multiple stops in the running game. He just basically put his man on his knees at the snap. That's how bad he beat him, his offensive lineman across from him. Makes the play. Al Woods, obviously, I think our best defensive lineman this year overall, and not even above Turner or anybody. He has been just absolutely fantastic this season in every way. A run stuffer and getting you pressure. Great job on that play, because what that should do by Al Woods, why it's good not only because you almost get the safety call, but then you don't allow the Texans to get any of that breathing room, which is what they're trying to establish with the 2 first runs. So now on third down, you more likely than not have the Texans into a little bit of a pickle here where they've got to get a couple extra yards there for their punter rather than actually truly going for the third down and trying to drop back and pass there with their rookie quarterback. So that's why that play is big. It's not just big for what it causes on that play, but then what it probably causes for the third down call. Great job by Al Woods. Love it, Al. Love it, Big Al. You can call me Al. Call me Al. All right. And Megan, thank you again for all your donations, Megan. I do appreciate it. Hang in there without that coffee. Hopefully they'll get you a nice W, and that'll be your coffee will be the big W. Megan says 6:15 down here, B. You have nothing to moan about? I know. I'm trying not to. But I was up real late last night. Real late. I couldn't get to sleep last night. I don't know if I'm going to say I was excited for the Texans game. That was keeping me up, and I just couldn't sleep. Was it a full moon or something last night? Maybe I was out on the prowl. All right, here we go. Offense, you got the ball now. Well, we don't have the ball yet. They got to stop them on third down, obviously, but it should be a nice little run play right up the middle, stop them for 2 yards, get back to punt. You still have at least probably no timeouts at that point, but you should have good field position with a. Now I shouldn't. I'm getting. Let's get the stop first. Let's not count our chickens before they're hatched. Yeah, I think that I don't think they would have given us the safety on that, even if Woods had gotten the stop back there. All right, here we go, Texans. What do you got? Coming back. Oh, they're showing wide. They're showing 3 wide. They got the balls to throw this. Again, they're 2-10. I guess that they go, what do we have to lose? Makes sense. Oh no. Get him. Good job by Dunlap there to pursue. And then once he was sure that so Mills scrambles out around, Dunlap's really got to kind of be disciplined there, because your instinct is to try to knock the quarterback out. But that's one of those line plays where the quarterback will always end up taking that step out of bounds just as you're making contact with him to draw that penalty. And instead you saw Dunlap hold himself up there to keep himself from doing something stupid, which great job by him. And also thank you, David Mills. You just at that point stopped the clock for us with 1 minute and 7 seconds, and we preserve our final timeout. That is helpful. Come on now. This is where you wish you had a good returner. Freddie Swain fair catches it. Shocker. Big shocker, right? Surprise, surprise. Freddie Swain likes the fair catch. Who could have ever saw it? Go Hawks 05 says Bill Burr with another punt. I mean, if they show you another sideline shot, I'm telling you, he's even got the red fuzz on the cheeks there, man. We got total Bill Burr going on right now with that punter. He's moonlighting. Super Bowl 48 champion says Dixon's going to get more MVP votes than Russ in his career. Wouldn't it be funny if a Seattle writer just votes for Dixon for that, just to be, contrarian? Oh, Lordy. Gotti Paid says bring back Mike Holmgren. I think Mike's enjoying retirement right now, Gotti. I think he's chilling in retirement. We'll bring back Mike Holmgren. We'll have John Gruden as the offensive coordinator. MSR Brooks says Al Woods is a Pro Bowler. I mean, I'm trying to think who's your competition. So, it's going to be hard a little bit with that rook. You're not wrong. I mean, he definitely should be there in contention. Obviously, Jonathan Allen is your Jonathan Allen and Aaron Donald are your two sort of freak showy guys where it's hard to get over the top of them. And then like a Vita Vea, you're not going to get ahead of him. I'm trying to think if there's somebody else that Even a guy like Fletcher Cox, who's got more of the name recognition, will probably get in, but does he deserve it? Yeah, he's probably deserved it with his play. He's been awesome. He's also a 1 tech most of the time, so he's not like your 3 tech where he gets to stack up to 5, 6, 7 stacks like a John Allen is going to be able to do. He's doing a lot of it from the dirty work position of splitting double teams, holding the point of attack against those double teams, and still making an impact, which is really hard to do. It's hard to be an impactful 1 tech, even if you're playing a 3-4 or a 4-3. It's like, if you're being impactful, you're taking up 2 blockers. Voodoo Magic says, who's the best returner of all time? I'd put Devin Hester there. I put Devin Hester in that spot. He's probably right there. Gale Sayers was pretty good too. Wasn't there for as long, I guess, but he was pretty awesome. But yeah, you got to probably give it to Hester. All right, Russell Wilson takes over a minute on the clock. Second quarter. Nice shotgun looking set. Looks comfy back there. Oof. Jay Curhan just got his butt whooped off the line. Wide open, Tyler Lockett in the back of the end zone for a touchdown! Woo! Let's go, Seahawks! Who needs a short passing game, right? Why throw short when you can score right now? Russell just drops back. I'll tell you what, Jonathan Greenyard absolutely whooped Jake Curhan on a spin move off the snap. Russ felt it. Eased around the pocket, eased around the pressure to bring the block back into Curhan naturally. Lockett's just running a beautiful route, just totally confuses the cornerback on his leverage there. The safety is late, coming deep. Absolutely a wonderful throw there, right on point. Wide open, I don't know if it's a broken coverage there. You saw Lockett make a subtle sort of, oh boy, Myers badly missed the extra point kick. But you saw Lockett sort of give a little subtle, almost an out, like a 1-step out as he's coming out of his full break, and it sort of kind of froze the cornerback on the outside, and then the safety is so late coming deep. Maybe he just expected he had safety help. Yeah, Myers needs to stop kicking from the left hash. He kicks too straight. Usually those kickers like that left hash when they're right-footed because the ball naturally will guide kind of towards the right, as it will come back into frame with it. But he just kicks it. He hits it right on the head. So, okay, so this is interesting too because you have a single high sort of situation is what they're showing you at the snap, and that's what you get post-snap. And boy, this is where Russell's eyes get big. He's been watching cover 2 for the last 2 years, and you show him a single high with a deep route and lock it on that play, and he's going deep. He's not going to care at that point. He's seeing so infrequently that defense now with the 1 safety high, and it's been just 2 safeties after 2 safeties that he's going after that all day long. That's why I've also said with it, when you get the running game going, when you get the short passing game going, you will do the thing that Russell really wants to do here, which is is that a little trickaroo? A little trickaroo by the Texans? Oh, Dixon laying a big hit on the sideline. Hey, how about that? Dixon putting a little shoulder into it. Yeah. Oh, that was Myers. Sorry. Oh, Myers laid a nice hit. I'm giving Dixon all the credit. It's a good return, though. But that was interesting to see the Texans come up there on a 1st and 10, bringing that extra defender up there when so many teams have just stood and stayed in cover 2. Doesn't matter their defense. Doesn't matter if that's the natural a way that they put the scheme together and what they want to do. They would instead just always go back to, but he attacked it. Good job. All right, Mills drop back pass here, 39 seconds on the clock. Almost an interception. Oh my goodness. Jordan Brooks just popped in front of the man and just in and out of his hands. Oh man, that's a game changer if he makes that pick. Oh, that's a tough pick. That was a tough pick. He had to pull that up off his shoestrings to get that ball. That wouldn't have been easy. All right, 2nd and 10 now. Come on, defense. Come on, defense. All day to throw back there. All day to throw back there. And finds a man. You get that much time. Megan says, okay, not going back to bed now. Just as your head hits the pillow, they rope you back in. Roland Connor says 16-13, just watch. All right. They got 20 seconds and they got one timeout, so they got plenty of time to get it up there if they need to. Tyler's near 1,000 yards. Ooh-wee. And drop top submarine. He's on his way. He's got 3 straight 1,000-yard seasons here this year. He should have 4 because if you look at the 1 year he missed 4 years back, he's at like 965 yards or something like that. And so he was it's almost basically a de facto 4 straight seasons. All right, Mills and shotgun, spread formation. He's got a man wide open. You can just see it there. Oh, my goodness. Thank goodness Ugo knocked that ball down. There was going to be a lot of room there. A lot of room there. Seattle bring another slot corner blitz with Ugo? They did. Wow. Wow. Oh, they're going ballsy with the slot blitzes in this game. It's working. That's the second time that Ugo's had impact coming off the slot blitz like that. Shotgun set here for 3rd and 10 with David Mills. Pressure coming. Pressure coming. We got a flag. It looked like holding. Darrell Taylor was bearing down on David Mills, and it looked like the offensive lineman had his hands on his back. Yep. So this will be nice job by Taylor. Did he get Tunsil there? He did get Tunsil. Oh, he even worked off of a chip, too. Got him inside. I guess that's not Tunsil. But Taylor, the running back, chips Taylor. Taylor kind of uses the momentum of the chip, which is knocking him back inside the shoulder, and the Texans are going for it on 3rd down. We took the penalty. Why would we take the penalty? Why would you take the penalty? Chad, you got to explain that one to me. Why are we taking the penalty there? Albert and Stella. Hello, Albert. Stella. Chad Kwan says Myers needs to go with Pete. Oh. So not good for my mentals with Megan. I bet. Oh, you need your sleep. You need your sleep. Zoran says bring back Barrelman for the 1980s Mariners game. Yeah, we need Barrelman back. Are they going to go for this long kick? I really don't like Carroll taking the penalty there. I don't know why. Why would you take the penalty? Somebody's going to have to explain that one to me in the chat, the upside of taking that penalty. It's 4th down and 10 if you don't take the penalty, and they're not going to kick the field goal from there. It's a fake kick. And he makes the kick. I mean, I guess he made the kick from 61. It was going to be a 59, I guess, otherwise, so it's just as long a kick. What a kick. Damn. What a kick. Tony says that I'm about to go to work soon. All right, hang in there, Tony. All right, well, that's the end of the half there. Seattle's up 16-13. Who called that? Connor, he called it. Roland Connor called it. Connor says goodbye. Roland says goodbye momentum. Well, you do get the ball back at the end of the half, so that part's the good part there. Look, overall a good half. Obviously more points than I would like to be giving up to the Texans, but your offense is rolling, which we had expected. It's the Texans. What are you going to say? You know what I mean? What are you going to say on this? Is what it is on that. I still got to understand though, Carroll doing the penalty. Maybe he just thought he was going to take them back that 10 yards and that they couldn't kick the field goal and that they were in field goal range at that moment. That maybe makes sense, I guess. And again, he hit the 61-yarder. I think they were inside of that before the penalty on the 4th down anyway. Gabe F says, I'm at work chilling. Nice, Gabe. Hopefully having a good day. Christian says, I don't have a job anymore. I was mistreated. I'm sorry to hear that, Christian. Megan says, wow, thought we would have scored twice the points we have now. Well, we didn't start out with the ball, though, too, Megan. They did start out with the ball, and when we're getting the ball, we're scoring. I think we have one punt in this game so far in the first half. Running the ball well, passing the ball well short, passing the ball well deep. Pass protection's holding up fairly well, as you'd expect with you playing the Texans in this game. I think Curhan did really good in the first half at right tackle. Of course, he's filling in for Brandon Shell. It's one of those things, if you don't have to, especially when it comes to rookie linemen, if you haven't said his name or referenced him at all, there's no holding penalty with him. He's done pretty good, I would think. And again, on some of these runs with Rashad Penny where they've gone over the right side, that is over Jake Curhan's side. Very impressive by this kid, what he has shown in this first half. I haven't mentioned it much, but in thinking about it here a little bit, he is really impressed. He's really impressed. And Rashad Penny, man, explosive, fast, the vision, patience, showing off the things, again, that made him so, I don't know if it was anybody was going to pick him in the first round. We were the last pick in the first round to take Penny, but Penny was going to go in the second round. People want to go through that and twist that around a little bit, but don't get it twisted. He was going in the second round. Maybe it would have been later, maybe it would have been middle, maybe it would not have been early. But there are attributes to Penny's game that are not easily found all over the place in college football. And you kind of saw it on some of those runs in this first half, I think, from him. Robert Jimenez, thank you for the $2 donation, Robert. Hope you're doing well. Says, great play-by-play live stream, bro. Thank you, Robert. I love doing this, man. So this is something I think is going to remain a staple of this channel as we go forward. I'm going to do these live streams all the time and do it during the game. Not all the time. I do live streams all the time anyway, but to do the play-by-play. I really like it. It's fun. It's fun watching these games with you guys and we're in this together. You know what I mean? Zorn76, the franchise just feels stale and the Adams trade is a killer. Agreed, Zone 76. Agreed. It's definitely that trade looms large right now for as kind of bad as it's sort of gone. Micah Parsons just killed Taylor Heineke. Micah Parsons just absolutely murdered Taylor Heineke on the field. Oh my gosh. Oh, guys, go watch that highlight. You guys want to go watch what Micah Parsons just did to Taylor Heineke? Like he just did naughty things to him on the turf. My goodness. But thank you to Robert for the $2 live stream or for the $2 donation, man. I love doing this, brother. So we're gonna keep it going. I'm gonna keep this going. Zorn76, I agree that there's a level of staleness on this franchise a little bit, and I think that this is why there's a little bit of a shakeup required. And I mean I don't know what exactly that's going to entail for the how that comes to be, but I think if you continue to go with just doing exactly the same thing of what you've done prior to this, you're going to continue to get same or lesser results. So I think it's been sort of diminishing returns for a while now, and it's going to continue to be a little bit more diminishing the longer you kind of go on with that. If you're just doing the same thing, and again, I'm not saying exactly what that great change needs to be, just that you need to make a great change. Zorn 76, terrible deal by Schneider. Penny's auditioning for his future. Yeah, the Adams deal was a bad deal. I think Carroll had a little bit to do with that one as well, though. I don't think Schneider's just making a 2 first-round pick deal for Adams without Carroll having some pretty heavy input on the part. Interesting to see Lamar Jackson go down. Guy's been playing better and better, but you know, you always wondered with him, when is it eventually with that play style and kind of how wild, and when is it eventually going to be an injury, especially with the slight of build as he has. And of course he gets injured in this game in the pocket throwing, but that's big for the Ravens. I'll tell you what, if he goes down, it's kind of setting up at that point where you have the Chiefs, the Bills. You know, maybe you could put the Chargers in there. Maybe New England. That's kind of your teams out of the AFC. I mean, I know some people like the Colts, but I can't buy the Colts as a true like Super Bowl contending team. I think they're really good, and look, that offensive line's maybe the best in the sport, but I'm not buying it with them quite yet. Chad Kwanzaa's 61-yard field goal, and our guy cannot convert it, just summarizes our season. A little bit, yeah. A little bit. Tony M says, how's the defense playing? I mean, Tony, they're doing okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay, Tony. Man, I forgot to do something this first half. There's a lot of easy completions in this first half. They've made this game very easy for Davis Mills, which has been disappointing to see. But that's been a bit of the case here so far. I think you've held them to field goals overall rather than touchdowns, which is good, and that's to the tenets of your defense. I mean, that part's nice to see. But I can't give him a great pass here again because you're going against a rookie quarterback and you've allowed him to get comfortable. You allowed him to get into a rhythm. I don't think that's the way we want to go with it. I can't give him a good pass on that first half with 13 points on that. I mean, even with the magical field goal deep. But the offense is playing outstanding. No doubt there. No doubt there. Offense is rolling. And right now, as it does interest us, we do have right now the Cowboys beating the doors off Washington 21-0. So that's an important score for us. And then we've got Falcons up on Carolina, which kind of is whatever. But we need Washington to lose. With Minnesota Vikings, I know nobody's got not a lot of people, as I'm reading the chat, not a lot of people have got a lot of faith right now for where we're going as far as the future goes. But to work in our favor, we need that Washington team to lose here this week. Vikings won on Thursday night, so first half, you got Russell, 8 of 11, 163 yards and a touchdown, playing really magnificent football. You run the ball 12 times for 78 yards, so you have a nice balance here, 6.5 yards per carry. I think the one that you can say about the defense has been good is that they've stopped the run today. The Texans have 13 carries for 29 yards in this game, so you have shut them down in that respect. Tyler Lockett's got 4 catches for 113 yards. You've done what you can offensively with the time you've had, but certainly the defense once again has given up some good time of possession. I mean, almost 18 minutes of time of possession for the Texans in that first half, first to 12 minutes for Seattle. Again, Texans did start out with the ball, but what was the score in the Ravens game? Let me see. Dude, Cleveland's up 24-0. Kansas City Chiefs are just blowing the doors off the Raiders. Wow. Raiders what a tough year for them, too. They had it kind of rough this year, too. Tom, I wish Seattle would be like Dallas. I think Seattle can do it with Lockett, DK, but they need more offensively. I think offensive line, to your point on that, Tom, is where you need to go at it with it. Bear with me 1 second, folks, here. I'm going to go be right back. So we will just be back here as we're about to start back with the half here in just 2 seconds. I will be running my Manscaped ad. Manscaped, of course, is sponsoring this show. So please do head on over to manscaped.com if you have any lower Manscaped needs and get yourself 20% off and free worldwide shipping when you use my code NEST. I will be right back. Well, I'm away. I thought I would also tell you a little bit about the sponsor of this show, our first sponsor, manscaped.com. Very kind of them to do so. They've also engineered the ultimate groin and body trimmer by focusing on intelligent functionality and an incredibly comfortable grooming experience. Their 4th-generation trimmer features a cutting-edge ceramic blade to reduce grooming accidents, thanks to their advanced skin-safe technology. I now feel confident shaving my boys. This upgraded trimmer includes a multi-function on and off switch that can engage a travel lock. It also gives you the ability to turn the 4000K LED spotlight on and off when needed for a more precise shave. The Lawnmower 4.0 even allows you to customize your trim through additional guard lengths through sizes 1 through 4. Did I mention wireless charging? The wireless charging system uses electromagnetic induction, which can help battery length last longer. Men, if you've been shaving with the same nut trimmer on your face, you've been doing it wrong. No person wants to end up with pubes in their mouth. It's time to get your own ball, hair, and body trimmer with Manscaped to make me time the best time and enhance your confidence with some nice, smooth boys. Get 20% off and free shipping with the code NEST, N-E-S-T, at manscaped.com. 20% off, free worldwide shipping with my code NEST. Help yourself, help your boys, help the show. It's appreciated very much, and thank you to Manscaped for sponsoring the show. All right, we are back. Folks, thanks for hanging on in there with me. All right, Seahawks, let's go back here now. Let's go get this dub here this half. We played well. We've toyed with them long enough, like a tiger, playing with a little baby fawn, batting it around a little bit, knocking it over here, knocking it over there. Okay, now's the time, okay? Now we got to go for the throat. Quick, fast, bite down. Let's close this one out. Let's just close this down. Let's just take their will right from the start of this half. Come on. All right. And thank you again for everyone watching. Please do, if you like what you're listening to, hit that like button for me if you could. I know it seems silly and weird, but it's a helpful, useful item for me to help this channel grow out tremendously. All right, DJ Dallas, nice little return up to the 30-yard line to begin things off here on a short kick. Looks like we're going to have a little bit of a holding call on Seattle, though, as well, pushing us back a bit. That's okay, though. Our offense doesn't seem to mind having a long field to work with. Green Face's meme says we are still the best team in the league. I love it, Green Face. I'm with you. We are still the best. I don't care if we're 4-8. That's just a piddly record. That's all that is. Timmy Cornelia says, is Seattle going to cover the 9-point spread? I think eventually we end up running away with this. When it's all said and done, it's taken us a little bit of time to get the gas pedal down. It's a 10 a.m. game. Guys a little tired. Guys still waking up. Give us time to kind of rouse up a bit. Let the coffee fully kick in here. Usually kicks in these kind of games right around the third quarter. Everybody starts to go, oh yeah, we're awake and we're way better than this team. Super Bowl 48 Parsons raped someone. Yeah, he did. Brenda Wall watching hopefully from Santa Barbara. Go Hawks. Go Hawks, Brenda. Derek says, is it useless? Penny even thought he might not be here next year. Is it useless using Penny, even though he might not be here next year? No, you don't have any running backs right now. Collins is banged up. Carson's out. AP's down. And Russell Leonard center to start things off. 3 wide receiver set. He changes the play at the start of the half here. 14:56 on the clock. The give is to Penny out there on the right side. Penny breaks free once again. Little stiff arm. Gets out to the outside for about 9 yards. Another awesome run by Rashad Penny. James Tomlinson, one of my patrons. Welcome, James. Hello. It's great to see you, my brother, and thank you for all of your support for the channel. He drops a big fat $5 donation, and he says, go Hawks. Why can't the Hawks stick to the short passing game? Play action works when Russ distant bomb the ball when it's 3rd and 5. I was harping on that as well, James. Back-to-back plays, you went that direction, didn't you? And it drove me crazy like I'm sure it drove you crazy. Go for the first down, move the chains, eat up the rest of the clock in the half, call it a day. Kind of annoys me too at times with that, but that's sort of what they'll do. Rashad Penny takes it again here, sort of dances behind the line of scrimmage, picking his hole, trying to look around, fight, look, gets the first down. Nice little run there. Good job just kind of taking what he could get there by the defense, but gets the first down, keeps things going. James, it drove me crazy, those back-to-back throws deep. Both plays, the guy wasn't wide open. Both plays, you just get the chains going. Get the chains moving here. Tremendous day so far by Rashad Penny, by the way. He's looked by far his best of the year right now in this football game. 1st and 10, play action to Alex Collins. Russell looking deep. Russell goes deep. Russell's got Tyler Lockett fading open, but he overthrows him by just a little bit. A little bit there again, James, where you go, okay, you got the play action, now come back and hit. Maybe just, I know that the intention is going to be want to go deeper, and Rashad's hurt. Yikes. Or he's taking some deep breaths at least. All right, 13:44, 2nd and 10. Seattle coming on with 4 wide receiver set. Collins next to Russ in shotgun. Poor throw there by Russ. Short little throw to Freddie Swain, and he just kind of throws it around. It's one of those things too. You go into Freddie, where's DK on this? You're now 13:40 into the third here with 1 target to DK. Some of this is your defense, a little bit of allowing the sustained drives, but some of this is a little bit now where get him some targets here. Where are the manufactured touches for really one of your most, if not your most dangerous offensive weapon outside of a guy like Russell? So we got 3rd and 10 here. Texans are showing blitz. Texans bring blitz. Seattle blocks it up. And Russ throws the ball to DK over the sideline, but I don't think there's much of a chance that was getting completed. Odd play calling set there. Odd. Oh, no. Camu Gruger-Hill's down for the Texans. He's been their best player on the defensive side of the ball today. Consumer 1-4 is DK is going to get traded. Maybe. I mean, look, comes a point in time, I didn't want to have DK get traded. I don't want him to be traded. But at the same point in time, if you don't have an ability to utilize him and you're going to end up having to pay him money at that point, well, that's not a smart route to go either, is it? And they still don't show an ability to, it's like throws like that. He gets these throws that are like, that was not a high percentage catch for any wide receiver. I don't care if you're DeAndre Hopkins making that catch. It's not done very often the way he was with the velocity he's throwing that and then trying to get your fingers down. Maybe it is Butterfingers. Maybe he just dropped that bad on that play. But boy, it looked like to me a little bit of another throw where and again, we don't get to see a replay on the telecast because they got to get to their commercials. But there's times when the times you target DK, it's just not giving him a shot on it at points. Lucas Fuena says, Brandon Nelson says the 3-4 defense is better for Jamal Adams. Brandon Nelson's right. Jamal Adams is better fitted to a 3-4 defense. But I also think Jamal Adams is maybe starting to kind of break down a little bit as a player. I wonder if some of what's going on with him is a little bit of just, some guys get quicker to the end than others, All right, so let's see what our defense has got now coming out the half. Boy, I'll tell you what, though, that was an odd, just again, it's the thing where you love to see the deep stuff, but just come back to that short stuff, man. That first down throw back into Lockett on the first down throw, trying to hit it deep. Just come right back to the short off the 2 runs. Stay committed to it. Don't leave it. That's the problem that we have over and over is I hit it again and again with Russ in this offense at times. It's not a lack of an ability to hit the short stuff. It's a lack of commitment to it. And always wanting to fall back into that pattern of let's go deep, let's go deep, let's go back to deep. It's been like 5 plays. I got to throw deep. It's been 5 plays. Let me throw it 50 yards. And it's like, dude, sustain drives. Get the 6 and 7 yards. Embrace that part of it at times. Go Hawks 2022 says, good news, only 5 more games and they're gone. Yippee. Collier, Penny, Dunlap, Green, and Fuller. Bonus by Pete. All right, Dixon, let's see what you got. Nice little punt. Ooh. Great special teams coverage by Penny Hart on the play. He didn't let the returner get an inch back. Boy, just tore his Achilles, I guess. That's brutal. The Achilles injury is such a crazy one because you just be just stepping and all of a sudden, bang, it goes. Man, it's so random. All right, 1st and 10. David Mills under center here. 2 wide, 2 tight end. They're going run, it looks. And they do go run. 2-yard gain. Right up the middle there. Okay, 2nd and 8. Here we go. Herbert says, whatever, man, Jamal is a stud. Trade was too expensive, but the dude can play. No, I definitely think Herbicide Jamal is good. I think you responded to the other person in the chat, but I do think he's good. I worry about where his body's at, but I think I still am not as down on him on the field, I think, as some are as far as thinking that he's like a shell or not a good player. I don't think that's the case. I do think he'd be better suited in a 3-4. All right, so a 1st down run, it looked like there for the Texans. 12:31 on the clock here. David Mills coming back up under center again. Coming out again with the 2 tight end set. This looks like a run. See how bringing pressure? Ooh, what a great time for the screen game. Well designed, well timed up. Puna gets back down the field to make the tackle, but it's 11 yards down the football field for a 1st down. Texans are moving the ball again on this defense. So everybody got upfield trying to get pressure. Screen game all year has been a little bit of a problem for our defense to stop. It's been a big problem for our defense to stop. No one read it. 1st and 10 from around the 46-yard line of the Texans. Mills in shotgun out of pistol. Play action. They go with the reverse across the field. Alton Robinson's on it. Seattle's on it. They do not get fooled. We'll be at a gain of 2 there. Texans running some inventive stuff here, offensively speaking. Oh, no yards on that. Looked like they got a couple, but so 2nd and 10. Reffing has been suspect today, Lucas. All right, 11:07 on the clock. David Mills back under center here. 2 tight end set. They've been running out of this look quite often in this game. And a handoff and give, and Seattle's penetrating in the backfield. Benson Mayo was there first, and then guess who cleaned it up? Mr. Big Al Woods to clean up. Al Woods is just balling out today. Benson did a great job as well, just flashing off that edge. Is Benson unblocked? No, he's kind of unblocked. Great job by Benson there. But an awesome job by Al Woods. They took that whole play apart there. Nice job. Brian Koski says Al Woods is a wild man today. He is. Mills and shotgun. Spread formation. Empty. Again, they're going with a screenplay. Seattle this time snuffs it out. And LJ Collier. How about that? LJ Collier over there sniffing out. LJ Collier, the screen whisperer. sniffing out the bubble screen. Great job on 3rd down. We got a 4th and 15. Well, the defense bend. They bend it a little bit. They bend often this game, but they have not broken at any point in time. And they didn't there. Held it up there for the offense. Nice job. Props to the defense there. Go Hawks. Go Hawks, crew. Go Hawks. Christian says, I'm making a gingerbread house after the game. Hell yeah. Oh yeah, I got a funny gingerbread story for you after this. after this kick here. And Freddie Swain's fair catching it and fakes him out. Goes in the back of the end zone, so we're going to get this ball back at the 20. Nice job. All right. Offense has got something to work with. Good job, D. Well done. Yeah, back when I was a kid, my mom had made a chocolate gingerbread house. Leaves it in the thing, and I'm a latchkey kid waiting to go to school. She puts it in the pantry, says, don't eat this, right? So I'm like, I want to eat that, Mom. I'm going to eat that. Don't you eat that. I got to go to work. Do not eat this or you're in big trouble. I'm not going to eat it, okay? I'm sitting there. It's a long time before school, right? Watching TV, looking at the gingerbread, watching TV, looking at the gingerbread house. Eventually, just something just overtakes you. You can't help yourself. You're a kid. I go in there and I'll just break off a little roof. I'll just snap off a little edge of the roof. Just a little, just a little taster. She'll never know. I'll say, I don't know what that is. I'll lie. I'll lie, Mom. Sorry, I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. So I go to it and I snap it off and go dink. This whole beautiful chocolate gingerbread house, just enamoredly made, perfectly made. I go dink and it goes, one wall goes clunk, 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 clunk. All four walls falling on each other. I'm sitting there with my little piece of chocolate, my little sad ass piece of chocolate, looking at the broken gingerbread house. Oh, I had to make a tough call there. I couldn't leave that all day at school, right? You had to make the tough call to Mom and break it down to what you did. You got to test it. She was understanding at least, but oh my God, I thought my butt was gonna get tanned on that one that day. I thought I was gonna be in some trouble. It was not my. I was probably the most scared I've ever been of my mom, as those four walls of the gingerbread house are falling down. The walls of my world were falling down. GoWalks05 says Al Woods has 5 tackles, 1 tackle for loss, and a half a sack. Impact seems larger than these stats. Oh, it is. It is. He's been a force there on that line. He's really the only force we've had on that line here. Darrell Taylor's given a little bit of pressure on a snap, but that's been about it. Has anyone seen the massacre that's happening in Cleveland today? Asked Eric99. Yeah, there's been a couple blowouts going on here today. And boy, you take Lamar Jackson out of that Baltimore Raven offense, and it's a way different offense. No doubt about it. James Tomlinson, they invoked their inner KJ. They did, man. It's nice to see, especially coming on the heels where they just got kind of dinged by the prior screenplay, right? Like the last screenplay got some chunk yardage. All right, Russ is coming out in shotgun. They're not fooling around now. 1st and 10, 9:31 on the clock. Texans show 5-man front. Lockett going in for ball screen out to DK. DK for a nice little 6-yard gain. There we go. Let's get the ball into DK's hands. Nice. Manufactured touch, 6-yard gain. This isn't hard sometimes. Great play call. I agree. Go Hawks. 05, yeah. Great play call. That away. Lucas says, what did I say? Force a wide receiver screen to DK. Yeah. If they just get it in his hands at least. That's all I'm saying. They seem to just forget about him for whole stretches of football games. Russ changing the play at the line of scrimmage. He's under center. Rashad Penny behind him. Looks like a flyer sweep to Gerald Everett. Nice. Props to Russell Wilson on that play. He switches the play to a fly sweep to Gerald Everett coming across the formation. You wouldn't normally want to do it, but if he sees a leverage game where you've got a numbers win to one side of the field at that point, make that call. Smart by Russell Wilson. Good job of being in control. 8:32 on the clock. 1st and 10 now. Nice. I love that. Love that. Brilliant. Bloody brilliant. And Russ did change that. Russ back under center here. 2 tight ends. Play action to Penny. Looking. Rolling. Looking. Back into Big Dill. Big Disley. Nice. Came back around to Disley. Good job by staying in the pocket there. Patient by Russ. Looking around. Definitely going to have a little more time in the pocket when you got this kind of bleak Texans pass rush coming after you. I mean, they have no guys that can get anything really done. You can see that on their line. We're doing a good job of pass protection as well, but that certainly is affecting things here just a little bit. Or it's helping us. Not affecting things, but it's aiding us. Russell back under center. 2 tight ends set again. 2 wide receivers on one side of the field. Locker goes in motion. Give is to Rashad Penny up the middle. The Texans got this sniffed out, and 2 defenders are there with waiting arms at the line of scrimmage. Looks like about a negative 1 yard play. $7:13 on the clock. That was a good check down by Russ to Will Disley on that play. It's kind of just, he just found a guy after, I think, sitting in the pocket. He had a long time to kind of look through things, survey. All right, 2nd and 11 here. Looks like Russ is out of shotgun. 3 wide receivers, 1 tight end. Rashad Penny goes in motion. Pre-snap, back into him. Nice job to DK. Great job, DK in the open field, and he opens up down the sideline for another 20 yards. Great job by DK to catch it inside, redirect back outside. We've seen him with his yak. A place that maybe we can knock him on is, okay, his hands aren't quite developing like we would have liked to have seen here over the last year, where it's getting better. It's kind of remaining where it is. But where he is getting really, really improved is in his yak ability, his yards after the catch. And here he shows it off. Just gets the ball in his hands and gets moving up the field. Gets that gear opened up. Nice job by DK. Here we go, Seattle. Keep going over there now to Russ. Keep looking at him now. 1st and 10. Russ back under center. 3 wide receivers. Rashad Penny behind him. The give is to Freddie Swain on a fly sweep. Okay. Is D. Eskridge hurt? Did D get hurt? Why are we giving it to Freddie Swain to fly sweeps? Where's my Freddie playing fly sweep? Roland Connor says they should not trade DK. I don't want to trade him. I want to use him. I want to pay him. I just hate that they forget sometimes with him rolling that he doesn't exist on their roster for 3 quarters. All right, 2nd and 7 now. Again, Russell back up under center. I like a lot of this under center stuff with Russell here. You got a 3 wide receiver set. Russell's changing the play. 2 seconds on the play clock. Winding down. Call timeout. Oh, no. They get the snap up just in time. No, they call it. Carroll told the timeout. Okay. Now they got the flag. Didn't get it off in time. Oh, no. They're giving him the timeout. Okay. That's all right. That's a good timeout. I don't like to burn timeouts either, Go Hawks. They should have gotten the play in quicker, but that's one moment where you're not. Russell's trying to change the play. You had enough time at the line of scrimmage to get the call in, but Russ got up the line of scrimmage, didn't like what he saw with it, changed the play, tried to get it changed. There just wasn't quite enough time. That's a moment where it's not as much of the free burning timeout situations as has happened recently. That's a little bit more of that's okay with, because I want Russ to be taking that kind of control at the line of scrimmage. I want him moving off of a play if he sees it's going to be a fail. Well, this is obviously not going to work. Get off that play then. And if you got to burn a timeout, get back in the right play, then, okay. Thomas Cox says, oh, where's Eskridge? I don't know. I don't know. Tony LG says, give me a sweep to D, not Swain. Same. He's just standing right next to Walver on the sideline with him. He's right there. He's got his helmet on. All right, 2nd and 7. Russ back under center here. They've run a lot of this 3 wide receiver, 1 tight end look today. It's been probably their most common formation. Again, 2 seconds on the clock. Jeez. Play action by Russ. He's looking. That's going to be a holding call. Yeah, no touchdown to DK, but that's going to be called back. That was an obvious hold there by the offensive lineman of Seattle. He absolutely threw the man to the ground. So that ball's coming. That ball's coming back. That's where one of those. That's not a subjective one on that one to me though. That's one of those ones where that's out and out a bad. That's a holding call. That's one where the officials have to call that. It's in the center of the play. He's being thrown right at the feet of Russell Wilson, who's then able to break out of the pocket a little bit and move. Those are the ones I got no problem with that. There's no gray line to that particular foul. Yeah, his hands are on his back there. Yeah, to me that's a hold all day there. That's a hold all day. You got to call that. Yeah, that is a better call, Megan. I give him on that one. 2nd and 17. Russ almost got whiz-whacked. So he goes up to double coverage to DK. DK's hurt. Oh, no, he's not. He's okay. Don't go throw to double coverage. If there's double coverage, there should be somebody open somewhere else. Lockett's sitting right in front of him, wide open, and he goes deep down to, oh, Russ. Just just the falling in love with the deep stuff, man. Let it go, man, sometimes. Lockett's sitting there right there. They just showed the shot. Lockett's right literally in front of him, right there in front of him. Take it. You got 2nd and 17. Oh, man, DJ Dallas almost got a first down there. Do we go for it on this? We got 4th down, folks. I'd go for this. Carroll won't. He won't. I'd go for it. I ain't trusting Myers right now. 4th and 4. What's a field goal get you? They can still score and win the game on you with the touchdown. I go for that. I got the lead already. I go for that. Myers almost missed that. He almost missed that kick. But why I harp on this, folks, is that type of situation with Russ, where it's, again, there's times you're hitting it deep and it's there. There's times it's not. And it's okay to go to the deep here and there, but he gets too obsessed with the deep ball and it becomes all that deep ball. And it's Tyler sitting there. You've got a 2nd and 17. You throw it to Lockett. Lockett gets you 8-9 yards, right? Now you're in a makeable 3rd down, as opposed to a 3rd down where you're in after throwing it deep there, where it's 3rd and 17 and you got to call a draw play. And this is the part where it's the most important part of Russell Wilson's game that's got to develop this season as we go on. Let's throw out wins and losses. Let's throw out playoffs. Let's throw out all that stuff. The part that's got to improve and get further along has got to be the true, not just the embracing, but to make really a part of his game leaning on that short passing attack and not just continually falling back in those deep shots. How many deep shots have we thrown this game? 5? 6? Something like that. I mean, it's kind of too many, in my opinion, versus taking just kind of what the defense will give you. And the defense is giving you stuff underneath. If you have double coverage to lock in the back of the end zone, the defense is giving you stuff other places on the football field. No doubt about it. Roland Connor still has the ingredients of a mind-numbing loss. Potentially. Buddha Magic, Norm Johnson. Norm Johnson's the best kicker in Seahawks history. Tom Cox says, I'm so tired of the conservative crap, but I'm tired of Russ throwing a ball to DK when he has no chance of catching it. Yeah, the chances of a guy catching in double coverage are about 0. It's probably like about a 5% catch chance of throwing that ball. And you see he's got double coverage running up the field. Both those guys are running with him up the field. What do you see from Russell Wilson's standpoint? What is it that's indicative to make that throw there pre-snap? Christian says, I have to watch the highlights after the game. I can't see what's going on right now. I'm sorry, Christian. I definitely would play for you if I could in the background, but of course YouTube would schwack me if I did that. Schwack me bad. Schwack, schwack. Brian Roberts says, that help us? I don't know. I mean, you're up by 6. It's, again, a touchdown still puts them up on you. I mean, a field goal's all right, I guess, but it was a makeable 3rd down. Maybe they just don't trust, or makeable 4th down. Maybe they just don't trust themselves for converting 3rd and 4th downs right now. Sure is not exactly an aggressive move, is it? It's not exactly what we would call pedal to the floor type decision making there. All right, so 4:32 on the clock, 19-13. Mr. Myers is setting up to kick here. He lets her boot. There's been some short kicks today in this game. He lets that one rip, though. Herbert says that the trick is acting like you play a video game with playing controller. Timmy Cornelius says 9-point spread got me sweating. Like I said, Timmy, I still think eventually you pull away on this. I might be proven wrong on it, but I think eventually you end up pulling away. All right, 1st and 10, 19-13 Seattle. Mills under center. A little I formation look. Looks like they're going to try to pass it here. Nice play by DJ Reed out there in coverage. Very well done. DJ just locked down this year. Second, we got to move back over to his natural corner spot. He has been nails. All right, 2nd and 10 here. 4:27 on the clock. Mills in shotgun. Another bubble screen there. Seattle seemed to have it hemmed up, but the wide receiver made a great cut. And a nice job by Dunlap to get up the field, hustle, and make the tackle. Brandon Cooks almost busted that one. He almost broke that one. So they got a numbers game pre-snap to that side, man. That's another one, defensive scheme. Not another one, but just that's one defensive scheme-wise where you go, okay, what do you... They have 3 wide receivers to one side. You show 2 corners to that side. Why wouldn't they just have an option route to attack with a bubble at that point? You're putting your guys in a bind like hell to try to get up there and make that tackle. 3:57 on the clock. Mills again in shotgun. Drops back to throw. Again, they're just going to these screen games and short stuff now. To good effect. 11 yards up the field. To the running back. Starting to lean back into this now. They took a long time to get to the screen game on us in that first half. But now they're starting to implement it a little bit. I have been impressed with the play calling by the Texans in this game. You have no talent on this offensive side of the ball, and you're making these drives happen. And by doing it creatively, they're not just doing one trick attack and how they're going at Seattle. They're doing a couple of things. Again in shotgun here, David Mills, 3 wide receiver set. Seattle showing Ugo and Mahdi again on a slot blitz prior to snap. Mills catches it. Seems to call a check. Mills tried to kind of throw that out to Collins there on a weird, I don't know if that's a back shoulder or a go route or what they were trying to do with that one exactly. But the blitz again with Ugo definitely kind of set him back a bit with that, Mills, where he sort of went, he made the check and the call, and then he just got the ball out of his hand. He had to get the ball out of his hands because Ugo's bearing down, but it didn't look like whatever they checked to was anything that was going to give much of an answer to that, to Ugo's blitzing. 3:05 on the clock, 2nd and 10. Mills back up under center here. They're going into kind of a heavy formation. Looks like 3 tight ends, 1 wide receiver. It's going to be probably a running play. Nope. Play action. And knocked down at the line of scrimmage by L.J. Collier. Great job by L.J. He's made 2 plays in 1 game. I don't know if I've ever seen L.J. make 2 plays in 1 game. That's phenomenal, L.J. I mean, that's a season's worth of work for our guy on that. There we go, man. Hey, I'll take it. I'll take it, though. Nice job. Keeps eye on the quarterback, gets his arm up. Nice job, LJ. 3rd and 10. And LJ forced to action right now because Brian Monet's out of this game, I believe. Mills in shotgun, 3 wide receivers, 2 backs next to him in shotgun. Drops back to throw. Looks like they want to go to a screen again. Darrell Taylor's burning down. Darrell Taylor coming down, bearing down, baby. Well, we got a flag. What's this? What is this? What is this? Oh, it looks like the secondary. They're pointing into the secondary. Holding on Seattle. Automatic first down. On 3rd down. On a sack. Show us the replay, please, so we can see what this call is. Brandon Cooks matched up on Sidney Jones. Yep, that's a holding call. That's a valid call on Sidney Jones there. His hands get wrapped up on him. That's past 5 yards. It's valid. Pitch play to outside of the Texans running back, wide. Nice play to come up there by Jordan Brooks in space and make the tackle. Great job by that kid there. But Sidney got caught there. That's Brandon Cooks. Great route runner, great wide receiver. He's their real one true threat on this team and just ran an in and out route. And as soon as he went from in to the out, Sidney got his hands up onto his jersey for a little too long there. So it's a valid call. 2 minutes and 11 seconds on the clock. 2nd and 10 now. Texans come out 3 wide receiver. Mills in shotgun. Mills looking short. This man just falls down. 3rd and 10. Okay, so I know that technically speaking, they're probably already in at about the 41-yard line, technically within the range of the kicker here. But you have a 3rd and 10 with 1:54 on the clock. If you cannot give up the short completion here, this is where Norton's going to want to slide into more of a deeper zone coverage, a soft zone coverage to prevent anything at the sticks. But you give up the 7 or 8 yard completion, then you allow for the field goal attempt to be that much easier than where it stands right now at about the 41-yard line. Seattle showing a blitz look here. Single high safety deep. Mills in shotgun. They bring a blitz. Mills throws a fade route. No deal. I love it. I love it. What a great play call. That's the best play call of the game by Ken Norton by far. And he's had a couple actually good calls in this game on even though the defense hasn't been good. He's made a couple of timely calls, especially the slot blitzes. But this was awesome. Sidney Jones in good coverage by Brandon Cooks doesn't let him get up over the top. Make David Mills hit you deep. We know he can hit the short stuff and he's accurate short. What do you got deep? He hasn't hit a deep ball all day long really at all on you. So you bring the blitz. You force the action at that point. He's got to get the ball out of his hands. He can't sit back there and roam around. All right, so we're going to see a field goal kicker hit 2 60-yard kicks on us today. We'll see, I guess. Fairbarn is already 2 for 2. He had a 61-yarder earlier. And looks like we got to delay a game unless they called the timeout. Yeah, delay a game penalty. So I guess they were just trying to get us to, or were they trying to get us to jump off sides and maybe make it an easier kick? It's probably what they were trying to do. So this will be a punt now. You're not going to kick from the 46-yard line. Interesting that the Texans didn't try to kick there, where if I'm Texans, you hit a 61-yarder earlier. I mean, that's about what 40, so you're from the 41, that's 50. That's about a 60-yarder again. I don't know. Piece of cake, only 59 yards, says GoHawks 22. Yeah, why would you do that, though? Why would they? Odd on their coach not to go back at it there, to want to do the punt. I wouldn't want to be giving it back to the Seahawks offense at this point. A little pooch punt there. Freddie Swain takes it, and he actually tries to return it for a second. Makes a nice little cut. Gets 6 or 7 yards. All right, Freddie. Megan, why are the refs wearing different colored caps? I think there's a head officiating, and then there's sub-officiants. Go Hawks says Bill Burr trots out the punt once again. That's right. He's using that ginger power. Using that big ginger power. Fix the score, please. Score should be fixed right now. It's current to what's got on the thing for me. It's a little slow on the ESPN thing. But I'll try to see if it keeps updating, make sure it keeps updating. But it's definitely updated right now. Mike Maloney says that long kick was at the half. They missed this look. Oh, look where the Hawks take over. Actually, a good call. Okay, that makes sense, Mike. It makes a lot more sense from that standpoint of things. I can get that. I think it's just a little bit from my standpoint of like, again, when you got that little bit of what do you got to lose if you're the Texans on it, you get it within 3 points. But again, I can get it. It's not a high percentage kick, right? 59 yards, probably like about a 35% kick. So certainly the odds are telling you not to do that. I guess it makes sense. Sam Dog, what's up, Sam Dog? Says we need to score a touchdown on this drive. It'd be nice to score a touchdown, kind of just close this thing out, wouldn't it? You got to figure if you get up by double-digit points here, does this Texans offense have enough to? You take the running game away from them. Now you're just forcing them to pass every play. Do you think are they going to have enough to really get you at that point? I don't think so. So a touchdown to me probably puts this to bed. Really just get back into let's get a nice balance again. Rashad Penny's been running wonderfully for you today. Work in that. Work back in the short passing game a little bit. A little bit of balance. Bill Burr is hysterical. I love Bill Burr. Tom says I would have gone for it. Yeah, maybe. It's 10 yards. It's hard to get a conversion at 10. That's a lot of yards. I think if they had more of a 3rd and 5, they might have gone for it. Eric99 says it's a single possession game. Texans want to keep it manageable. If they give Russ a good field position, they score and they may not climb back. It makes sense. I'm with you guys on that. It makes complete sense. I hadn't thought about it initially on that, but certainly does add up. All right, so we have no DK Metcalf out in the lineup. He was reaching back for his back on that one throw. Interesting there. Shad Penny with the carry up the middle for 4 yards. Hopefully DK is okay. You do not want to see DK reaching back for his back and then not on the football field. Brian Koski says, do you sound like Howard Cosell and more Cowboys? 1913, 2nd and 7. Russ under center. 3 wide receiver set. Again, Penny Hart, no DK Metcalf on the field. Looks like DK is indeed injured right now. Play action. Aren't really buying it. Oh, almost picked off. The ball was knocked up in the air and nearly picked by the defender. Green yard. Great job on his part. Whew, that was close. 3rd and 7. Russ, just throw it up over the top, buddy. Just loop it. Loop it. Loop-a-doop it. Oh, I know I didn't. He had number 1 closing over the top. That play wasn't going anywhere. It just wasn't going anywhere on that. 3rd and 7. 57 seconds on the clock. Russ drops back to pass. Looking, and overthrows somebody as he was being hit, taken to the ground. Well, at least DK is back in the game. All right, 4th down. It's kind of another weird sequence there. Deanna Pennington, what's up, Mama? It's not on TV in Maui. I guess it doesn't matter where we are. Thanks for keeping us updated. You know it. You know it, Mom. I got you. Dixon with the punt and puts it at the 29-yard line. Nice punt by Dixon. No return. 43 seconds left here in the 3rd quarter. See if our Seahawks defense can kind of hold up here a little bit. Brian Koski's injuries effing suck. They do. Does it look like DK did get back out there on that down? So maybe they're trying to just limit a few of his snaps. Megan Gockroger, I want to hear Howard walk in. Eventually I'm gonna do a quarter, Megan, of Howard calling it. We've got the Seattle Seahawks playing the Houston Texans in the heart of the big country. I'm telling you, Howard, it's a big game. It's a great game. I think so, Mr. Walken. Did you think the Seahawks could win this game, Christopher, before we started play? I don't know. It's a tough game to call. Things are happening. Stuff. Items. Playing. Who can say? I don't know. Riveting, Mr. Christopher Walken. Thank you for that analytical mind. Deanna Pennington coming with a big $10 donation. Thank you, Mama. Love you too. Mother's in the house. Mother's in the house. Love you, Mom. Jojo Ubad. I need Wilson to rush for 8.6 yards for $2,000. Ooh, Jojo. Boy, he's had some times too, Jojo, that he's had some green grass in front of him once he's broke the pocket and he's still looking up the field. He does not want to run anymore at all. At all. But boy, it's looking dicey, Jojo. We're going to be doing a lot of running, I think, if we get the ball back, unless we allow Houston to score here. Megan says, I want to see Howard Cosell dancing to Fat Boy Slim, weapon of choice, like Walken did in the video clip. Maybe I'll have to do that at some point. I can do Watkins' move. He's got that old little thing he does. Herbicide says 10 for Walken. You like Walken? I thought that'd be a good a good bit eventually to do like an old '80s game of like Howard Cosell and Christopher Walken calling the game in the booth, just going back and forth. All right, so Seattle started to put down the clamps on David Mills. He started out 14-14 in this game for 151 yards. Since then, he's been 6 of 16 for 62 yards. So definitely the defense has kind of started to maybe figure out some things a little bit with him, which is good to see. You got him 1st and 10 starting out here in shotgun right from the jump. Handoff up the middle. Nice carry there for 6-7 yards by the running back. That was really walking in that video for the most part. Yeah, it was. He's classically trained as a dancer. Classically trained. Megan says, Walken and Cassell play next drunk stream, he thinks, B? Maybe so. It'd be hard to be drunk on the screen, Megan, because I got to do 8 hours on this with the live stream. So it's like, whew, that's a long time. 2nd and 2. This will probably be the last play of the quarter here. Another run play, and it looks like it's going to go for a 1st down. Gain of 3 up the middle there. And that indeed will kick us off to the end of the quarter here. So the Texans are driving a little bit up around on the 40-yard line of their territory. 1st and 10. But I'll do something like that at some point, Megan. We'll do maybe a quarter of Walken and Cosell here at some point. If I can do it at some point here. We'll keep it going for a whole quarter. Brian Koski says 4th quarter and questions too. Yeah, a lot of questions there, man. I thought you would have this a little bit more. I'm not trying to make hard predictions on this team this year. That's a fool's errand. Let's face it, with the way that they played so far this season. But I did think that we were going to have a little bit more on the Texans in this game than where we're at as we stand right now. It's a little close for comfort for me. I'll pay for that, B. All right, I'll do it. I'll do it at some point maybe this season. Especially if we're mathematically out of the playoffs, Megan, you might as well do something and have some fun with it, right? These games, if we end up in a spot where there ain't meaning nothing and we're just playing for the spirit of it. Emmett21 says, Brandon, did you see Santa? Laughing out loud? Not yet. Santa Claus came to town. Tom, if Seattle loses, if I'm Jody Allen, I would fire Carroll. I'm done with the same questions every week. If you lose to the Texans, I'm with you, Tom. This is not a game you should lose in any way, shape, and form. This is, I mean, you know, I hadn't even really I've not really kind of prepared my soul for the process of this being a loss. It wouldn't maybe gut me like the Rams game gut me, but I would be astonished to see us lose this game against this Texan team. I know we're not beating the doors off of them and that this is a close game and it could still go any different direction, theoretically speaking. But, okay, come on, stream. There we go. There we go. Brian Koski, Santa should be nice to the Hawks fans this season. It's been rough. Yeah, we've already had our lumps of coal, right? D-Boy! D-Boy's in the house. What's up, D-Boy? Long time no see, my guy. So good to see you. So very good to see you. Hell yeah. What's up, D-Boy? How you doing, man? Hope all is well. D-Boy's in the house. D-Boy's in the house. Hell yeah. Devontae Morrison blows my mind how people forget Wilson's ability as a runner. Dude had a commercial on roller skates, laughing out loud. Now he never runs. Yeah, it's something that he's just completely gone away from, which I don't know why. Devontae, sometimes he's got a lot of free grass there for him. He just doesn't take it. He's always kind of looking down, always wanting to be aggressive down the field with his waiting and see if there's something to attack down the field a little bit. Another running play here, another good run. Jordan Brooks comes up, plays a nice little stick pop on the running back, Dante Freeman, but does go for another 5 yards there. Boy, the Texans 3 straight runs with runs here now. Have been able to get chunks of yards each time. D-Boy says, I'm better than the Seahawks. True facts. Facts, my guy. Oh, goodness. Costa Rica says, sports fan, I lost to Houston in Madden. If we lose, it's on me. Nah, I can't put that on you. Dunlap's a little beaten up here. He's coming off the field a little bit gingerly. Lucas Phoenix is Rasheem Green had a huge missed tackle. Well, he missed tackle. That's something that Rasheem Green does. That's something we've seen in his 4 years here in Seattle at times. He can get into the backfield. He sometimes just can't complete the play. And boy, yeah, Dunlap looks like that something's hurting him. Maybe a cramp. All right, so 2nd and 5. Mills back in shotgun now. Empty set. Another bubble screen out there. Yeah, it's a number game bubble screen for them at that point. They run an empty, right? So you have basically what would be a de facto 5 wide receivers. You have 3 wide receivers to one side. Seattle's running a numbers game with just 2 corners to that side. You can see it here on the replay. Bobby's got to get all the way back out there in space to clog that up, and so it's a scramble position at that point. The Texans are going to just be able to. It's sort of like free money there for them. Go take that. Just pick the money up off the ground, so to speak. Mills back up under center, 1st and 10. 2 tight ends set. And off the running back, blown up in the backfield by Kerry Hyder. Great job by penetration by him, and then just cleaned right back on up by Bobby Wagner and company. Nice job by Kerry. Great job by Kerry there. He's been one of our best edge run defenders this year, if not our best edge run defender throughout this season. 2nd and 14. Great play. Man, you needed that on this drive, didn't you? Whether this has been going on this particular drive, 13-18 on this clock. Mills back in pistol. Play action. Woo! Woo! Darrell Taylor. Did somebody put dynamite underneath his feet to start that play off? Because he exploded off the snap. He was in David Mills' kitchen before David Mills had a chance to even look up the football field. Phenomenal play there by Darrell Taylor. Just shows some of those special twitchy traits that he has to him that nobody else on this roster has, and frankly, few probably in football have with this guy. But great play by him. 3rd and 19. David Mills in shotgun. Drops back to pass. Darrell Taylor again looks like he just got held, but there is no call on the field. Should have been called. Darrell Taylor again beats his man with the thing and just completely gets tackled in front of the official, but no call. Still 4th down, short completion. Nice stop by the defense. Well done. We'll see what the Texans do here. I don't think they're going to go for it on 4th down here about midfield. Probably just a little too early. If you're going to be in that realm of trusting your defense before on that field goal, you're going to trust them here. Great job by the defense there. And Taylor on back-to-back plays with some awesome pressure. Awesome pressure. Megan says, I nafty humble pie and plenty of crow while taking back every nasty thing I've ever said and thought about Taylor. Well, that's all right. We all do that from time to time, right, Megan? We all do that. Kick is up, punt up. Freddie Swain's there about the 11, takes it back. He's got some room to go. Freddie's rolling. He's got some space. Freddie's coming up the field, 25, 30, 35, out of bounds. Out of bounds about 34-yard line. Nice return by Freddie's actually not fair catching it. It's shocking me. I think it's shocking the Texans, too. They're like, I know Bill Burr's out there like, what? He returned that? He returned that? Herbicide says Taylor's the future. Taylor is the future. Yeah, he is. Ethan says that Taylor and Robinson have had about 5 no holding calls on them. Yeah, that was a pretty bad one. You could see on Taylor after he got held there, he's looking up at the official with his hands up like, come on. Guaxo says Bill Burr looks all right at punting. It's a punt. I can punt. I can punt. I can punt. Come on now. I can do one thing. I can punt. Well, Lucas says Brendan Nelson has post-game streams. He does indeed. Holding every play. There's been a couple of them in this game I've seen that the officials haven't called. Which, again, it's one of those just subjective calls that seems to fluctuate officiating crew by officiating crew. You know, as to not whether or not you're going to call it or not. It's kind of annoying. All right, so Seattle's taken over, got good field goal position, got good field position here. Again, I would try to go back a little bit more on trying to see what you can get with Rashad Penny a little bit here in the running game again. A lot of really success with that. We've gone a little bit away from the running game here as we've gone along. Maybe kind of tap into that just a little bit here. Lucas says this current regime is going to F up Taylor like they did Frank Clark. Did they F up Frank Clark? I mean, they put Frank Clark in a position to go get paid $20 million a year, and I think the Chiefs, with some of the defense turning around as they have this year, I think that's been on the back of Frank Clark playing really well for the Chiefs. I don't think we're going to F him up. They usually know how to use good pass rushers when they have good pass rushers. The problem tends to be finding actually good pass rushers. That's been the hard thing for us to do. And usually because they try to sign veteran also-ran types to make it work. Go Oxford. Taylor's having a hell of a rookie year. Yeah, he is. He is. All right. Come on, offense. What you got? What you got, offense? Can you close the day off? A field goal, a mere field goal, and a long drive. Again, probably puts this game out of reach. Texans showing a little bit of a cover 2 pre-snap. Seattle in shotgun, 4 wide receiver. Texans got about 6 men at the line of scrimmage. Hand off into Penny. See, I would have done a handoff to Penny, but I would have gone under center with it rather than out of shotgun. They're showing the Texans punt return unit playing it so as poorly as they did there. 2nd and 10. Russ again in shotgun here, 3 wide. Hand off to Rashad Penny there, again of 3 yards. So again, the read option with Penny is not really what I would have looked to have done. How about Bill Burr with the tackle there on the last possession? Nice job, Bill. Billy boy. Look at him over there, happy with himself. I can act. I'm a comedian. I kick punts. Nothing I can't do. All right, 3rd and 7. Trips to the strong side of the field for Seattle. DK back in the game. Russ looking. Russ finding Gerald Everett. Nice job by Russ. Patiently just keeping his eyes up the field, climbing the pocket. Finds Gerald Everett over the middle. 1st down, that away. That'll do. Texans pass rush just opened up everything opened up for Russ there. Texans just don't have much of a pass rush at all right now. Especially when they got their front 4 coming at it. 1st and 10, 9:50 on the clock. Russ in shotgun, play action to Rashad. We'll throw out to Tyler Lockett, and he skips it to Tyler. Get that ball up, Russ. Come on. It's easy throw. It's pitch and catch, buddy. Pitch and catch. Pitch and catch. He's wide open over there. Make the throw. Make the throw. All right, 9:44 on the clock, 2nd and 10. Nice job by Rashad Penny. A little flick out there to Rashad Penny by Russell Wilson in the flat. I like that little throw by Russ. Didn't get a lot for you, but I still like, again, anytime he's throwing short, I'm going to be happy because it's like, this is where it's like you can't skip that throw to Tyler, though, either. You got it. That's the easiest throws like that. You got to, why is that 3rd and 9? Looked like you got 3rd and 7 there. That was looking like a weird spot. Bit of a weird spot. I guess they said his elbow was down. All right, Seattle running trips to the bottom of the screen. Strong side. Russell in shotgun. Texans showing blitz Russ. Russ picks it up. Just the line of scrimmage. Texans drop out of it. Confuses Russ. Russ looking down, going deep down the field. Tyler Lockett's open deep. Hits him on the sideline. Tyler gets his feet down for a big play. Touchdown, Seahawks. All right. All right. All right. Well, good job by Russ not to panic there. The Texans brought everybody up on the line of scrimmage. It looked like it was going to be one of those casino blitzes. 4 guys dropped out, it looked like, in coverage at that point. Russ realized it, sat back down in the pocket, went, okay, wait, no, I don't need to freak out and get frenetic. I got time. Back in shotgun, they run up tempo here, get it out to DK Metcalf, who punches a guy in the face, and then rides him out of bounds. It was literally not a stiff arm. That was him punching him in the face. Boy, Tyler, just great play down the football field. Did he get him down? Yeah, he got both feet down, didn't he? Yep. Got him down. Toe tap Tyler. Toe tap Tyler. Russell back in shotgun here. 8:23 on the clock. Oh, they're going to let him throw. He's pulling on him. Thank you. God, that flag took a long time on DK to get out of those officials' back pocket. You know, like the guy's pulling his arm back like this. You can see it on the screen. What do you need? He's 7 yards up the field. He can't touch him at that point. Yeah, like no, that is pass interference. That's the second one of the day for DK on him that he's caused. I love that. That's open all day. If that guy doesn't hold him, he's making that catch all day. All day. First and goal. Yeah. Good call. All right, punch this in. Let's close this game out, folks. Let's close this game out, Seattle. Let's close this game out. 8:15 on the clock. Love it. Love it. All right, Russell under center. We're at about the 8-yard line now. Rashad Penny behind him. 2 tight end set. Oh, they're going heavy. I like it. Ooh, I like it. Back to the throw. Oh, he had DK on the slant route, and he just threw it behind him. He had DK on the slant and threw it just behind him. And DK is telling Owens, I had you. You know that, right? Yeah, I know you had me. Look at this. He's got him beat and just puts it right on his back. Russ is worried about the safety closing in on that. So Russ is trying to kind of be cute with it a little bit there. It's not just a complete misthrow. He knows the safety is bearing down from the middle of the center field. A little bit odd here. They're not doing a little bit more of a running here to maybe work the clock. They finally do there to Rashad Penny, and he gets it down to the 1-yard line. Nice run by Rashad. It's looking solid all day. We can go on the back of this through the rest of the year with what Rashad showed you today. Really love what I'm seeing out of the kid. 3rd and goal, 7:55 on the clock. To me, go back to Rashad here. Go back to Rashad. You know what I mean? I bring my big boys out there. I go heavy on my set. Let's not get cute with this. This Texans defense is not good. This front 4 ain't good. Let's just come right downhill on them. We're better than you. We're at least better than you, my God. Running play action. Fake out to Gerald Everett. Gerald Everett with the catch. And he is short. Oh, no, they gave him the touchdown. That's going to be, I think, short, though, when they look at that one. I think the official called it a touchdown knowing they're going to review every play, but I think that was short at my initial look. Let's see. Ooh, that angle ain't going to tell you nothing. No one's going to be able to tell on that angle. He looked a little short to me, but it's going to be hard to overturn because it is on the line. Does his knee touch there? That looks like a touchdown, doesn't it? That looks like a touchdown. I mean, they're reviewing it. We'll see. You got to go with the field goal, though, if you don't get the touchdown, in my opinion. You can't go for this. You can't go for this if it's not it's going to be a touchdown probably, but we'll just deal with the decision when it comes up. But it looked like when he sort of dolphins up a bit, right? Like he sort of and when he did that little it sort of got him across the line. That's the way it looked like to me, at least. He dolphined it. He bottlenecked it. E. Gibson says, Penny is finally having a good game for us. It's crazy he's missed almost half the games in his career. It is. It is. And yeah, go Hawks 2022. He's looking the best he's looked since he went down to his injury, since the ACL. I'd say even go beyond a year. I'd say you got to go back to the 2019 season when he actually suffered that ACL. Herbicide says, loving Lockett today. How about Lockett, man? Just money. Owning the sideline today. The sideline is Lockett real estate. The sideline is no E real estate. Megan says, looks like his elbow was short of the goal line for mine, but what would I know as an Aussie? Well, remember, though, too, is all he's got to do, Megan, is while he's up in the air, sort of floating in there for a moment, all that has to happen is that ball just has to cross the first part of that white line, and that's a touchdown. So even if it's in that midair point, if his arm ends up landing short with his elbow, that's irrelevant. If he's already past, it's sort of like if the ball had gone through the line and then he kind of went back as he comes down and the elbow drops, which is kind of how it looked to me. It looked like it had broken the plane while he was up there doing his Superman, his bottleneck move. Emmett says, I wish we could see more DK, Brandon. Yeah, me too. Me too. He's called us a couple of pass interference plays today. For some reason, Russ doesn't always throw him being a very big guy, doesn't always put the ball in the right spot for him to go make a play on it. But he's doing what he can. He's doing what he can. E. Gibson says, don't go for it like the San Francisco game last week. No moronic calls, please. Yeah, don't go for it on this play. This makes no sense to go for it. Your defense has started to kind of batten down the hatches as far as David Mills is concerned. And it does look like they're going to give him a touchdown. We got a Seahawks 12 fan in the stadium. High five another Seahawks fan. So the call stands. Woo, baby. Woo, we are still alive. We are not dead. All right. We got the touchdown. Let's go. Let's go, Gerald Everett. Let's go, Gerald Everett. Way to bounce back this week. Way to Dolphin. Way to bottleneck it. Russ drops back for the 2-point conversion. He's looking, he's surveying, he's looking, he's moving, scrambling, surveying, finds Tyler Lock in the back of the end zone for the 2-point conversion. Seattle is up 27-13. Yeah, baby. Let's go, Seahawks. Let's go. Let's go. Woo. I don't care. I don't care. Like I said, let the people want to, grouse and get all super negative and be all up in feelings about the season stuff. I'm not today. I'm not for the rest of the year. I'm enjoying this. I'm going to enjoy these wins. I'm going to enjoy still being in it. That's what this NFL is about. I like watching this teams. I don't care. I don't care. We beat the Texans. I don't care. We're going to be around 5 wins now. We're on the road now. Undefeated rest of the year. Playoffs. Most magical Super Bowl run of our lifetimes. Yeah, you better believe it's about to happen. Oh, let me dream, folks. Let me dream. Don't smash a man's dreams. Timmy says, I'm looking good now, man. Starting to dry up from all the sweat. Yeah, they're gonna make you turn on it, Timmy. You took the 9 points on that. You brought that stress on yourself. Well, you're looking good right now with it, man. See what our defense can do. Megan says, not calling it yet. Have seen the Seahawks lose from this position. No, it's not over yet. That's for sure. Brandon, get his cap on. That's right. All right, let's go team. Let's get this. Brando says, after watching replay, Everett knee was down before the ball crossed plane. I'm surprised they didn't overturn it. Not complaining. I'd have to take a closer look at it. I got that one look I saw, Brandon, where it did look to me like it was right. He was right there and got it through, but maybe you're right. We got away with one maybe on that one. First down throw by David Mills. They're going to run a little bit of hurry up. He's in shotgun, and he's just going to hit this short stuff now. So it's about watch Seattle up the field now here. Do you sit and stay back in your soft stuff and just let them try to bleed the clock? Do you play a legitimate defense here? Because I think what you're going to see now is David Mills just picking and pawing at the defense underneath here with just these short routes. Bang, right back through. And, ooh, nice play by DJ Reed. Woo! Oh, they're calling a flag on him. What did he do? He jumped the route. Must have been a hold before that. Calling pass interference, huh? Boy, the officials have sure. They're calling a touchy game on the outside, but not on at the line of scrimmage. What do you do? Okay, he's holding up. It's been a good battle out there. I don't know. I don't know on that one. I don't know. I don't know on that one. All right. So first and 10, 6:54 on the clock from the 42. Texans hand the ball off. Goes for about 6 yards. Okay, Seattle. Now look, you can't just drop back into soft stuff here. You can't just play your defense, man. Play your defense. Play your defense. Texans come back out. Shotgun. 3 wide receivers. Mills drops back to throw. Finds his man over on the side. Nice job by Ugo over there in space. Great job. Martin Bendino, thank you for the $2 donation. You are awesome, my kind sir. He says, watch Pete trade Russ for David Johnson in a second. he's letting David Johnson's just getting ready to explode. Tell us, Martin. They've been underusing him over there. They just don't know what they got in him. We saw firsthand. We saw firsthand for years, right, Martin? That's what he said. We saw firsthand for years what he is as a player. Just give him the right place. He's like 15 pounds heavier than Marshawn, so he'd be like 15% better too, right? I can see it. Seattle does bring a blitz here on second down to kind of force the action a little bit and causes an incompletion. Love it. Ugo Amadi again, back-to-back plays right there in space, causing a 4th down and 3. I like that on third down, bringing it. See, that's what I'm talking about. Just play your defense. If you want to do a pressure package here, normally don't be like, well, we're up by 2 touchdowns. Let's not run a pressure package. Boy, Ugo could have jumped that route. Ugo could have jumped that route if he was really going for it. It was a tough catch. It was a tough catch. Great job, though, on Brandon Cooks. 4th down and 3, folks. Game time, 6:22. Texans are going for it. Mills in shotgun. Seattle showing, again, a blitz look. 2 linebackers up over the center. They drop back into coverage. Open underneath. Mills doesn't see him. Goes for it deep. Knocked down by Quandre Diggs in the secondary. No good. Seahawks ball, Seahawks ball, Seahawks ball. Mills had a guy flash underneath right in the center of the screen and just didn't look his way. He was looking back down the field a little bit deep. He had the first down, though, right there if he goes right for it. Great job by the defense in this game. They started out really, really rough. They allowed David Mills, I think, to start out with a 14-14 to begin this game. But they have put the clamps down increasingly on Mills since that point. He got less comfortable in the pocket, more pressure. The coverage has been tighter throughout the course of this game. Props to the defense. You gave 13 points up in the first half. We're sitting now at 6 minutes and 16 seconds in this half. You've given up 13 points. So a very nice job by them to close it down. As somebody said, it takes them a little bit of time to get going in this game. We'll talk about it a little bit more here in a second, but there's a reason for that, I believe. And we'll carry to Rashad Penny up the middle here at 6 minutes and 10 seconds on the clock now for second down. But, folks, 30 plus years, not to age and date myself too much, 30 plus years from watching Seahawks football. And they're showing the wild card scramble here right now. So we've got the Rams as the leader. And then in the hunt, you got us in the hunt, but we got basically the Washington football team, and we need San Francisco to lose a couple games. We need those 2 teams to lose a couple games, really. We need other people to do other things as well, but that needs to happen in addition. All right, 5:35, Seattle juice in the clock right now with Rashad Penny. Nice little run by him. Oh, he breaks free. Rashad Penny up in the middle of the field. 20, 20, 25, 15, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown. Rashad Penny like a lightning bolt. Shot up out through between the guards. Breaks a tackle in the hole. And then just hits the afterburners. He's got special speed, folks. When you get him in the open field, he can move. He can go. He can get up that. He can accelerate. That's his special attribute, I would say, is his acceleration. And you saw it here. He gets to the hole so fast. And then when he's at the hole, he's at full speed as he's arriving. Right bang, there he's at full speed. And that defender who's coming in late, the corner to kind of come in there and try to make a tackle, obviously by this point in time, you're making a bit of a business decision. You're on the Texans. It's 2-10. You're already down by 2 touchdowns. You're not laying out for that tackle at that point, right? But what a great game here by Rashad Penny, and Jason Myers missed another field goal. Oh, God, Jason Myers. Oh, Jason. Maybe we just need to go for 2 every time. He seems to do okay on the field goal kicks, but yeah. Great job by Rashad Penny in this game, though. So great to see him have. He's not going to be here probably after this year. But a guy with so much talent to be fighting through so many of these injuries. I know he's not the highest, most enjoyable running back in Seahawks history for a lot of you fans out there and watching him, but nonetheless, he is a guy with a lot of talent, just hasn't been able to show it on the football field really to the degree I think he could have if things had broken a little bit better for him. But dude, 16 carries, 137 yards in this game, 8.6 yards per carry, 2 touchdowns. This going forward can be a weapon for us. This is a running back, if he can stay healthy and have that kind of juice that he showed today. This isn't just juice against the Texans defense. This is a guy that legitimately can challenge other defenses, but you've got to be able to use him right. I thought they didn't just try to hammer him up the middle like they have throughout even recently this year and how they've used Rashad. They did a little bit more of the outside stuff in this game. Even that was kind of almost an outside zone run there where they're going more to the tackle than they're going over the top of the A or the B gap. And that's where you're going to get your greatest success with Rashad Penny in how you utilize him. Great job on his part, though. Love to see it. Emmett says use Dixon to kick field goals. I bet he could kick better. I bet he could kick right now better PATs than Myers right now. If you give him both 10 kicks at a PAT, I bet he gets more. I bet he puts more through than Myers. Myers has got a little bit of the yips on those extra points. Drug says, what clicked in Rashad Penny? Did AP give him pointers? I don't know if there was necessarily that. I think that he's just been fighting through some minor injuries this year. And, even going back a little bit here to last year with the calf, and it's just taken a long time for that stuff to get free for him to where he's actually feels healthy and he's rolling. I think there's a little bit of that going on here to a degree. Now, it's one game. We need to see it more beyond this game, obviously, but it's an encouraging step. And look, we are desperate right now at the running back position. Adrian Peterson is not the answer. Al Collins is not the answer. Carson's not coming back. You're not going to want to give significant carries to Homer or Dallas, and there's nobody else out there on the street. This is what you got right now. So him in this development of him getting better as he is and looking a little bit better is necessary if we've got any hopes for this year and still staying in the hunt here to have any kind of semblance of a running game. You saw today when you started to get him off and run the ball, he was able to you were able to bring that safety up at times and bring him into the box, which was encouraging. All right, so we got a 2nd and 10 here, 4:48 on the clock. Seattle up 33. No, DJ Reed's down. Boy, that's just not what you want to see right now. Not at your cornerback position. Washington Fish Quest with a $5 donation. Thank you, Washington Fish Quest. Oh, man, I think he says, I think every rushing touchdown adds 5 years to Pete's life. Go Hawks. It does. He's like he gets a little younger. He loses a couple extra wrinkles every time there's a rushing touchdown. Oh, is that Bruce Irvin? Look, Brevin Jordan looks like Bruce Irvin. Well, I hope DJ Reed's okay, man. That is not good to see with Mr. Reed. That's scary to see with Mr. Reed. Martin Bedino with another $2 donation. Thank you, Martin. Double donation today for you, Martin. I appreciate you. He says, forget David Johnson. Penny to the moon. Hold on, Penny, Martin. Hold on, Penny. He's a super stonk. Hold on that penny. This is the one time you want to hold the penny. Hold the penny. Thanks for the donations, you guys. You're awesome. I do appreciate it. Gina White, finally you get redemption for believing in Rashad, Brandon. Just get him to that second level, but with our offensive line, that's easier said than done. Very well said, Gino. Yeah, I long thought Rashad could work and be a good back in this league, but I do think Rashad's going to be built on, he is not your Marshawn Lynch back. He is not your Chris Carson back. He's not even your Thomas Rawls type back. He's a different type of guy. He's more in line with what would be a Sean Alexander or a Todd Gurley. He's not as good as those guys were, but, and let's see what happened here on this play with DJ. Scary, scary situation. Oh, jeez. They just collided. Luckily, DJ's walking off the field, so probably a concussion. Jeez. Brutal. Brevin Jordan's a big boy, too. He's 6'3", legit 250. He's legit. He's a legit big boy. Big boy. Oof, scary collision. Hopefully he's back next week. We're going to need him. Goodness. Yeah, Juno, I do think eventually you may see Rashad go to a team in this offseason that does kind of know how to use him right and gets in behind a good offensive line. Would be the least bit surprised to see that guy turn into a good rusher in this league. Never will be a star, never will be upper level, but a dangerous running back. And if you give him some good talent on that offensive line to get it done, and why I say he's not a Carson Lynch type is that, and Mills going deep. Nice coverage down there by Sidney Jones deep. Stacks his man really well. Doesn't allow the receiver to get any kind of clear path to the ball. But he's a type where he does need the line to open up some holes for him. If you get penetration on Penny, if you get people hitting him in the backfield, he's not going to break the tackle and then go bust out a 7-8 yard gain like a Carson, like a Lynch, like a Rawls could have done. So you do need to get him some of those holes opened up. But when you do that, he's going to take full advantage. He's really going to gash those defenses. Some of this is that you get the benefit of doing this against the Texans defense and that line, which is not good. So there's going to be a lot of holes there against that kind of team. But some of this is also just he's got that in his game. So I've got a holding call on the Texans, and Mills is looking deep. Oh no, Quandre Diggs and Ryan Neal busted each other. Oh, they both were going for the ball. That's funny. It's 4th down, boys. You need to knock it down anyway. All right, so that's 4th down. We got 4 minutes to go on this game. 33-13. Looking good. Looking good. Looking real good. Eric99 says Penny on Baltimore would be a good for his career. I agree, Eric. That'd be a good spot for him. That'd be a good spot for him. As a secondary back to Nick Chubb, too, in Cleveland, maybe. Thomas Cox says, yeah, I agree. If Seattle had beaten the Saints, Pitts, and Washington, but it's also if they had beaten Tennessee and Minnesota, they would be in a better spot for playoffs. Very true. Who's winning the Jets Saints? I'm not sure. Megan Gogrodger with another $5 donation. Thank you, Megan. She says, me and my mentals need a break. I love this team, but my mental health cannot take it. Fair enough, Megan. I know how it goes. It's an emotional roller coaster, and we're all riding it. On the back where the roller coaster's at its worst. Not the front, but at the back. Who's the dude that just lost $5,000? We had a guy, somebody here who was making $2,000 if we covered in the chat. He's happy right now. He's dancing. Drunk says his speeds gives him good blocks and he'll run. Texans fans are leaving the stadium. Emmett, they would have had to have entered the stadium to leave it. Ba-dum-bum. Oh! 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 Shots fired. Russell and Shotgun here. 4 minutes left to go. Little play action. Why are we throwing the ball? Well, at least it's to Nick. Nick Blur. Nick Blur. Nick Blur. And Megan, thank you for all your donations to the channel. I hope you really do know. I know you know, but you need to know. You need to know I appreciate it. Very much so. Very much so. Megan Washington, Fishquest, Martin Bedino, Deanna, my mother Pennington, James Tomlinson, Robert Jimenez. Oh, and Megan multiple times over. Thank you for all your donations today on this live stream. It is awesome. And again, I love doing this play-by-play, guys. So if you guys keep liking this, keep watching this, I'm going to keep doing this. So keep this rolling. Boy, it feels good to get a nice, sound, easy victory, doesn't it? It's been a tough year. It's been a little bit of a rugged ride. We've been knocked off our horse a few times trying to break this stallion. And we're still riding strong. Still riding heavy here. That's kind of interesting. Okay. 33-13, so 3:59 on the clock. Let's start maybe running the ball here to Collins a little bit, huh? Maybe a little bit of that. Yeah. Just a little bit. A little bit of that. Gibbs says Baltimore loves Seattle running backs. Sucks they lost Dobbins for the season. He was my dude out of OSU. He was like a better Gaskin for UW. He was really coming on for them, man. He didn't sell me as much coming out of school, but there were a lot of people like you that were high on him. So I wasn't as big necessarily on Dobbins, but I mean, he was balling for them kind of before he went down. King Prodigy says only 2 games Seattle has been out from start to finish. It's Minnesota and Green Bay. Still want to rebuild with Pete gone, but it shows you were a couple breaks away from fighting for the number 1 seed. Yeah. I can kind of be sold King Prodigy on that they could a couple breaks and they'd be a couple games better. I don't know if we'd be in a position right now. Like we're just a couple bad breaks away from being a number 1 seed. That would seem like we're a little bit further back from that, but we definitely are, we've had some close games. We had some games where it could have gone a different way for us, and we could have a couple more wins versus where we sit. And, we've had no magical comebacks like we've had in years past or, stuff like that. It's been sort of like the fairy dust hasn't been there. We've had to get it done the old fashioned way this year. Earn it. Green Kid says, we ain't beating the Rams. That's the official mathematical end of our season next week. Green Kid, have some faith, my guy. Let's have some faith. Rams aren't... you got to go for the ball, buddy. Don't just sit there and look at it when you drop it. Oh, that was a fumble. Jesus. Glad that he went there and went down and get it. We'll see with the Rams. Rams aren't playing great right now. They're a stacked team. They're a tough team. They've got our number recently, no doubt about it. But Stafford is dealing with a myriad of injuries. He's not been playing great as of late. And we're going to be trying to fight, scrap, claw, scrape, anything we can do. Sean Penny bouncing around there, just bleeding the clock here at 2:52 on the clock. Are the Texans really going to call a timeout in this game? Really? Brando says, how was that a fumble and not a drop pass? On a bubble screen, Brando, if the ball is going behind where Russell's throwing, if he's throwing behind the line of scrimmage and the receiver's technically slightly, even just an inch behind Russell as he's throwing the ball, it's considered a lateral, which is then considered a fumble. Oh, porn person. Why do you always have to come in here? We have children in here, porn person. Nobody needs any of that. You trying to make the children look at your porn? Trying to ruin these minds? What is wrong with you? How do you sleep at night? How do you sleep at night with your porn? I'm about to ban you. I'm going to ban you so hard. Oh, Jace is on it. Thank you, Jace. Herbicide, I don't know, man. The amount of work they put in posting those porn links is like, Jesus. I hope it's a bot you got doing that, because nobody's clicking those links. Gibson says a close game from being around 500 is more realistic. A couple close games from being around 500 is more realistic. Yeah, that's where I'm at with the Gibson. Like, you could have gotten into more 500 place than where you're at now, but I don't know if you could go first round by. That might be a little bit tough to put it at that spot of things. All right, Seattle's going to punt here and get this clock bled down. Hopefully the Texans just come out and run the ball and realize they got no chance. Voodoo says, looks like Penny's getting a break. Just glad this time it's not his foot. Oh, there we go. Brian Robbins says, come on, peeps. Show Brandon love. Go smash that like button and subscribe, y'all. Yes, please do. Thank you for reminding me on that, Brian. If you do like what you're hearing here, folks, if you do like what you're seeing here, folks, do me just 2 favors. 2 little minor favors. First, subscribe. Doesn't cost you anything. Helps me out. I'm on the road to be able to do this full time as my job, and I'm going to be able to do that closer and closer and closer with the more people we get subscribing. So please do subscribe. And you know what's going to help getting people subscribing? You hitting the like button, showing those people out there that the channel's out there and doing what we're doing here every week. And you hitting that like button lets YouTube know, hey, it's good content. Show this content to other people. So doing both of those things helps this channel out considerably, and it's very much appreciated by me. Let's see if Dixon can get another top inside the 20 punt here. Of course he does. Of course. That's what Dixon does. He's called an Auto Dixon for a reason, right? It's called Auto Dixon because you're getting it inside the 20. You better believe it. You best believe it. Brian says 400 total yards by the Hawks. I hope Dwayne Brown has time to hook up with his family and friends. Oh, yeah. Flag Sabbath says, yes, they got screwed over by not scoring more points. Thomas, I know any given Sunday, but Russ and the offense needs to play out their minds next week. They do. They're going to need to play like a lot like what we saw today, right? Balance of run and pass, and then being deadly in the passing game. We'll talk a little bit post game about what I kind of saw a little bit on this offense in the passing attack. So there's some good, there's some bad, but look, you got the talent to beat the Rams. Yeah, the Rams are stacked up. They made the trades for Odell. They made the trade for Von Miller. Yeah. Matt Stafford. Yeah. I hear all that. And that's valid. But at the end of the day, you've got enough talent to beat that team. There's no certain thing. And as Tom said, any given Sunday, there's a reason that's a phrase, that's a cliche, that's a thing. So that any given Sunday, and I'll especially say this, that you can put that in bold block letters, that any given Sunday cliche, when you apply it to interdivision matchups. Again, yes, acknowledging the Rams have had our number more often than not lately. But when you apply it to interdivision matchups, that's really where it comes into play. Because there's no disguising. There's no confusing. There's no exotic stuff you're going to run that they haven't already seen you run for the last 4 years. It's mano-y-mano, and can you just beat that man across from you? That's basically how division matchups really end up going more often than not. Keith Bender, I made a cry to the dark. I made a cry and called to the moon, and you answered that call. You said, I hear you, my man. I am going to subscribe. And I appreciate that, Keith. You are a gentleman, a scholar, and a kind sir for subscribing to the channel. I appreciate it. I do. Michael Syker says, I'm going to bet against the Hawks next week. Michael, you don't do that. Don't do that. Take the Hawks and the points. Aik says, I hate those bots big time. I do too, Aik. Sorry, I mispronounced that, Kev. I do too. I don't understand why they so proliferate it. I've banned and rebanned and banned again, and they just keep coming back. Nobody's looking for boobies right now. We're looking for football. Jace, did you see the little video on the Seahawks YouTube channel about mayonnaise? Yes. Yeah, but I'm an anti-mayonnaise. I'm anti-mayonnaise, anti-Cool Whip. I can go neither. I cannot sign off on either of those two things. I cannot. Drew Bree, what's up, Drew? Say, hey, Brandon, everyone. Late to the party, but happy with the results so far. Feels pretty good, doesn't it, Drew? Feels all right. Or as Bob Marley say, feel irie. Feel irie, man. It feel irie when we win like this, man. Yeah, dog buddy. Herbicide says, don't want to be that guy. We had a good day versus a horrible team. Yep. I mean, look, is this a game where you say, this is the pinnacle win of our season because we beat the Texans? No. No. Is it again now 2 wins in a row coming on the heels of beating the Niners? Maybe starting to generate a little bit of momentum. Yeah, I think you're seeing a little bit of that. So I don't think you definitely take a game like this with a bit of a grain of salt and you put it in its proper perspective. But at the end of the day, the hope here is that we can continue to win through the rest of these games. And if you win out, in my opinion, if you go 9-8, and obviously there's a lot of work that's got to be done up ahead of us with teams losing some multiple times for us to even get a chance in there. What a catch there by the Collins kid. Boy, he went up and grabbed that one. Wow. That was a marvelous catch. Marvelous catch by him. But if you win out, I think you go to the playoffs. I do. And yeah, the Rams game is going to be tough next week, but in a lot of respects, this Ram game is kind of you win this game and you're kind of going maybe potentially a little bit downhill. You're going a little bit downhill when it's all said and done. And we got somebody hurt. Gavin Heslop. Boy, our safeties. A safety in the Seahawks scheme is like the drummer in Spinal Tap, man. One week they're choking on their own vomit. The next week they're spontaneously combusting. It's crazy. Poor Gavin's down. He's played 7 snaps this year and he's already down. Eric99, hey Brandon, how did Forsythe play today? Eric99, they actually went with Jake Curhan at right tackle, which isn't surprising for me to see in this game. I think the only reason that you didn't see Curhan last week at right tackle had to do with they wanted Curhan at left guard, so that brought Stone over to right tackle. I think Stone long term is going to be your left tackle swing guy over there, or you're just your left tackle backup. Curran's better suited to the right tackle position. So once you had Damian Lewis come back to this game at the left guard as the starter, that slid Curhan back to the right tackle to his spot. And Curhan, to my eyes today, has played really solid football. He's been very good in pass protection, not seen a lot of pressure as him give up. And a lot of these runs are coming over his right side of his line. So Curhan has been very impressive, surprisingly impressive today, actually. I would have thought more of a kind of holding on for dear life type of look to a guy that... just like with Stone, every time we put those guys out there, they always seem to do well, or they don't embarrass themselves. They hold up okay out there. They keep surprising me in that respect. Flag Sabbath says Bradley McDougall incoming. I think you got to make that move, right, Flag? I think you got to make that move. You're so thin right now at the safety position. He knows both safety spots. It not only gives you depth at one position, but it gets you depth at the second position too. Gibson says really solid second half overall. Agreed. Man, Heslop, they're bringing the card out for him. Oh my God. I hate turf, guys. I really hate turf. Like the NFL should just mandate going back to grass across the realm, and you'd watch these lower leg injuries drop by about 35 to 40% in 1 year if the NFL just mandated it across the board. I know it's cheaper and all that, but these guys I know it's what's getting these guys. Goodness. Herbicide says Earl or Bradley. Probably Bradley because he gives you 2 spots in one. Earl's really a free, and I don't think you're going to slide Quandary to the strong for Earl at that point. Not to mention we don't know where Earl is. Bradley's been playing still. So you go with Bradley. Bradley makes sense. Bradley makes a lot of sense. IELTS, Kev says Cowboys just crushing Washington. Not surprised. Me neither. I thought they would have their number. And by the way, they get to play them one more time. So they're playing Washington twice here. I mentioned Washington being one of those teams that's got to lose twice. They're going to lose today, so they need to lose basically 2 more times here. So that's very helpful to us. Very helpful to us in that they play the Cowboys once again there. We need Washington to continue to lose big time. Dustin says Penny looks good. Penny looks really good. As good as he's looked. Frankly, as good as he's looked. Get Will, Gavin. Sorry, man. God, that's got to be tough for those players in that moment. You're taking off your dreams, you're fighting, you're just trying to do it. You get your opportunity on the field finally. Due to injury, you get out there and brutal. Turf is the worst as herbicide. Should be illegal. Should be herbicide. Should absolutely be illegal. They've got enough data to go off of now. The turf is relatively new because the field turf essentially kind of took over for what was AstroTurf. But there's been years of data of it now enough to where you can kind of look and go, this is not helping the players. Our expensive $1 million products that are on the, whatever you want, product or whatever you want to call it, your show worth millions out there are getting, destroyed with these lower leg injuries when you don't have to have it. If you just went with more of a grass. And why you don't, I don't know. I mean, how much more expensive can it really be in difference of cost across the board? I'd be interested to know. I can't imagine it's that significant in a league that's is printing money right now. The Fed's printing money and the NFL is printing money. It's like, and Texans are just, I don't know what the Texans are even effing doing here, really. Like, what is this, a moral victory for you? You have 11 seconds. You score a touchdown, then you only lost by 2.5 touchdowns? Like, this is silly stuff by the Texans here. This is silly stuff. Herbicide says, think the owners would demand it. No one likes injuries. Yeah, no one likes injuries, right? Like you would. Megan Gockrogers says, I need, with a $2 donation. Thank you, Megan. Says, need to rest my mentals, friends. Be back in a bit. Sounds good, Megan. Thank you for all your donations. You're awesome. You are. I appreciate it. And rest those mentals. Get a nice little nap. Get a nice little victory nap, Megan. That's what we call that, a victory nap. I'll be doing one of those later myself. How about Coach Carroll with his 150th regular season win today as a coach? That's best for 22nd overall in NFL history. How about that for future Hall of Fame Coach Carroll, who ties Bill Cowher today on the all-time list? It's pretty cool. Very cool, actually. We got their last play of the game here. 5 seconds to go. Texans just trying to get somebody else injured for the sake of nothing. Why not? Mills drops back to throw. Lets one rip. Instead, carries the ball for no carries, and that'll be that. So the Seattle Seahawks win this game handily. I predicted that this would be a 14-point win, and that is indeed what we got in this. Was a 14-plus win, 33-13. Offense played really well throughout the course of this football game. Sorry for the grinding there above me, folks. The offense played really well over the course of this game. Defense really looked tough to start things out, but got it together as the game went along. I was really impressed to see them kind of hanker it down. I mean, they shut down the Texans offense in that second half. You went from 13 points in the first half, giving up to no points in the second half. Absolutely gave them nothing offensively in this game. I mean, you look at this, again, when you look at some of the turnaround in this defensive line, it should encourage you guys, and this isn't to speak to the long term. This doesn't have anything to do with this offseason. This is only in regards to this season right now. And the encouragement to take off of is the team has fit back to its designs defensively. It is, first and foremost, stopping the run. And what that does is that then turns teams into one-dimensional attacks, turning them into essentially pass-happy attacks. With those pass-happy attacks, then you are able at that point in time to then limit them on the big play. Don't give up the big play, basically. Make them dink and dunk you underneath. And good things tend to happen from that. You tend to keep them to field goals. You tend to bend but not break. You tend to do all right as a defense when you stick to at least those base designs of your defense. Now, you need more. You need to generate pressure. You need to create turnovers. There's things that also then build on the back of that to turn a defense into being okay to being a good defense. But that part has been maintained and consistent over about the last 6 weeks or so with the Seahawks defense. They've been able to take that and really ratchet that down, not give up those big plays. That's very encouraging for me to see on my standpoint of things. Offensively speaking, I liked what I saw today overall. The best thing to me, obviously, is Rashad Penny in the game that he had here. We're going to talk a little bit about the passing game here in a second, but fantastic job by this offense. I'm going to be right back as I use the bathroom really quickly, so I will be right back with you guys. Bear with me, and we will discuss some more on this. One sec. While I'm away, I thought I would also tell you a little bit about the sponsor of this show, our first sponsor, Manscaped.com. Very kind of them to do so. They've also engineered the ultimate groin and body trimmer by focusing on intelligent functionality and an incredibly comfortable grooming experience. Their 4th-generation trimmer features a cutting-edge ceramic blade to reduce grooming accidents, thanks to their advanced skin-safe technology. I now feel confident shaving my boys. This upgraded trimmer includes a multi-function on and off switch that can engage a travel lock. It also gives you the ability to turn the 4000K LED spotlight on and off when needed for a more precise shave. The Lawnmower 4.0 even allows you to customize your trim through additional guard lengths through sizes 1 through 4. Did I mention wireless charging? The wireless charging system uses electromagnetic induction, which can help battery length last longer. Men, if you've been shaving with the same nut trimmer on your face, you've been doing it wrong. No person wants to end up with pubes in their mouth. It's time to get your own ball, hair, and body trimmer with Manscaped to make me time the best time and enhance your confidence with some nice, smooth boys. Get 20% off and free shipping with the code NEST, N-E-S-T, at manscaped.com. 20% off, free worldwide shipping with my code NEST. Help yourself, help your boys, help the show. It's appreciated very much, and thank you to Manscaped for sponsoring the show. Sorry about that, folks. Thank you for hanging in there with me. Suddenly just came upon me and went, oh God, I gotta go. So again, I like what we saw of the offense here today. I got to say a little bit of, and not to put a damper on it, because the offense played phenomenally. You look at the box score on this, you look at Russell's line on this game, you go, okay, everything looks great. I will say that again, it will kind of continue to be kind of a common refrain for me where I look at with Russell Wilson going, okay, where's again, just a little bit more at times of embracing the short passing attack. 17 of 28 in this game. There was about 3 or 4 completions, 5 completions he kind of left on the table. I'm not going to knock Russell's day. It was solid, great. Decision-making really well. As far as if you're looking for growth points with him that are encouraging signs that haven't always been there in prior years, yeah, there's times where he'll hold the ball a little bit too long, but it tends to be where he'll be drifting backwards or get too deep in the pocket or start doing his pirouette and spin around moves. There's more of him, at least in my mind this year, of him climbing the pocket a little bit more, keeping his eyes downfield and then getting up a little bit, and not leaving the pocket, staying in it, not going past the line of scrimmage. And he allows for a couple of those late breaking completions that kind of come about at that point in time. So that part was encouraging. He was accurate down the field for the most part. But again, just if we're going to have success against this Ram team next week, it's going to need to be on the back of the short passing game. The Rams are not going to allow you with their defense to hit you deep. That stuff's not going to be there. You're going to be jamming the circle peg into the square hole if that's what you're going to do. The short stuff is there. That's how the Niners, in a lot of respects, have had the upper hand on the Rams recently. Is first and foremost, they come out and they get them with the run game. Okay, which Elijah Mitchell, the guy who's doing really good for the Niners this year, is a really swift, fast running back, right? In that Matt Breida type mold of running back that they've had there. Well, Rashad Penny's kind of in that similar type of mold, right? So you can take that page out of what the Niners have done there with the Rams and apply it. But this is why I come back time and time again to that short passing attack, intermediate passing attack game with Russell Wilson, because to beat the Rams, to finally slay this nemesis, this basically bully, we're going to have to beat him in that way. They're not going to allow you to beat him with the deep passes. You have Jalen Ramsey out there, which they're going to have probably DK followed all day with that. So it's going to kind of force you to fit there with that. And whether or not you do is probably a lot of what's going to determine whether or not you're going to beat this Rams team this next week. But overall, great win. Good to see our Seahawks do this. They took care of business. They handled the team they should have handled, which is what we all wanted to see. Got a few more wins now we got to stack up, right? Got a few more we got to kind of put together here and take a look at. Let me bounce here on the chat, see what you guys got as few as your thoughts to thing. And I appreciate all of you guys for hanging on in with me on throughout the whole game. Leland says, Brandon, I've said it before, I'm saying it again. You have to make an Ugo Amadi low-cut tackling video. This dude is an ankle biter. He's got to be the last of the true low-cutting defensive backs. I'll try to put something together for that, Leland. It's a great suggestion, man. And yeah, he definitely comes up and goes low, man. He definitely comes up and he's, as a tackler, he's coming up and he's not just going low to give you the look of, oh, look, I'm trying to take the guy out. He's trying to cut you down. He's chopping you down. And he's a smaller dude. He's 5'8", 5'8.5". He's got to play that way. He can't come up higher. He's going to get just thrown to the ground. He's got to absolutely tackle like that. But he does a great job with it. I agree with you there. And he played a great game. Safety, his slot blitzes in this game were money, both in creating pressure and knocking down the ball on a play that would have been a completed pass. And Ugo's been over the last couple of years quietly solid. Not spectacularly, but just quietly solid out of that slot corner role. Not one of the league's best, but just very solid in there overall, to my eyes. Washington Fistquest says, I'm liking this team, turning into a ragtag band of rebels. Well said, Washington Fistquest. Very well said. Fat Daddy Stacks! Big Fat Daddy Stacks, dropping those Fat Daddy Stacks with a big fat $25 donation, brother. I appreciate it, and thank you so much. You're awesome. Says, can we love on Penny again? What the hell is wrong with Pete using Collins? Got Dallas and Ballore. Give Collins some healing time. I'm with you, man. But you running back stable tends to get very low over the course of a year. It has for now like 6 straight years. You've lost and had decimated your whole running back room. Collins is fighting through stuff right now. Why not just give it to Dallas on some carries at that point? And to your point, let Collins heal up. You're not getting Chris Carson back. We don't really know where AP is at from a health standpoint and his long in the tooth career where it currently stands. And absolutely, I'll give Penny love. I thought Fat Daddy Stacks this year coming into this that Rashad Penny was going to most benefit from Shane Waldron's offense above any other player. Maybe outside of Russell Wilson, of course, if Russell Wilson really fit into the offense in the way I thought he could. But with Penny, I thought they were going to do a lot more of utilizing him on outside zone runs and really getting him out in space and letting you guys see what he could do with his speed. Now, they've not really been able to do that. Some of this has been because Rashad Penny has been fighting through a multitude of injuries this year. Some of this also has to do with the fact that the Seahawks offensive line just can't block all that well on outside zone plays because they don't have the quickness on their line to make those kind of blocks that you need to make out in space or laterally, as opposed to just going upfield like you would do if you're kind of attacking inside in sort of inner on the running game in that way. But look, one of his best games of his career, maybe his best game of his career in this game, Fat Daddy Stacks. He was breaking tackles. The one play where he had at the touchdown that he busted, where the guy's coming in the hole, he's basically got an angle on him, goes right for an ankle tackle. He just runs right through the ankle tackle and then accelerates at the same point in time. These were not just cheap touchdowns or cheap runs. These were out here at times with him breaking through a tackle, still fighting through multiple guys with their arms on him, getting extra yards, falling forward. This was a great performance by him, not just him doing what he does great, but also doing things that aren't exactly the strength of his game. Running strong in between the tackles, not the strength of his game, but he did it really great today. Fat Daddy Stacks. He did it really great today. And thank you so much for the $25 donation, man. You're very kind. Very much appreciate it. Jacob Ketzinger with a $5 donation. Thank you, Jacob. You're also a gentleman and a scholar, sir. Says, after today, would you give Penny a 1-year prove-it deal if he can stay healthy? I guess the prove-it deal would depend on what we're talking about money-wise, Jacob. I mean, would I do a 1-year, $2 million deal for Penny maybe? Potentially. Or I'd probably do something along that lines. I mean, some of this, let's see how he kind of finishes out. Let's see how he does against other teams outside of, let's say, the Texans this last week. The Niner game was a good game too, but let's get a couple of these performances really stacked together. I'm open to it, but it would have to be cheap, Jacob. I'm not paying him a 1-year. I'm not giving him like what we gave Carlos Hyde 2 years ago in free agency, which was be a 1-year, $4 million deal. I'm not giving him that. But if he wants to do a 1-year, maybe a $2 million deal with this kind of player we're getting right now, or somewhere in that line, I'm definitely a yes. I think the lesson we have to take from this, Jacob, going forward, is that I was just speaking about the last 5 or 6 years, you've had your running back room absolutely decimated. I mean, taken down, where you start out with 4 guys and you're down to signing guys off the streets. My kind of go-to mention on this is look at that Viking game in 2015. Where you have DeJuan Harris out there at running back for you because so many guys have been battered and broken down and taken away. And so you've got to maybe plan for that a little bit in your running back position as you go into the future of rather than thinking about who is our bell cow. Okay, who is our number 2? Okay, who's the third down running back? What you actually in reality need to think of it through of is, okay, how can we get 4 deep here? Not all 4 guys are going to be equally talented, but how can we get 4 deep at the running back position to be able to sustain against injury that seems to be inevitable year in and year out one way or another? And at the heart of that would be to add a Penny in here. And you're probably getting rid of Carson, but to bring in somebody else in, and then in the draft, and then get maybe some, kind of stack it up a little bit there. Stack it kind of cheaply, but stack it deeply. Cheaply but deeply, Jacob. And thank you for the donation, Jacob. You as well, Fat Daddy Stacks. Keldon coming in with a $2 donation. Thank you, Keldon. And Keldon is a Niner fan, folks. So Keldon's given, you got to give Keldon props, a Niner fan, giving Seahawks channel a little bit of dough. He says, please trade Wilson. I know why you'd want that, man, but I don't think we're going to let you have him. I don't think he's going anywhere, Keldon. No. We'd have to trade him, and say nothing for all the losses in the regular season, maybe get in the playoffs. We'd have to also trade him for all that beating up of the Niners. That alone is the reason for us to keep Wilson, man. That alone. He's the Niner killer. He's the great Niner hunter. That's what they call him. That's what they call him in other countries outside of America. He's not even known as Russell Wilson. They just call him the great Niner hunter. And it's in whatever your native language is on that. So thank you, Keldon, for the donation, though. You're awesome. I appreciate you. GoAx22 says, what about the running back Johnson? No, don't look at the practice squad Johnson guys as a viable option, guys. He's a third down running back. You already have 2 of those with Homer and DJ Dallas. It's not kind of what you need right now. I know why you guys are thinking that might be an option, but he won't be the answer for you at running back to give him carries. Spectre 7 is celebrating 3 months as a Hawks Nest Pro Bowler. You are awesome, Spectre 7, for remaining a member on for a 3-month time period. Thank you for that. He says, I feel we are just some offensive line away from God tier. That's one reason Spectre 7, you know me, that the main thing that I've harped on for a couple years now going into the off seasons, it'll be the thing that I harp on again this off season is I'm going to say, make addressing the offensive line the first and foremost priority. Put that at the top of your list. Work your way down below the list. It doesn't just begin and end there, but begin the list there, make it a priority. And I think if you do that, God tier's a good way of referencing it. I do think that this is a good game to show that, look, Russell Wilson in this game had good pass protection. Some of that was that the offensive line pass protected well. Some of that is also that the Texans don't have Whitney Merciless. I don't think Jacob Martin was in this game. You got Greenard's their only real threat, and he's not much of a threat really at the end of the day to rush the passer. So you saw what would be a sort of what would be a reasonable symbol for what would look like if you're going up against teams that actually had decent defensive lines, but then you were able to counter that with a good offensive line as well. And then what Russ might look behind that line, having that time to look down and survey the field like he could. I think that this kind of shows you that a little bit. So I go back to it again and again. I'll go back to it over and over again throughout this offseason, hoping maybe if I keep screaming at the clouds somewhere, John Schneider might hear me. And that is, go get an offensive line. Build that up as a strength on this football team, regardless of whatever you do beyond that as your other secondary and third moves beyond that. Make that the first one out the gate. Redskins are still in the game. Please tell me that they beat the Redskins. Tell me that. Okay, Dallas won that game. Good. Jeez, that was close. That was way closer than that should have been. Ooh, that would have gotten dark, folks, if Washington didn't handle that one. Mike P says football is not immune to labor laws. NFL Players Association must have agreed to turf. Blame the NFL Players Association. Yeah, they're not doing their players any favors by agreeing to it. And I don't think I'm not blaming the owners or labor laws on it, Mike P, or anything. I'm not saying anything like that. I'm just saying from basic, like, in regards to the field turf, just basic numbers. Do you want to put your best product on the football field? Yes. I'm asking you an owner. Do you understand that you have to have your best players on the football field to put the best product on the field? Do you understand that, right? Yes. You understand that by putting a good football product on the football field, you increase ratings, which gets you more money, right? Yes. So you understand when you put this field turf on and it's causing 35, 40% more serious lower leg injuries than regular grass, it's diminishing your product. You understand that, right? Yes. And it's then losing you money. You see that, right? Yes. So you're going to change out the field turf? No. That's where it doesn't make sense for me. It's just when are they usually this dumb towards things that would help out their bottom line, which I think the field turf and removing it would. Phil Freeman celebrating five. You almost made a half a year in, Phil. 5 months in as a Hawks Nest Ring of Honor member. Thank you for that, Phil. He says, how did DK become an afterthought? 2 catches today, 4 targets, bad passes from Russell Wilson. What is up? Phil, it's been more of the same, unfortunately, in this respect between this Russell Wilson DK connection. These guys started out the gate between these two guys really lighting the world on fire, but that connection has not grown with time. They've not gotten on that sort of same wavelength of like a psychic connection you'll see between quarterback and receiver who played together for 2-3 years, like you'll see with him with Tyler, or like you see, for instance, with Rodgers and Devontae Adams. There doesn't seem to be that same on the same page type thing going on between DK and Russell. And to your point on this, it's odd at how many overthrows, tosses where Russell doesn't even give DK a chance down the throw, where he throws it 10 yards out of the sideline. He's got this biggest receiver on the football field, but he somehow finds a way to throw it as far away from him as he can to actually go out and make a catch. And I don't know why there's that sort of not working between them right now, and I don't know why the team takes so long to even work DK into the offense, but he does become a bit of an afterthought at times. And to your point, to steal your word on this, Phil, and it drives me a little bit crazy because when you have an offense that at times so often has struggled this year, you'd think you would be leaning on your best playmakers to knock that free, to sort of self-generate, get that engine self-started, right? Like, Phil, you remember this for us old folks. You got the stick shift, right? You're needing to self-start the car. So what do? You get it up on the hill, you get it moving up down the hill, generate some momentum, and then and it'll click in, and sometimes it'll turn on. That'll be enough to get it to go, right? To start. Well, that's what you got to do with DK sometimes. But they'll wait into third quarters. I must have seen now, it seems like 9 to 10 games over the last 2 years where you've waited into basically the third quarter to even get like a target to DK or get past one target to DK. Yeah, he's getting double teamed quite a bit, but not every down. So it doesn't make any sense to me either. And I share your frustration with the fact that it's like, come on, guys, find a way to work it to this guy, find a way to utilize him. But thank you, Phil, for your continued membership and your support of the channel. And Fat Daddy Stacks, big fat donation. Fat Daddy Stacks, Randall McDaniel, big $20 donation. Megan coming with multiples. You guys are very kind on the chat. Thank you so much. Tom says, Go Hawks 05 says back-to-back second half shutouts. Feels pretty good. That's what we call adjustments, right? Go Hawks. You see something in the first half, you adjust to it. You out chess match the opposition's coaching staff. Yeah. Herbicide says Penny or Lockett, Taylor and D. Voodoo Magic says, folks, we have a winning streak. We do have a winning streak, don't we? Ooh, 2 games in a row. Brian. I'm sorry. Wash Fist Quest says, a fun fact about Amadi is he's fairly cheap to get a video from the in-app cameo. I had him wish my mother-in-law happy birthday. Get a video from in the app cameo. How do you get the app cameo? You got to do the Seahawks thing, Washington Fist Quest? I'm gonna have players doing that for the Hawks Nest, man. I'm gonna start saying stuff about the Hawks Nest. Oh goodness. Bleed Blue and Green says Al Woods, defensive MVP, Rashad Penny MVP. Seahawks wins, Seahawks wins, Seahawks wins. Yeah, Bleed Blue and Green. Good to see you on in here, man. And yeah, we got one today. Kelton says, oh, I see I hadn't checked that score. 49ers fan wants Washington football team to lose too. And they did. You guys are in good position too. Yami. So where are you at? Penny had one of those games that we all wanted from him. Taylor back in the sack column. Al Woods, a monster. I think you summed it up pretty well, man. Darrell Taylor is certainly the future for us at pass rush. Al Woods at 35 years young is absolutely almost at a dominant level from the defensive tackle position. I would reckon if you look at his Pro Football Focus score right now and put it up against some of the 3 techs in the NFC, he's right there with them, no doubt about it. Great to see Penny come in with back-to-back outstanding performances now, starting to maybe get a little bit more healthier, starting to really run, looking explosive, looking fast, looking like the guy that we drafted. I love it. I love it, and I'm hyped about it. So I think we can all feel pretty encouraged by what we saw today, Yami. And again, it came against the Texans, but look, we're going to play the Lions too. We're going to play the Bears as well. So what? If we beat those teams and handle business, we handle business. You can't control who your opponent is. Just like you couldn't control the fact that you had to start out the year playing the Colts and the Titans and the Vikings to literally just start the season off, right? We didn't have any control there. That we got the brunt end of it that time. So we're getting the good end of it on this one. Randall says Ugo's on OnlyFans. Is he? Ninja Dragon. Rashad Penny always thought he had a good talent. Injury and inconsistent playing time really hurt him. Still need to see it against good defense, though. Very much so. Very much so, man. It's nothing's proven yet, but yeah, I always liked what I thought of him talent-wise. I think Ninja getting healthy. We always think those ACLs now, modern science has taken to where these guys can bounce back 1 year after ACL and be 100%. And he was obviously taking a lot more time last year to come back off an ACL injury that he had sustained late in the year, the prior season. So it's just maybe taking a bit of the time with some of the getting back from that injury to get your legs really fully back under. A lot of these ACL injuries that these players sustain, they talk about saying it took me 2 years to get myself back to fully right, to fully near where I once was before. And he's looking very close to what he was before, if not right after this game at least. But again, he's got to show more. E. Gibson says, Rams own us like we own San Francisco. Yep, little paper rock scissors going on there. Brian Roberts says, thanks, Brando. Gots to go grocery shopping. Go Hawks. Go Hawks, Brian. And thank you for always reminding me on the like button. I do appreciate you for that. My ma. Herbicide says, would have played Dallas more than instead of Collins? I would have too. Collins is obviously beat up. You need your running backs right now. There's no guys to grab out in free agency. There's no trades you can make. You've got to kind of hold these guys and sort of, Keep them with a little bit of the rubber gloves on, right? Keep them protected if you can, if they're dinged up. And this was a game where you could have done that just as easily, gone to Dallas and said, we're fine here with Dallas and let's rest Collins up a week. Rodney says, Brandon, if you want Pete to be gone, you may want this team. You might want this team in the playoffs. They somehow get in, and number one, it will be ugly, and number two, it'll give a reason to keep Pete. It's one or the other, man. Well, I've always said, beyond what I would like to see the team do in the future as far as moves go, I'm never going to vote for my team not to win and not to be in it and not to be trying to push for playoffs. So it's not in my DNA to be one of those, suck for Carroll to be moved off kind of things. I'm not so sure, even if they went in on a losing streak this season and really lost at the end of the day, that the front office is truly going to move on from Carroll. No matter what happens going through the rest of this year, Rodney, Carroll can easily come back to the front office and say, I've had 1 year I've missed the playoffs in 10 years. This is the first losing season in 10 years. It happened when my quarterback was injured for 4 games, and then he was basically not himself for 3 to 4 games after that. You also owe me a contract that's going to pay me $44 million into the future. I mean, really, some of this, I know we've all heard the press clippings from Jody Allen saying she's going to be in on this and she's going to have a say and she's going to, big changes are coming and all that, but that's a press clipping, right? That's not actual movement. That's not actually anything being done. So that could have easily been just lip service to the fans to make them think something's going to be done, all to make it look like a process of self-reflection has gone on and they've taking a look within the team to try to see if a change really is needed or not. So, I don't know that's really going to draw it one way or another at this point. I think that decision has kind of been made outside of a great run being made by the team, one way or another. And I would tend to lean to believe at the end of the day, I don't know that Jody Allen's going to cash a $44 million check for Carroll to move on. Say nothing of having to do somewhat of a similar situation with Schneider. I don't know. Randall says, odd Niners and the Bengals not on TV. Good thing to have the NFL package. That is odd. The NFL schedule is all weirded out with where they're putting the games now. They're like all over the place. Emmanuel Menhain says, started Rashad Penny in fantasy football today. Ooh, Emmanuel, look at the big brain on Emmanuel. you called it right today on that one. Good job. That's a win your league type decision today on that one. Says, Russ looked good on the deep balls and never didn't fumble. Let's beat the Lambs and run the effing table. Let's do it, Emmanuel. Let's do it. I love that. I love that energy. Yes. Bring that in here, folks. You come up in here, you come in like that. That's how we bring this. That's how we do this in this channel. I love it, man. I love it, man. I can feel the smoke coming out your ears as you say that. So let's do it. And thank you for your patronage as well, Emmanuel. Woo! Getting me hyped over here. NFLPA says, Mike P says the NFLPA demanded weed, but no grass. Kind of ironic. That's a low-key awesome joke. Gibson says, I am from downtown Seattle. I have high expectations for Seattle every year. I see the regression, and statistically, our D has been bad the last couple of seasons. Very much they have. And there has been a bit of an aggression, a bit of a diminishing returns, I would say, a bit as far as the defense has gone. And that's why as you continue to sort of dump more assets into it, right? You continue to keep putting more to kind of offset some of the diminishment, but it just keeps the diminishing going in that direction. Herbicide says, I'd rather see teams play on dirt over turf. Yeah, me too. Be safer, I bet. Way safer. Gibson says that we need help on both lines, not just the offensive line. We have some nice young players in the secondary. Don't disagree with you there. Some of this, Gibson, will be driven by what scheme you have moving forward, if it is the same old scheme or if it is a different one. I think that the problem a little bit, there's no problem in it. I mean, offensive, if you just all wanted to attack this offseason, Gibson, and just really only attack your trenches, I'd be okay with that. If you really hammered it in that way to turn those both into a strength, I'm okay with both. But I do think you've got to put more of an onus on the offensive line. You have a free agent left tackle. You've got free agent center, free agent right tackle. You've got basically 2 right guards on this team right now. I think that there's more that needs to be done on that offensive line than the defensive line by quite a bit. Dunlap's not been great this year, but you do have him under contract for one more year. You still have Darrell Taylor here, Poona Ford still here, Brian Monet is still under club control. There's some stuff to work with over there. You need to do more with it, but you have a little bit more, I almost feel like, to work with onto that side of the ball than you do with where the offensive line's at right now. Mike P says, keep Diggs, dump Adams, take the hit. That's brutal one, Mike. That's a big hit to take. It's like something like $20+ million if you do it before June 1st, 16 if you do it after June 1st, and then you're going to have to pay Diggs on top of it. And then you still haven't, at that point, you've paid Diggs and you still have not dealt with, Mike, the offensive or defensive lines that we just talked about, which are truly the priority for the team. Herbicide says, cannot let Pete or John draft anymore. They've had some bad ones. Gohawks22 says, running back not uncommon, giving guys from the streets. Many teams are like that yearly. It's true, Gohawks. That's all the more reason why you should build it into your planning phase and how you build your running back core, right? Herbicide says, keep both Diggs and Adams. I don't know. Again, I can't go that route with this, man. We got other places on this team that needs to be built up. And I think that it's very problematic playing two safeties that type of money. It's very telling that there's no team in the league that's paying two safeties that type of money at the same time. So if you're going to do it, if you're going to do something that's so far out of an outlier versus what other teams in the NFL are doing and showing you as sort of a rule of thumb, you better get some results with that. And here's the thing: is I would be able, Herbicide, you could maybe talk me into that because you could say we once did this with Cam Chancellor and Earl Thomas, and go, okay, well, yeah, if you're going to pay safeties at that market, then you better have the results of a defense that's like a top 5 defense to do that. There better be the proof there to show you that it's worth doing that. But when you look at this defense over the last couple of years, you don't have an elite defense. That's with Diggs balling out. So the Diggs has earned a contract. Diggs has played great. But unfortunately, you just can't really pay two safeties that kind of money, folks. You can't do it. Unless you guys want to continue to see the offensive line be piss poor, or you want to see a defensive line that can't rush the passer consistently. That is the price you're going to have to pay to keep Diggs. There is a price. We're not speaking of this happening in a vacuum or a black hole. To sign Diggs means somebody else loses. Somebody else goes away. That's $12 million you need to create now off some other spot on your roster to keep Diggs. Who's that guy you're cutting? Who's that guy that goes? Gibson says, I think the issue is more with the drafts recently in our coaching staff, ownership, since all more than Wilson. I agree. I think that there's blame to be passed out and doled out in a lot of different directions, but I think that it falls more in line with the personnel decisions and the coaching than it does schematics. I would offer in there as another item. And Wilson's got his share of ownership too, a little bit on this. Tom says, that's a major if there's some good... Sorry. Mike P says, trade Wilson for Trey Lance. Be realistic. Herbicide says, dude, if the Niners started owning us, that would be the worst. That would be pretty tough. Nick H says, thank you for what you do. Good to be on the winning side versus no matter who. Agreed, Nick. No matter who. It feels good to get a win in the NFL. It's tough to get a win in the NFL. This is a sport of parity, sport of talent across the board. And yeah, there are the worst of the worst, but it's not like other sports, man. Even the worst of the worst can give you a game. You know? Herbicide says can't stand the Whiner fans in the chat. That's all good. He's donating in the chat. We're gonna get more and more folks as we get bigger and bigger. You guys are gonna see more and more of the folks from in our division, and I've already seen an uptake this year in most folks that come in. I think we got to be welcoming it, man. As long as they're being respectful, it's all good. Herbicide says, wait, take that back. They are fun to make fun of. Keldon, you're welcome in here, man. Like I said, my people's got to understand. I know it's hard for them. They just want Seahawks fans in here, but we're going to be growing and growing. They're going to everyone in here from all walks, all fan bases, and that's all right. As long as people are being respectful and we're driving the chat forward intelligently, everyone's got a welcome place in here. WWDB71, go Hawks, go Hawks, WW. Randall says, Joe Mixon reminds me of Corey Dillon. Tough running style, issues coming out of college, drafted by the Bengals. I can see it a little bit. Corey was a little more tankish. Mixon's got some tankish elements. He does. Mixon's a little more, to my eyes, a little more elusive, where Dillon was just going to run you over, and Dillon had some elusiveness too. He's fast as hell. So I can see some remnants. I bet Randall, with that old school Bengal organization, like you got, you have people there that have been there like probably 30, 35 years. So probably a lot of the people that were in on the discussions of drafting Corey Dillon back in the day were probably in on the discussions in regards to the Joe Mixon and considering him. Tom Cox says, base off need for Seattle, is it offensive line, running back, corner, safety, defensive line? But would you do best player available? So, Tom, I'm going to operate like we keep the same scheme, okay? Like Carroll remains here because I think that's kind of a likely situation of what's going to happen where Carroll does remain regardless of what happens with Russell Wilson kind of going forward. And if that means you're going to stay with a 4-3 under defense, then I would offer that the O-line remains the priority from my standpoint, but then the defensive line remains really the secondary item behind that. And then I would, to what you're putting in there, I would offer running back, cornerback, and then safety behind that. The reason that I would go to defensive line is because though the offensive line's been problematic over the last few years and not being addressed properly and not being have enough assets put into it, you're not putting any big money deals out there to anybody to bring in really truly talented players because you're not drafting high enough to get the truly talented players. Beyond even that, you look at the defensive line, you've done the same thing over there. You go back 2 years, you tried to go out there and take Ziggy Ansah and LJ Collier, and you thought that'd be good enough for you on the pass rush. It wasn't. You had to make a desperate deal for Jadeveon Clowney. Last year, you went into it with Ben Simaoa and Bruce Irvin and hoping Darrell Taylor with the rod just having taken out of his leg would also be enough for you the season after that. It turned out not to be. Then you had to make a desperate move for Jamal Adams, specifically to utilize him as a pass rusher early on in that year to overcome a lack of pass rush because you had not invested enough assets into the position and understood how important it was to your defense. So they kind of started to learn this lesson this offseason. You looked at it, you brought back Dunlap, Darrell Taylor was coming back in the fold. You had Alton Robinson, still had Rasheem Green. You signed Aldon Smith, though you ended up basically releasing him. You signed Kerry Hyder, Ben Simaoa comes back. They kind of started to get their understanding of what they need to do with it this offseason, but they didn't really fully drive it like I'm saying they need to drive it, which is, again, turn it into a strength like it was during your Super Bowl seasons. You had Bruce Irvin and Chris Clemens here. You went in that offseason, you say, oh, that's good enough. Let's just go up to that. We'll go get O'Brien Schofeld behind them, and then that'll be good with those three. No, you went out there and grabbed Michael Bennett. You grabbed Cliff Averill. The market allowed for it because there was a little bit of a depressed value in those guys on the open market. You get them a little cheaper than you probably could this day and age for the same type of players. But it was also you addressing and understanding that we need to truly not just turn this into a strength, but get some rotational depth and be able to send waves of 4 guys at the pass rusher, not have to blitz, and be able to have every guy competently be able to rush the passer, not just 1 or 2 guys, which has been more of the claim to fame to our Seahawks defense over the last 5 or 6 years. Phil Freeman with the $5 donation. Thank you, Phil. Nothing to say on that, just a $5 donation. I appreciate you. Thank you for that. And again, appreciate you on being a member as well of the channel. You're awesome, brother. Awesome. And Nick H., it's my pleasure to do what I do, man. I love interacting with you guys. It's my favorite part of the week. So I'm on cloud 9 anytime I get to go live and talk with you folks. Nick H. says, feel bad for DK. Yeah, me too, man. I can sense his frustration out there. He's not acting out like a diva, but I can sense it, and I'd be frustrated like he is, man. I know the talent he is. He's making the most with what he can do. He caused 2 pass interference penalties today, on top of just the limited targets that he had thrown his way. So he's making the most, with what he can, but he's not getting the same kind of manufactured touches you would see for top end wide receivers like a Hopkins, like an Adams, like a Stephon Diggs. Seattle's not really doing it in the same kind of way. If you watch those teams, there's routes that are just sort of just set up to put those guys in a position to get those catches early on, get it often throughout the game. He's the most dangerous player on the outside, by far, really. Maybe not by far, but even beyond Tyler Lockett. Just touchdown waiting to happen. Get the ball in his hands. DK is not good for Russ's brand, says Mike P. Think about it. Maybe not. I mean, maybe not. Sure would help Russell's brand having a monster to throw to on the outside and give him a chance to make your stats look good. You're on the most prolific run of your career for Russell Wilson's standpoint in 10 years last year at the start of the year. And that was largely on the back of throwing to DK. That was helping Russell's brand, I think. So I don't know. I think it helps him to, I don't know that I see how it hurts him on utilizing DK. And Mike P, yeah, DK does get double teams. He does. There is no doubt about that. But I don't know if he's getting double teamed like every snap. But I'm not watching the L22, so I'm speaking out of school a little bit with that too. Eric99 says turf translates to more points and better offense. More points equals better ratings. Better ratings means more money for TV and teams. Turf is here to stay, unfortunately. Well said, Eric99. Well said, man. I hadn't considered it as much from that standpoint of being more points. But I'm guessing the data would back you up on this if you looked at, points scored on grass versus turf. I'm guessing turf has probably a lot more points. It would make sense. More controlled stuff beneath your feet or whatever. So maybe that offsets the injuries, Eric. It's like a formula, so it's like, turf, minus the cost of the product on the field for injuries plus the explosion of scoring equals more money than grass. Randall said the old compression start. The old compression start, yeah. That's right, compression start off the stick shifts. You know what I'm talking about, Randall. You know what I mean. Jacob says, anyone see the Ian Rappaport confirm the Schultz report? I don't know. I trust Ian just maybe marginally above what I would trust Schultz at. So I don't, guys are these guys are going to create these click stories where there's a little bit of like possibility of movement here with Russ. If there's a little bit of like animus there, anything there at all for them to kind of tap into and just suck dry from their media standpoint and to create their clicky stuff, they're going to do. And I don't see how it really helps Russell. Jacob, the releasing of the report did not help Russell in any respect. It doesn't get him driven more interest by any of those teams. You can't make any trade right now. It doesn't help him on a public relations standpoint. If anything, that report puts him in a worse light, both locally and nationally. I don't see there being any accuracy to that report. I really don't. WWDB says, I think Al Woods is getting a raise next year. He might W. The problem is he's 36 years old next year. Is anybody going to really give significant money to a 36-year-old defensive tackle? And he's having an outstanding year. He is. I don't think anybody's paying that kind of money for a guy that's that old. Herbicide says, Woods would have made the team at the beginning. I didn't think that Woods would have made the team at the beginning of the year, says Herbicide. I kind of did because you didn't do a whole lot to address it outside of that. And you gave him like $3 million. You gave him, I think, some bonus money. So they definitely had, to their point, I mean, look, this is actually props to the team on realizing Woods still was a guy after a year out of the league on suspension that did have something left in the tank to offer, that he was still a player who could give them something. I mean, he's given them tremendous production for the little that they spent on him. Mike P says Penny looks bigger, like 245, not 220. Well, they had him at 223 in camp, supposedly, Mike, saying he was down at his most slimmest. Now that was 2 months ago, 3 months ago. So time enough to maybe get a couple of LBs added back onto that frame. And his natural weight is more now into that 230 realm of where he played at college. I don't think he's at 245, but probably get back closer to that 230 range of things. W says, how about, DB says, how about that offensive line today? Jake Curran looks good. Offensive line played great today, man. Outstanding. They're the most complete offensive line performance we've seen this year, both in opening up holes in the running game, but then also pass protecting well. If we've seen anything good from the offensive line, we've probably seen one or the other at any point in time this year, and especially in the running game, there's just been no holes opened up at all this season. Kelvin says if the Seahawks get in the playoffs, they will ruin it for my Niners. Stop. No, we got to, Kelvin. We're going to do it. Eric99 says, Brandon, really appreciating the live game streams. I'm in Los Angeles, lonely place for a Hawks fan. Nice to be here with fellow fans here during a game. Well, I'd love to hear it, Eric. I wasn't sure if folks would want me to do the kind of the play-by-play stuff with you guys on this, but the reaction's been really great. We've had huge view counts here over the last couple of weeks by doing this. And so to me, it's an indicator that this is the right track to be on. And, Eric, this is all really about with this channel, just continuing to expand slow and sure, make sure that you guys want the extra content, more stuff, not overloading too much, and this is just part of that expansion this year. We're up to 3 live streams kind of a week with what I'm doing with Brendan, and now we'll be doing the play-by-play. So we just keep expanding from here, man, and then we eventually land to do this full time, and then you get me 24/7. But I'm happy to have you folks from out of town. We got folks in Australia, folks out of country in a variety of different places. I love us all having a gathering spot to come to here and just kind of BS about the game. It's awesome. It's a dream scenario for me, And you guys help me keep my mind a little bit straighter through the game. I get a little less emotional with you guys in the chat, which helps me too. Herbicide says, Michael Strahan is an astronaut. He never picks us. Very true. I don't think I've ever seen Michael Strahan pick the Seahawks to win. Tom Cox says, I'm tired of Russ's group asking for a trade and then Russ saying, don't trade me. Just say what you want, plain and simple. I think Tom, he's done this in the past a little bit, so he's earned a little bit of your measure of say what you want, because there's been a little bit of speaking out two sides of your mouth. You've got his people speaking out of one side of his mouth, and then he's speaking out the other side. And they're coming with two different kind of messages, and it's being done purposefully. With this one, though, I don't think that that's the case here. I tend to think here that this is more of an article that's just drummed up for clicks. Because if it is Russ's people, Tom, that released it here, if they're the ones behind this story this week breaking, you have to ask yourself why and to what benefit. Why and to what benefit? Why now, as your team's in the midst of losing season, bottom cellar dwellers, you've not played well in these recent weeks, why would you release this now for that? That doesn't put you in the best of light, again, public relation-wise, and it doesn't also, teams already knew after this year you're going to probably be available. So those teams that were going to be interested in you are going to still be interested in you. And as I said, if it was to lay the groundwork, when we talked about this on the last stream, you laid the groundwork in the prior off season. You laid the groundwork with your media tour and the 4 teams that you were being willing to. You laid all that groundwork ahead of time for this upcoming offseason if what he wants to do is move on. This was overkill, redundancy, didn't accomplish anything for him to do so. That leads me to believe that it was not him or anybody in his camp that really released it. GoOx05 says Lockett broke 1,000 yards. Okay, congratulations, golf clap to Mr. Tyler Lockett, who for 3 straight seasons now has broken 1,000 yards. It should be 4 seasons, as he nearly did it 4 years ago, missed it by about 35 yards. But what great year by Lockett. I mean, he's been money all year long. He had a couple of tough catches in this game, a couple toe taps. He had to go up and high point a ball. If you notice with Lockett, most of the time he'll go up and when he makes a catch, you see him fully kind of putting his body into the catch. He'll just try, even on catches where it's right at his sort of chest, where he might do this sort of catch where he's turning over with his hands. Instead, he'll come back in and catch it up into here. But there was one catch down the field where the defender's closing. He couldn't just leap up there and kind of catch it into his body. He had to put up his hands and catch it out here away from his body, catch it away from his body. And it's harder for Tyler because he's got legitimately smaller hands. That's why he does that a little bit, where he tends to catch it with that sort of cradle technique a little bit. But Lockett has been money this year throughout. You can't knock any part of his game at all. He's been a tremendous route runner. He's got all the secondary stuff with Russell Wilson. I think even beyond Doug Baldwin, Tyler Lockett has been the best off-script wide receiver in Russell Wilson's time here. When the initial play breaks down, when the initial routes aren't there, they're even above Doug Baldwin. Lockett, I think, has been even better at getting open than on his secondary route, of just having that sixth sense to kind of get free, get clear, get open, just have a feel for the game in that respect. And Russell is always looking to him in those moments. Fantastic season by Tyler Lockett. Well earned on his contract extension this past offseason. A guy that's on track right now to be the second best all-time wide receiver in Seahawks history. And he's getting there sooner and sooner and sooner and sooner. I mean, he's getting very close with me. You could maybe even start to make that argument after this year that he's ascended to that mark. I know maybe Brian Blades, maybe Joey Galloway, maybe there'd be a couple of other folks in there who might have a little bit of something to say about that. But man, he's been good. Ethan E says Rashad Penny up the middle. It worked. It's a broken clock, Ethan E. Right? it's right twice a day. So yeah, you keep hammering up the middle. Eventually, it'll happen. They did a little bit more of outside stuff in this game, Ethan. It wasn't pitch plays per se, but they did a little bit of outside zone. They got a little bit of outside the A and B gap, away from the center, away from the guard. Now there's a lot of inside stuff too, but they at least mixed it up a bit today. They didn't just make it all up the middle, hammering up the middle. But yeah, lock it up the middle. Why? Because that's what you do. E gives it a lot of our issues are the scheme. We do need to get better on the defensive line, priority-wise. IMO like the offensive line. Yes. Yeah, I think that a lot of it has to do with some schematic issues there, Gibson. I think a little bit of it being sometimes you play run, for instance, you play run rather than let your guys get in their pass rush at times because you put so much of an onus behind stopping the run first and foremost. Some of it, though, is a little bit of a lack of talent. And we were sitting at 1 point 2 weeks ago, I think, at like 5% was our pass rush percentage rate or something, and just like 30th in the league. And really at what you want to do at the baseline for a 4-3 defense under Coach Carroll is you want to bring 4 guys, not have to blitz, drop everybody into coverage, and squeeze the passing lanes. Well, to get the front 4 guys able to generate that pass rush, you've got to have talent there to get it done. And that's the place where they have, to me, don't consistently get enough dogs down there to get it done like that. You look at the 3-tech, since Michael Bennett's left, you've not found a good 3-tech defensive tackle to rush. Say nothing of Clint McDonald, who was your other guy on the NASCAR, now Cheetah packages, who would be the other 3-tech defensive tackle in on passing downs. You got guys like you've tried out Rasheem Greens and Kerry Hyders and LJ Colliers, and you've not found an answer there, those positions. So basically, every time those guys are on the field, on a snap, on passing downs, they're neutralized in their pass rush, but maybe for a flash here or there. And that holds your defense back, in my opinion. That makes your corners have to cover way longer than they should have to cover. And I think if you finally turn that around for the first time in 5-6 years, what if you went from being a 30th in the league in your pass rush win rate or your pass rush percentage to top 10, top 5. What kind of difference would that have on the defense? Obi-Wan. What's up, Obi-Wan? Seahawks drafting was atrocious 2013 to 2019, but in 2020 and 21, it's been way better. I know not getting Creed is a gut punch, but I can't help but think that the drafting has been improving. Well, to your point on this, Obi-Wan, definitely look at 2020 in particular. That draft is certainly starting to stand out to be a pretty doggone good draft right there, right? You've got we got Jordan Brooks, Darrell Taylor, Damian Lewis in the 3rd round has looked good for that draft. I mean, those 3 picks alone make you feel pretty good about that draft almost just on its own. Last year's draft, Forsythe's been solid as a 6th-rounder. Trey Brown's been good, but the ligament thing hurt you. That's not his fault, but he still looks like a player out there. And it does still remain to be seen, I think, a little bit with D. Eskridge. So I would say Obi-Wan, it's a little bit early yet, because the other factor on this is that when you look at the 2021 draft, you also have to factor in that you took a 1st-round pick and put it on Jamal Adams, and that hasn't worked. And that's part of your draft class a little bit as well. But we're just talking about looking and targeting players. They are doing a better job than the period you were talking about, because I can't deny 2013-19 was, as you said, atrocious is a good way to put it. It was atrocious, like league worst drafting during that time period. Mike P says, get a new contract from Adams, play hardball or waive him. It's a gamble, but if Adams takes less money and you keep Diggs, that is the answer. Got to play hardball. It's a no-win otherwise. Play hardball how? What's the hardball? What hardball? To play hardball, Mike, so all contract negotiations are driven by one thing and one thing only. And that's leverage. And right now, the Seattle Seahawks might have no leverage over Jamal Adams. They just paid him a boatload of bonus money. If you release Jamal Adams right now and put him on the open market, he's going to end up making more money because he'll find some team that'll give him a 3-year, $25 million deal with more bonus money on that deal. They may not give him the big money we gave, but they would still give him something. So there's nothing in Jamal Adams. Why is it a benefit to Jamal Adams to do any renegotiation? He's not under a contract extension. He's not under a 1-year deal. You just paid him. You've lost all of your leverage. And Mike P, leverage is all that drives negotiations at every given point in time. And when you have no leverage, you have no hard line that you can draw at that point. Gibson says agree. You don't pay players in the secondary. You cover them up with players up front unless they are game changers back there. Agreed, Gibson. Especially if you're going to, I'm glad we agree. I think especially Gibson, this is the case if you run a heavy zone scheme. If you're running a lot of man-based stuff, maybe I could understand that. But understand this, folks. One of the reasons why with Diggs, you got to kind of keep this in mind is the single high safety in the Seattle defense, very often, a lot of the plays is not doing anything or having a huge impact on the play. He's just playing center field and keeping things deep. He's basically, he's there to tell the quarterback, don't even try it deep because there's a safety back there lurking. Now, he doesn't have an easy job. There's some tough things that they do within that, but this is a little bit like when we get to like, you know, drafting for a running back or drafting for, I'm trying to think of another position that's sort of equivalent to this. You draft for a position that doesn't have an impact play in and play out, and you do it at the cost of, let's say, a lineman, you know, like the Eskridge Creed Humphrey pick. This is exactly what I'm kind of talking about with this, is when you look at roster building and you have two different positions and you go, well, I like receivers. Receivers are sexy. Receivers they get those yards and they got the yak and they're out there and they're making moves in the field. They're super fast. Yeah, all that stuff. But at the end of the day, Eskridge in this first year, and as he goes on as a third wide receiver here under DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett, you know, he'll have maybe like 30 targets this season, maybe a couple runs, versus if you go for Creed Humphrey, who's there play in and play out every single play of the football season, right? 30 touchdowns, comes in on 3 wide receiver sets versus every play. He's having some kind of effect on the game. And if he's a good player, most of those plays are a positive effect on the game. This is where we go down to the one thing. Same thing's true on the defensive line. The corners back there playing in zone might not even get tested because their zone doesn't have the quarterback drawing his eyes to that. As we saw today early on with Mills and him hitting all that short underneath stuff, that you could have a corner just dropping into that zone all the time and he's untested. This is what happened to Richard Sherman, right? The second you signed Richard Sherman to a big money deal, right at that time, teams stopped just basically testing that whole side of the field. They went, nope, not going over there. But they were still able to find effectiveness, these offenses going to the other side of the football field, weren't they? And attacking in other ways. Whereas if you got that defensive lineman down there who is a dominant force, who can be that guy down there that can really change the game down there, he can have that effect play in and play out. Again, especially when you're a team like Seattle is built to be the 4-3 under scheme, you're not blitz heavy, you're not really exotic defensively, all the more reason why now you've really got to build with that defensive line. Zorn76 coming in with a big $20 donation. Took me a second to acknowledge Zorn76, but don't think I'm not the least bit more appreciative of you for you throwing the $20 down. Thank you, my guy. Another longtime member as well of my channel, Zorn. So thank you so much. It says, good win, but I still want a complete regime change at season's end. I'd also advocate trading roster away and starting over in 2022. Zorn76, thank you for the $20 donation. Again, you are awesome, brother, for doing so. And I'm with it. I'm okay with it. If we go into this roster in this offseason and we change everything over, regime change over, all that stuff, I'm totally fine with it. I would be encouraged by it. I'd be excited by it. I'm ready for a little bit of the new like you are. I think a lot of the fan base is a little bit ready for the new. It's you know, we just want, I think where you're kind of at the heart of it, I don't want to speak for you, Zorn76, but I think where your heart of it is as where my heart of that, where just mistakes have been made prior to this. Those same mistakes continue to be made prior right now in the present, in the now. And it's hard to see that those mistakes get corrected into the future. It's about, I know Carroll's a great coach. I know he's some great things in Seattle, but can I trust him to fix this? Can I trust him to rebuild? Do I want to trust this front office and Carroll with having to go out there and sign these big free agent contracts and whatnot? You know, there's going to be money to spend this offseason. Do I trust them to spend that money when they've spent that money so poorly over recent seasons on guys like Luke Jokel and Ziggy Ansah? You know, you can go down the list in the line a little bit. You know, you've thrown money in a lot of different bad places that haven't gotten you a lot of performance on the football field for what you've thrown into it. Not a lot of multi-year deals you put out, but you'll do these 1-year big money deals that then doesn't get you any kind of return on it, but ate a big portion of your salary cap that given season. So I'm good with the Zorn 76. I'm more in the line of looking to see something change over this offseason, big change to come through this offseason, rather than just sort of standing pat where we are. Because again, for the reasons I just said, I think I want to see the mistakes that have been, the places you've gone wrong get corrected. And I don't know that they get corrected outside of things being changed. I don't. I think sometimes stuff just gets a little bit stale and stagnant, and it just doesn't have an ability to have that same kind of ability to move off of the spot and change to something that will fix and work things in the right direction. Megan coming with a $2 donation, says mental somewhat in order. Back now. All right, Megan. Well, I hope hope maybe a little nap or just a little relaxation, a little chill. But thank you for the donation. Nolan R. Vance with a $5 donation. Thank you, Nolan. You are awesome. I salute you, sir. Says, was with clients for basically the whole game. Knowing it's the Texans, any takeaways to watch for later? The main thing that I would take a look with, Al Woods is going to be worth the price of admission on defense a little bit to watch in this game for you, Nolan. Obviously watch Rashad Penny, lock in on him quite a bit because he was fun to watch in this game, watch him breaking tackles, some of that speed coming back to him a little bit. And Curran, Jake Curran out there, a rookie, an undrafted rookie out of California, a guy with not a lot of, wow skill set to his game as a tackle. All these tackles can move now, or they got the huge length. This guy, basically every one of his pro day drills are just, look away, 40, short shuttle, all that stuff. But when you turn on the tape of this guy in Cal, he just got the job done. And when you turn on the tape of him here in this game, Nolan, he's going to just get the job done for you. And when you look at a lot of these Penny runs, watch Nolan how a lot of them go right over the top of Curran's side, where he's the point man. He's the guy at the point of attack to drive that guy out of the hole to create that space, and he does so, and he gets it done. So to my first blush, I was really impressed by those aspects of things. So you got a fun game to watch, Nolan. You got an enjoyable game here on the horizon coming up to be able to watch on replay. And thank you for the donation, all of you guys. I really do appreciate it. Keldon coming in with another $2 donation. Thank you, Keldon. I appreciate you too, buddy. Second donation from a Niner fan. That does not go unnoticed. I know it's hard, but I do appreciate it. He says, this is a great show. Just happens to be Seahawks. Fair enough, man. And like I said, Keldon, we're going to go forward on this. And this channel is a Seahawks channel, but the channel is going to welcome in all fans. I got tremendous amount of respect for the teams in this NFC West. I think there's a reason that we're the most competitive division in football. And I think that while we can all be at each other's throats as nemesis and go at it on game day back and forth with each other, there's no reason we can't, cats and dogs can every once in a while sit together and, talk it up, hash it out a little bit. But thank you for the donation. You're awesome, Keldon, for doing so. Gibson says, I'm tired of Carroll and Wilson still propping us up like it's 2013. Very, very well said. Eric Tiniest Nine says, Brandon, who are your top 5 Seahawks running backs of all time? I would put Marshawn Lynch at the top. I would put, I guess it would be, I go back and forth on this one, man. So I'll give it to Kurt Warner, but Kurt Warner and Chris Warren to me are like neck and neck. They're right there. It's right there pretty close on that. And then behind that, well, no, I'm selling on Sean Alexander. Oh my gosh. Okay, so I go Marshawn, number 1, Sean Alexander, number 2, number 3, we'll go Kurt Warner, number 4, Chris Warren, and number 5, I'll go Ricky Running Waters. We'll go with Ricky Waters is my number 5 guy. And Mike P, Brian Monet did appear to be injured. It seemed like they tried out a lot of our defensive ends at 3 tech moving forward on that game. So it does look like he sustained some kind of injury. Mike P says, would you trade Penny for a third? We all know it won't last. Might be Rashad Penny is a free agent at the end of the season. So you can't trade him, as Seahawks Network posted just below you on that one. Randall McDaniel says, Corey Dillon deserves to be in the Hall of Fame. Probably does. I think he's got the actual stats to back it up, Randall. He did it all in Cincinnati where nobody noticed, but he absolutely piled up a tremendous amount of yards. In fact, it's probably worth taking a quick peek at. I kind of want to just know for my own sake, Randall, because I think you did too. Yeah, man. I mean, woo-wee. 11,241 yards, 82 touchdowns. Yeah, man, I give it to him. And you look at him in the playoffs as well with that New England run. He was good in the playoffs too. Another 500 yards in the playoffs in 8 games. So I think Dylan eventually maybe gets in there. He's past that magical 10,000 yard mark, and he's an NFL champion. I mean, they rode him that year. The New England Patriots did. Mike P says it's all a misunderstanding. Players demanded grass, owners gave them weed. Oh, that's awesome. Gibson Dillon was a beast. Loved him at UW. Kaufman, man, the University of Washington had some fun running backs for about a 6-year period there in the 90s to the early 2000s. And Kaufman was one of the most amazing running backs I've ever watched in college football. I believe the announcer would say back in the day he had legs that would move like typewriter keys. You know, just so fast. It was like a blur when you watch Kaufman run with his legs. He was just such a different speed and quickness and speed. Amazing, awesome player. Dillon was a good one. Rashawn Sheehy, another one. Even before those guys, what we have, like, wasn't it Greg Bell? You had a two-back set there even before those two guys that were beastie too. Not a lot of running backs went out and did anything at the NFL level from University of Washington, but outside of Dillon and Kaufman for a little bit before he was I think turned into the pastor thing. But yeah. Brian Griffin says, what are your thoughts on the Manning cast? I love it, Brian. I absolutely love it. I every time I watch it, I laugh. Like, you get the moment a couple weeks ago where Bill Belichick is like, got snot running down his nose, and Belichick takes his hand and he swipes his hand across his face, and then he just rubs it on his thing. And the Mannings are watching it, and David Letterman's their little guest in between, and Letterman just calls Bill Belichick on it the second Bill does it. You can find the clip online on YouTube, no doubt. I laugh every time I watch it. I think it's hilarious. It shows you how bad kind of broadcasting has gotten at times with some of the cast of characters that they trot through those deals a bit. But I welcome more of it. I think that the NFL should be more open-minded to this type of stuff. You know, I really do. Is that think a little more outside of your conventional box in the play-by-play and the way you want to do that kind of stuff. So I think it's great. I like that it's that less rigid, less structured kind of thing. It's just kind of freewheeling. They're just sort of talking about what they see. I kind of am doing trying to do the same sort of thing here with what I'm doing. I think it's just kind of a funner way to kind of look at the game rather than kind of the same old platitudes, the same old words said about the guys, the same old hyped up stuff about the this player or that player in the game. It's less kind of pre-scripted stuff, it feels like. And I like that. John Arsenault says, who do you think we should draft this year? John, I would lean towards, you're picking in the second round high. Let's go with right tackle. Two of the guys that would be sitting up there probably, maybe sitting up there high in the second round would be a guy like Daniel Fa'alele or Abraham Lucas. Those would be two guys that I might take a keen look at. Maybe Zion Johnson out of Boston College if you want to move him in at left guard. I don't know if he's got enough movement to him, but he'd be an interesting guy at left guard. John Arsenault says, who should we go after in free agency? Let's go with Teron Armstead is kind of the main button of our class. A guy, a left tackle out of the Saints. Saints aren't going to have the money to probably sign him. It's going to cost big money, but you know that Dwayne Brown's probably moving on after this year. So I would take a look at Teron Armstead and throw him a big money deal. Outside of him, I don't have anybody that I've necessarily looked at targeting quite yet, John. So some of this is a little bit having to do with the direction of the team we go. But if we're looking at just general positions after that, if you can get a guy in center or right tackle in free agency, that'd be great. Maybe you can't, maybe not. Get another wide receiver. Upgrade past Freddie Swain, for instance, and don't necessarily count on D. Eskridge. I'd like to get the receiver ranks upgrade a little bit. I'd still think I would lean to keeping Gerald Everett if we could get him signed to a little bit of a small market multi-year deal. Seahawks Network says Bengals are selling. Deebo Samuel with a 28-yard touchdown run. Come on, Bengals. You had one job. Can you do one thing right, Cincinnati? One thing right. Oh. Bengals, man. Mike Peace has threatened to waive Adams. Nobody pays Adams. No, Mike, somebody's going to pay Adams because somebody's going to look at the way the Seahawks utilized Adams here. Again, people that hate on Jamal Adams, do you understand and I'm not saying you're this way, Mike, but the folks that think Adams has no value or that he's suddenly become this player is like a fringe NFL player at this point. That's not the case. He definitely has injury concerns going forward that are going to be a big problem for us and that they're worth noting. But when you look at Jamal Adams and the way that teams around the league will look at Jamal Adams, the way a team like the New England Patriots that plays a heavy amount of 3-4 will look at a guy like Jamal Adams, is they'll say, the Seattle Seahawks traded for a 3-4 attacking, downhill, strong safety, and they turned him into a single high and cover 2 safety in their scheme. That is Seattle's mistake, not Jamal's mistake. If we come here and we put him to our scheme and we put him in the right situation, the right standpoint, he'll take off. He'll be back to that player he was with the New York Jets, who were running a 3-4 attacking downhill scheme. So, Mike, teams are going to be smarter than that. They're not going to look at it so simplistically as just, oh, he went to Seattle. He bad on Seattle. He now bad. They're going to look at that like, guy's still 26 years old. There's some injury risk there. We're not paying him a lot of money, but somebody's going to pay him some money. And again, you can threaten to waive him all day as much as you want, but you're not going to get Adams to restructure. He just signed the contract extension, Mike. There's no player that signs a deal literally at the start of training camp, and then not 6 months later you're coming to him and telling him he's going to restructure because he's not living up to his deal. You're not going to see that happen. Goldie Cobb, Hawk fans, this is Adams' 5th-year option next year. Goldie Cobb, Jamal Adams signed a contract extension. He's not on a 5th-year option. He's on a contract extension. James Watson, thank you for bringing some sanity to the room. James says, keep Adams. Diggs is 30 and Adams is 25. Stop. Thank you. Herbicide, who do you keep? Who goes? I would probably move on from Mr. Dunlap. I would move on from Dwayne Brown, Brandon Shell. I would maybe look at Ethan Posick again, but it would need to be on even a smaller deal than what we signed him for this year, in my opinion. Those would be the guys probably moving out. Depending on whether or not we keep Carroll on DJ Reed. Because if you're going to stay with the 4-3 under, then I'll take a look at DJ. I'll take a look at even Sidney Jones as like little minor deals. I'll bring him back on potentially. I think DJ might get some money. I think somebody might pay him $8 to $10 million a year. But again, some of that's more dependent on Herbicide, whether or not you stay with the same scheme or not. But if you stick with the scheme, that's basically what I would do if we stay status quo. Goldie Cop says, remember Creed Humphrey was on the board and we drafted D? Yeah, I remember it every morning when I wake up and wince. Gibson, use Adams better. We wouldn't be debating this, but there are other glaring issues. Yeah, Adams isn't the problem, right, Gibson? We got bigger problems. We got bigger fish to fry on this team than Jamal Adams. Zorn 76, Adams is already an injury concern, same shoulder, and he's not worth anything close to 13 to 17 million per. Agree with you there, Zorn. I definitely agree with you there. There's just, unfortunately, because of the situation you're in right now, there's nothing you can do about it. Not this year, but a year from now, you can move on from him at that point, but you're still stuck with him for at least one more season, come hell or high water. Zorn 76, the Adams trade is where Schneider lost me completely. Understandably so. It's going to be looked at as a historically bad trade. Historically bad trade. And that's the type of stuff that will lose you on a general manager. It started getting me out on him, Zorn 76, and then he lost me at leaving $13 million on the cap this year. Saying, I don't need $13 million of our cap space this year being the first year in 10, 20, 30 years, the salary cap has actually gone down. It's actually lessened. So I'm with you on that, man. 100% with Schneider on that. Tom Cox says, I think the D pick was to prevent the Rams from grabbing him. Probably impacted it to some degree, Tom, but when you're making draft selections to keep a player away from an opposition's team as opposed to grabbing a player who's best suited to your scheme, who's best suited your team, who's there to take off, you're going to fail at a lot of your drafts if that's the approach you're taking. I don't disagree with you. I'm just saying that's a little bit of a road to ruin for our team as to why we've gone wrong in the draft, if that's what's driving their decision making. Watson was great at that, playing center field because we had the talent. You mean Thomas? You said Watson. I think you meant Thomas. Oh, you're saying to Watson. You're speaking to James. Sorry. Zorn 76, it's a trade you make when you're only one player away from another Super Bowl, and clearly the Seahawks aren't. Yeah, speaks to a little bit not only the bad trade, right, Zorn, but also to miscalculating where your roster was truly at and how much talent you truly had on your team and how close you really were to being that kind of contending team. Now, you went out and won the division that year, but That wasn't with Adams as that finishing piece. That was Adams then being brought in to like carry the water on the pass rush, which was a nothing burger for the first 8 weeks of the season until you got Carlos Dunlap. Outside of Adams, who provided a little bit of pass rush at that time. Mike P says, eat the bad decision, focus on Diggs. Sunk cost is part of the game. Trade Jamal for whatever you can get. Don't live in denial. We screwed up. Take your medicine and move on. What would Belichick do? Belichick would not be moving on this early on this type of deal, Mike. Belichick moves on from players that are a year before falling off. So, if you think he's fallen off already, Belichick would have moved on him last year, right? What would have Belichick done if he thought it wasn't the right fit and scheme? He wouldn't have given him the contract extension. But once he gave him the extension, he'd be stuck with him. The thing you got to consider with this, Mike, a little bit in understanding that getting the focus on Jamal Adams, a strong safety right now, and being like, this is our main problem on our team. You have an offensive line that can't consistently run block and can't consistently pass protect. You have a defensive line that oscillates between being good at stopping the run and bad at stopping the run. You have a defensive line that can't rush the passer. You have a cornerback situation where right now DJ Reed and Sidney Jones are due to be free agents. You have only really Trey Brown and Ugo Amadi going forward at the cornerback situation. Linebacker-wise right now, you have Jordan Brooks playing out of position at the will to eventually take over for Bobby at the middle. Bobby may move on this offseason and retire, maybe go somewhere else. Then you have Jordan Brooks at the middle. Now guess what? You need to also deal with the will linebacker and you need to deal with the Sam linebacker. I'm talking about positions, Mike, that you don't even have guys positioned for. You don't even have starters there lined. You're talking about a guy that you want to move on. You already got a starter there. It's already cemented. You want to move on, lose $20 million of salary cap. Just lose that $20 million of cap this year, right? You're basically paying to make him go away at that point. So that's gone. You lose all that money. Now you also need to go find a strong safety, by the way, at that point, Mike. Because when you make that trade, now you need to find a strong safety. And don't talk about Marquise Blair because he's having a ligament surgery, which, as we've seen with ligament stuff, like with Graham, they don't necessarily come back 100%. On top of the fact that Marquise Blair hasn't even been healthy up until this point before this injury. He's already had another torn ACL on top of this. So now you have to go find a strong safety on top of needing to find a Sam, on top of maybe needing to find a Will, on top of needing to find 2 starting quarterbacks, on top of needing to find a left tackle, a center, a right tackle, on top of probably needing to find legitimately 2 running backs. Oh, by the way, both of your tight ends are also free agents, Mike, so you have to go find 2 tight ends as well. Oh, and don't forget, you don't have a first-round pick. How do you get all that done? How do you possibly get all that done? Walk me through that one. I'm open to it, but just walk me through that one. Zoran says, I love Russell Wilson, but I think his best years are behind him. Probably. I think he was heavily reliant on scrambling. I don't think you're going to ever get prime Russ when he had his scrambling ability like he did in 16, 17, 18. Herbicide Jamal is the man. What are you guys talking about? I agree the trade was too expensive, but the dude can ball. Gibson says best secondary in Seattle overall, but under Knox easily was a Hall of Famer and Dave Brown was underrated. You could make the argument that was maybe the best. There's an argument to be made, man. Gibson, there is. Look at the amount of interceptions he easily has versus, let's say, Earl Thomas or Dave Brown versus Sherman. They got him beat in that respect. There's an argument to be made. Tom, I feel you trade a player a year ahead of them declining and maybe crazy, but trading Russ could give you more depth. If they don't, they could turn the Seattle like Dallas before the season. It's a possibility. There's definitely an argument to be made that you don't have a lot of draft capital and you can gain that draft capital by moving on from Russ this offseason. That it's a pathway to getting yourself back to getting some talent injected in the team, though it would come at the cost of Russ to do so. Megan was explaining to my mother about the beast mode and his quote about keeping your mentals in check. She wasn't quite sure how to react. That's probably appropriate reaction to a beast mode quote, Megan. to your mom's credit on that. D Nugget, what's up, D Nugget? Says hi, Brandino. I hope we keep winning. Me too, D Nugget. Feels good. Feels real good. Oh gosh, it feels good. Zoran 76, Russell Wilson and especially Bobby Wagner's best years are behind them. Yeah. I think they're still giving you a good level of play, but I don't think you're ever going to get the prime years of those guys. But that makes sense. Your prime years are your 28, 29, 30. You get in your 30s, you're not going to be at what you once were. Can they still be effective? If you build a good team around them, can they be players to help you? I think so. But you got to build more of a solid team around them than maybe you once would have had to have. Herbicide, if we used Adams like last year like we did this year, and he didn't get hurt, he was on pace for 13 sacks. I'm willing to pay $17 million for that. I think you got stuck paying him the money you're going to have to pay him after you made the trade with the first-round picks. So sort of one begats the other there. Really where you come back to this with the Jamal Adams deal is at the end of the day, we're kind of far down the tracks on the Jamal Adams problem. And people get harping on Jamal. Like, really, you got to back this up a little bit and hit the rewind button. What you got to do is you got to go back to the 2020 offseason, or the 2019 offseason, I guess, just before the 2020 year. And it's what drove the decision of having to make the Jamal Adams deal, which was made in desperation at the training camp, at the end of training camp. What drove that? That's the poor decision. It has nothing to do with Jamal. That's the decision that was the wrong, bad decision. And I concentrate on that because, again, it's a little bit of, we're getting caught up in the wrong things here by getting so concentrating on Jamal. It's the poor decision-making that led to Jamal. It's not Jamal that's the problem. It's the poor decision-making that led up to that. It's you didn't address your defensive line and pass rush that offseason, which is the most important part of your defense. To make your defense work, to make it functional, the foundation of it, to make it go, you have to have front four that can generate pressure. When you don't have that, the defense falls apart. And that's been proven time and time again, especially over the last 5 and 6 years. And so I don't have as much problem with Jamal as the player. I don't like paying the money we're paying him. But I wouldn't have had to have made that if I'm running in the general managership in the first place. If I'm in John Schneider's position, I wouldn't have been put in a position where I would have had to have made that trade, because I would have appropriately have addressed the pass rush that prior off season. I wouldn't have just sat on my hands and said, oh, Benson Mayo and Bruce Irvin, if you add up their sacks the prior year together and you put them together and then you put that versus the loss of Jadeveon Clowney, we actually got 4 more sacks. See how that math works? I mean, that was rudimentary crap on their part to do that in that direction of it. And that's really where we should be focusing on. That's where our ire should be pointed. Greg Lewis, Voodoo Magic. That's who it was, not Greg Bell, Greg Lewis. Greg Lewis was awesome. E. Gibson says Dillon feasted behind that New England offensive line. Yeah, he did. He also feasted behind the Cincinnati Bengal offensive line, which is a phrase basically almost no one has said in the history of man. Virginia Preston, let's go Seahawks. Let's go Seahawks, Virginia. Let's go. Zoran 76, we need to find a defensive end who can do 13 plus sacks per and pay him. Safety needs to be excellent in coverage, and Adams ain't at that price. No, Adams isn't good in coverage. And again, Zoran, if you want, to the folks who want to move on from Adams, you can sign me up a year from now. I'm fine with it. I'm fine with saying it's a sunk cost. Don't get caught up on the first round picks and the third round pick you gave up for him. Just let him go at that point. You can talk me into that. If you're trying to talk me into releasing him and taking a $20 million dead money hit this offseason, when we're already maybe going to have to take the dead money for Russell, when we're already maybe going to have to take dead money for Bobby, when we're already going to have to take dead money for LJ Collier, and that's not even saying maybe also in addition to that Carlos Dunlap, my contention to those folks who've said that, what do you want to end up doing? Do you think you can field a competitive football team or a team that's even functional with $50 million of dead money hit on your cap? I don't think you can. And I don't think that it's necessitated at this point. Just wait a year on Adams and then move on from him at that point. E. Gibson said, love Lewis too, from downtown, went to the games in the early 90s to 2000s. Yeah, he was a beast, man. He was kind of the early forerunner of running backs. Like after him, it was like at the University of Washington, 5, 6, 7 running backs in a row that were they weren't all first rounders, but they all I think at least got a cup of coffee in the NFL. Megan says, Belichick proving once again why he is the true Dark Lord and why I love and adore him. Not quite as much as I adore Coach Carroll. Nas says, the way they used Ugo Amadi in this game is how we should have been using Jamal Adams. They were playing him close to the line of scrimmage. They were, and blitzing him heavy. Ugo had more blitzes in this game than Jamal had, I think, at any point in time in a whole season here. HB says we should bring in Zion Williamson to try out for right tackle. My man's supposedly up at like 320 or something, 325. Dang. Yeah, it's hard to be fat as a basketball player. Like, you got to eat. You got to eat as a basketball player. You're doing so much running, so much calorie burns. I've had such a bad diet over years, but I always play basketball, and it's the great offsetter. So for him to get to 325, it's like, buddy. Zorn76 says 2 firsts and a third for Adams was too much. It was. Don't forget Bradley McDougald on top of that, Zorn. Of course, he was just kicked in there for kind of salary offsets. Seahawks Network's Jamar Chase, 37-yard touchdown, 10-10. There we go, Cincy. You answered my call. You answered the call, Cincinnati. Yes. Jamar Chase too. If anybody watched my draft coverage last offseason, I always have one guy in the draft that I sort of fall head over heels for above all else. And it's completely outside of, well, this guy's a better position, player of need and all that. Yeah, all that stuff is just sort of the guy that I get sort of fixated on. So a year before it was Antoine Winfield Jr. And then this last draft for me, it was Jamar Chase. And his game was just awesome to watch in college. You knew the kid was just going to tear it up. Tom Cox says Darrell Taylor could be that 13-sack guy. He played 1 season. Just imagine how good he would be in 2 seasons if he keeps improving. I agree, Tom. I think you need more than just Darrell Taylor, though. I think you need a couple guys. What if you had 2 guys on both sides that could be a 13-sack guy? I think what he was saying above is you have Darrell Taylor as one guy on one side, and then you pay for the other guy to be that 13-sack guy. You know, you have Taylor on the rookie contract. Now you pay the other side, and you don't go for the 33-year-old guy who has only so much left in the tank, like a Dunlap. But you go actually and get the legitimate guy who can get it done out there. Mike P says John L. Williams, Lynch, Warner, Sherman, the Tank Alexander. Sherman the Tank. Oh, okay. Nas, I have a friend who's a Bengals fan. I bet him $20 at the start of the season they wouldn't win 10 games. It's a lose-lose for me. Oh, man. He got you with that one. He got you. Zoran says, it's all good. I know I get critical, but I respect that there are many theories on what works best for the team moving forward. And then nobody's got the right way, right, Zoran76? You know me with this on this channel. I love disagreement. I don't think we have to be like an echo chamber here where we all have to agree on the same thing or the same method or approach. If there's people that want to get rid of Adams this year and go, I'm done with it, I think he's done. I think you've got a leg to stand on. You know, if you're in that realm or you want to like, I can get it. I disagree with it, but it's all, I welcome this stuff completely here on this channel. I love it. I think the different thoughts we have are what eventually gets us closer and closer to the truth. And when there's more difference of opinion and there's people, I can bring this to the table. Here's my argument on this. Let me go ABC on this, man. That is what makes this channel awesome, Soren. So it's all good, man. All good. Tom Cox says, look at Jimmy Graham. He's doing fine in Chicago. Is he in Chicago right now? I forget where Jimmy's at. Mike P says, okay, Brando, you win. Jamal Adams could do well elsewhere. Well, Mike, and again, you might be right, and Jamal is cooked and done, right? In that those teams could go sign him and then find that he is damaged goods and that he's not going to go, he's not going to get them the return they thought. What we're thinking of those your sort of supposition on this, Mike, was that if Jamal Adams was to be waived and you say, okay, we're hardlining you, we're waiving you if you don't renegotiate your contract because you are not delivering on this. And he goes, to hell with you, and then they release him. Your supposition was that there wasn't teams out there that would necessarily be interested in him or pay him some money at that point past, let's say, a veteran minimum deal or less money that wouldn't make it advantageous for Jamal not to renegotiate, essentially was kind of your point on that. And I just think that there will be at least a couple of teams that would be 3-4 based heavy teams, blitz-style teams, attacking teams that would, they may end up being proven wrong to your point on that, but I think that they would still be willing to give him some money at that point. Herbicide says DK has a good right hook. He did, man. DK came out there and instead of throwing the stiff arm, instead of driving it out like this, he did a little bit of that. You guys want to go watch a fun highlight. Go watch O.J. Anderson back in 1999 Super Bowl, the New York Giants against the Buffalo Bills. And O.J. Anderson's out in the open field and he's running and his defender's coming up. O.J. does the straight, and it's not O.J. Simpson. This is O.J. Anderson. O.J. does the straight wind-up move. If you go watch the highlight, he does this wind up and then goes like this right up into it. And they let him get away with it in the game. And DK in this game had a little bit of that same. It was a little mini wind up, but he came right up underneath and got the guy right up under the chin. Oh, Mike B says, "Hey Brando, great stream. You had me at cowbell. I'm here. Come on, cowbell. Seahawks win. It's cowbell time. What am I gonna do? Cowbell now, all the time. Oh my cowbell, make it ring, make it rain. Let me win. Right now, time here we go. I like it that way, fellas, more cowbell." Thank you, Mike. Brian Griffin, I don't think Belichick would pay DK. I'm thinking, Brian. I'm thinking on it. I'm contemplating. I'm with you on that, Brian. I'm with you on that. I think he's been willing to pay receivers in the past, but there's never been that moment of him actually paying like a market-breaking, wrecking type deal, right? I can't think of anything. I mean, they paid Welker a little bit of money. I'm trying to think if there was somebody else that jumps out to me that they actually gave some coin to, but no. They always go a little bit light at the wide receiver position as far as paying it. They also tend to be, Brian, very much so a team that I think the Belichick's designs wants to run the ball more than pass. So he's, and they want to hit their tight ends more than they're really fixating on their wide receivers. Gox 2022 can more on that was DD Chase. Can move on from Adams with about a $17 million dead money hit. That's what it would cost. But you have to do that post June 1st, Gox. So here's the key on that is that you have to wait all the way till June 1st to then move on from him, which means you're not getting any return back from him this year if you do move. It's just basically you have to eat the dead money. The draft capital you might get back if you are going to get anything back from isn't going to be then until 2023. If that affects the situation, which it should, I think, from people considering it. Tom says, plus on top of that, they need to re-sign DK, which would be about $25 million a year. Yep. There's only so many moves you can make, right, Tom? I mean, they do have money to spend, but you only have so much to spend. And if you're going to eat it up with a bunch of dead money hit, that's going to leave that much less amount of money that you're going to be able to spend on guys like a DK Metcalf or to go out there and fix the offensive line. And I'm not forgetting those two edge rushers, Gox 22. I want them. Stack them up, Food and Magic says, so basically we need a whole new team. It's kind of. Brian Griffin says, you change your defensive philosophy and you build around Adams. Well, as I've said before, Brian, my sort of scenario I would take this offseason as my de facto, call it a dream scenario, call it the if Brandon was in charge scenario, is that I would probably move on from Carolyn Schneider. I would try to keep Russell Wilson in the fold. I would go get an offensive-minded head coach. I would change to a 3-4 scheme. Ideally, go take a look at a guy like maybe you can go see if Brian Flores gets released out there in Miami. Go pilfer him, bring him into Seattle, build around Jamal with a 3-4, and let's roll. That is my ideal as well. Mike P says, if we threaten to trade Diggs to Detroit, he will restructure. I think you meant Adams, Mike P, because Diggs is a free agent. Oh, B. Russ says, FYI, Woods didn't miss the season because he was suspended. I think he opted out because of COVID. He did get suspended a couple of years ago with us for pre-drugs. Did he? I thought he was suspended a whole year, though, because it was the... Hold on. Is my old brain missing this one? My brain might be missing this out. It's not... I wouldn't put it past me. I could have sworn that he was... Oh, you're right. You're right. Yep, he opted out. I misremember that. My bad. Oh, the brain's getting old, B. Russ. Seahawks Network, you don't change your whole philosophy around one player. You find players to fit your scheme and philosophy. That's why the trade is bad on top of what we gave up. Well said. Very well said. Washington Visquest, given the Seahawks needs you just rattled off, I think center's about priority number 5. I'm sure not a popular opinion, but I think you only roll with Posick. He's 26, cheap, only two charge sacks this year. I'm okay with Posick. Like you said, he's not going to cost a lot. His injury thing's worrisome. I think if you do go and you run back with Posick, Washington Visquest, you just have to commit to going a little bit harder than Fuller as the backup at center at that point. But you got a lot of work to do this offseason. You're not going to get it all accomplished in one offseason. That's the problem with the team kind of falling into the state of disrepair where it's at. So I agree with you there. There's only so much you are going to be able to accomplish, especially down a first-round pick. I can get that. GoHawks222 says, looking forward to the way and how you think the Hawks spend that $54 million of cap space for next year. I'll definitely draw out a plan. I'll show you guys like I did last year when we had the money to spend, kind of what I would do if I would go into the free agent period. I'll do the same this offseason. So some of it I'm going to wait to do to see where we land on coaching, front office, quarterback. A lot of that's going to probably dictate the potentially direction. But I'll put something together for you on that GoHawks22 for sure. Seahawks Network, I'm as hard on this trade and Adams as anybody, but trading him now makes 0 sense. You're basically paying for him to leave. Same, I'm with you. I'm fighting this fight right now, man. That's where I'm at with it. I'm not going to pay somebody to leave. I understand sunk cost fallacy, but this is beyond that, I think, to move this early on him. Mike P says 2 firsts and Jalen Hurts or 3 firsts and Gardner Minshew. Trade Bobby for a second or third. Teams overvalue Bobby. Just rebuild. Russ will never fix his fundamental problems. I'm fairly well okay with your process. I'll take your second, third, first-round picks in Gardner Minshew. I'll go with those first and foremost. I don't think you're getting a third-round pick for Bobby. I think your best return on a Bobby's a 4th, maybe. Probably a 5th. Probably a 5th. That's right, GoHawks22. You got it's somewhere between $12 and $13 million of cap space you're rolling over into next year's cap right now. Somewhere in that neighborhood. So yeah, you'll have quite a bit of money to spend this offseason. You will. No doubt about it. I mean, you got some dough to spend. Megan, come with the $5 donation. Thank you, Megan. You are awesome. I appreciate you. Says, as I've been up for hours and my mentals are 100%, decide for me 12's my next jersey. Tyler Lockett or Michael Dickinson? I guess some of it depends on, I don't know. That's a tough choice, Megan. I think you got to do Dixon because you're in Australia. And people will if you go out and you're wearing that out and about in Australia, people will be like, yeah, hell yeah. You know what I mean? Like one of our countrymen. All right. I dig the Dixon just because of where you're at. I think that's right. Bro, GoHawks22 says they're not getting 3 firsts. Let's be real. I'm being real, man. GoHawks22. I've long said that I think they are. I'm gonna start laying my money where my mouth is. I'm gonna start laying down bets on this. The folks that you can get in 3 first-round picks. And we got to find a middle place we can put money on or something. Because I would lay money down that Russell Wilson will get 3 first-round picks this offseason. It may not all be 3 first-round picks in this draft, but he will get in totality 3 first-round picks. GoHawks22. Matt Stafford last year got 2 first-round picks without anywhere near the pedigree that Russell Wilson has, having never won a playoff game. So. The one-time Pro Bowler Matt Stafford gets 2 first-round picks a year older. Russell's going to get 3 first-round picks, no doubt. Michael writes says, how much of a chance do you give the Seahawks to defeat the Rams next week? 40%? It's our toughest remaining matchup, Michael. I do believe that the Cardinals are going to be pretty locked in by the end of the year and resting guys in that final game of the season. So this is it. This is our Super Bowl. This is our season. This is the game. So I think they're going to be fighting. We're going to lay it all on the line because there's no tomorrow. This will mathematically eliminate you if you lose it. So yeah, I give you 40%. I think you fight out. I do think the Rams are, especially those 2 moves they made with Von Miller and Odell, I think might be just enough to kind of keep them up over the line on us a bit. But I hope I'm wrong. Goax 2022 says Rams dead money this year was around $46 million, which is a ton. It is a ton. And look, they've been riding the line a little bit. If they had lost Ramsey or they'd lost Aaron Donald or they lost Whitworth, their season probably gets sunk. They had some real building block players that they need to have ride and roll who've been able to stay and maintain. Surprisingly so in Whitworth's case. Guy just turned 40 years old. I think the first tackle in NFL history to still be playing left tackle at 40 years old. And playing it at a high level, not just playing it, but playing well. But they definitely played with fire on that one. Tom says, again, that Adams trade was afraid the Rams or Niners would get him. I agree, Tom. I think the trade was driven a little bit by the Rams and Niners getting him. I know you said it was good. Good teams don't do that, but this was repeated with Clowney and then Adams. I don't think that the Clowney trade was as much that there were other teams in on him, and I think that the Clowney trade was actually a smart trade, Tom, in retrospect. Look, the assets given up were nowhere near what you gave up for Adams. You gave up a third-round pick. Jacob Martin, but that's not a big, I don't care about that. That was nothing to me. I think Seahawks fans overvalued Jacob Martin to a large degree. And then you look at the fact you also, Thomas, got the Texans to pay half of the franchise tag cost of Clowney that year. I still maintain that was a good deal for Seattle. Of these sort of desperate moves, that's the one that I'd actually kind of approve of. But I do think you're right on the respective Niners and Rams were probably looking at Adams too at the same point in time. And that did drive a little bit of that decision-making there. Brian says the team captains should still have some stay-go at the table with management with all sports. Well, they probably carry more weight than your normal player would, Brian, for sure. Mike P says, Brando, shocked you didn't want Derek Fenner on your running back team. Derek was a little soft for my taste. Derek went down a little easy for he's a big boy. He should have been able to fight a little harder for some yards. Riverside, I'm thinking it was Broncos that had 3 available. 3 available? Watch VisQuest. Most teams have an overpay like Adams. That happens. The picks we gave up were insane, but what's done is done. Agreed. I sincerely hope he's here in 2022 and 2023. The thing to root for is a new defensive coordinator. Double agreed. Very, very, very well said, Washington VisQuest. And yep, absolutely. Tom Cox says Zion is 330 from what I heard. That's a big boy. He's literally eating himself out of the league. Ox 3 and 8 said, would you try and lure Sean Payton from the Saints if it meant Russ stays? You better believe I would. In fact, I would maintain, though I'm sure you've heard Hawks 3 and 8 a couple of times. We mentioned a guy like Harbaugh out there as a coach that I would try to bring into the fold. I've said Sean Payton, Mike Tomlin, those 2 guys are available. And I believe with both those guys, I think they're entering into the last year of their deal, if I'm not mistaken. I would take a long look at both of those 2 guys if you could bring them into the fold. Fat Daddy Stacks with $19.44 super chat. Thank you, Fat Daddy Stacks. You also came in with a big Fat Daddy $20. So you are not just name Fat Daddy Stacks. You are also in practice Fat Daddy Stacks. He says, brah, missed the F fullback play. If we need a couple of years to recalibrate, can we please draft or sign a Max Strong style fullback? Also, make that head coach run some fullback plays. Missed that fullback play in the NFL. Fat Daddy Stacks, I do too. As somebody was mentioned in here, John L. Williams and visions of him. We had the guy that with the stiff arm, the Baptist, he'd do baptism. The guy that I think was the pastor. I'm missing on his name right now. But look, I've wondered a little bit why more teams haven't tried to find more of that fullback type in there. With it, yeah, it's going out of the game a little bit. It's going to more 2 tight end approaches on things. It's more about, getting your line widened out and being able to stretch those defenses alignment a little wider out. But you got to figure there's going to be one of those guys that comes through the trek every year in college that comes down the trek. That's like Tommy Treble was this guy last year with Notre Dame, a guy that could play some fullback, could play some tight end. I think the key is to find the guy that can play the tight end a little bit, to find that guy in the future, Fat Daddy Stacks. Find the guy that can do a bit of both of those, and then you can utilize both. But I miss it like you miss it too, man. I do. I miss those fullback runs up the middle. If you need a 3rd and 1, just give it to the full 3rd and inches. Give it to the fullback up the middle. Max Strong was automatic on those plays, wasn't he? He was. And yet the hammer blocks in the hole to clear out the linebackers. Yeah. I miss those days, Fat Daddy Stacks. I long for those days. That crunch that would go on when you get the fullback or the linebacker meeting right up the hole. You'd hear it through the whole stadium. Well, thank you for the donations, the multiple big donations, Fat Daddy Stacks, on the stream today. I hope you know I do really appreciate it. Gibson says, I have a Winfield Jr. jersey, laughing out loud. I get these guys, and it's not the best players in the draft, so I have to kind of give it on that, Gibson, where it's like the guys they'll usually be the top-end guys, right? Usually they're up in the top 5, top 10 picks. Sometimes they're not, as it was not the case in Winfield's case. I was doing a lot of cornerback scouting that year and secondary scouting, and he popped off the tape to me. He just did. But there's certain guys I'll just gravitate towards in the draft. There'll be that one guy that I'm just like, man, if we could just get this guy, that would be amazing. Herbicide says, I want Shanahan. Niner fans hate that guy. Yeah, I would too. I'd take him as well. If they're going to let go of him, I'll take him. I think Shanahan's a really good coach. He's like one of those coaches. He's a real good coach right now with even more upside to him. It's like if coaches could have upside, I feel like Shanahan's still a young coach, kind of finding his way a little bit, but he's got some upside to him. Seahawks Network, Bengals getting the ball back, down 6-10. Okay. Megan, you got a question here about rugby? Mike P says, can Megan scout the rugby teams for our draft? Philly got a great rugby player in the 7th round, 6'8", 350 pounds, with a 5'1" 40. Ooh, he's flying at that size. Megan, we need help. Got to find a diamond in the rough. We need a diamond in the rugby rough, Megan. We got Daniel Fa'alele. He did some rugby, Mike P. Get out of Minnesota. Washington Squad says, think we re-sign Rasheem Green? I like him as a low-cost backup. I'm just going off of an eye test, not looking at actual stats. I feel like every year he improves a bit. No, I wouldn't. No, he's gotten significant run this year, both from the defensive end position and from the 3-tech defensive tackle position, and he's not really giving you much from it. You know, he's sitting right now in 2021 with a 54.4 Pro Football Focus grade. That is well below league average. On 2020, he had a Pro Football Focus score grade of 55.3. Okay. 2019, he had a Pro Football Focus score grade of 57.3. So he's been in 3 seasons. Rasheem Green by Pro Football Focus's score has been within 3 points over the last 3 seasons, where you would think that there would be what you're talking about, that improvement by the year. He's got a couple sacks this year. He's not even going to probably get to his top end 4-sack season that he's hit before. No, I want more impact. I want more consistent pass rush. He's just to me, he's not even a jag at this point. Maybe he's just a jag. But I want a little bit more potential impact. I don't think Rasheem Green has ever really tapped into that 3rd round potential of what he truly was supposed to be when we were drafting him. Michael writes, his Hawks 3-8 trade Pete Carroll for Sean Payton and trade Wagner over there too as an extra cherry. All right. I'll take it. Seahawks Network says Saints can't afford Wagner. That's true. I don't even think they could afford Wilson in trade either. So they probably just have to do it with Carroll. Gibson says walking around downtown Seattle with a Fitz jersey on is fun. Nice. Bengals still trying to lose. They're always trying to lose. Let's face it. It's the Bengals. Herbicide says we should try and hang on to Neal also. I'm okay with that. As a backup, low-end contract. Yeah, I'm okay with that. I'm good with that. Thomas says if Adams goes, I think Seattle would need additional draft picks to make up for loss in cap. Yeah, they would. The problem is, though, you need to get the draft picks in the first part, and the problem is that his money is substantially a dead money right now. Before June 1st, it's $20 million plus, and then it goes down to $16 million after June 1st, which if you need those picks, you're going to need them for the draft because you need those players for the season next year, so you need them in the immediacy. Seahawks Network says, Bengals muff the punt. Niners get the ball back at the 32 with less than a minute left. Bengals are doing everything they can to lose this game. God, come on, Bengals. God, you have one job. Tom, but it also depends on who's coaching. Mega guy, let the Cowboys ring throughout Seattle 12s. Let the Cowboys ring. Mike B, I have a fever. I got a fever. The only remedy is more cowbell. I need more cowbell. I got a fever. You guys are sounding great. I just need more cowbell. Yeah, Gibson says Otis O.J. Anderson was a beast. He was a beast, man. And he beasted out in that game against the Buffalo Bills. Brian Koski, 193 yards rushing versus 63 yards rushing against those Texans was nice to see, though. I believe the Texans were down to only one starting running back because of COVID and injuries. Yeah, they were in a tough place. They were in a tough place a little bit. They lost to they had one linebacker just flying over that Grugen hyphen. I'm going to call him the hyphen linebacker they had. He was really playing well for them. And once he went down, especially, that was a tough break for them. Megan says, I think Belichick would pay for Adams if he believed he would be useful for the team. Well, Adams would fit into Belichick's scheme, Megan. You know, Belichick likes to run a lot of exotic stuff. He loves to bring blitzes. Adams would be a beautiful chess piece for Belichick to use. And you better believe he'd get the most out of him. I don't know if Belichick's cheap. I mean, they just spent $300 million in free agents this offseason. I don't know if I'd go say that's cheap. Thomas Cox says Randy Moss was on the Pats, but I'm not sure how much he got paid with the Pats. Yeah, this was when he was not going to get paid a lot. They traded a 4th-round pick. Moss's value had become so eroded at this point with the Raiders that it only took a 4th-round pick for them to bring Randy Moss to the Patriots. And then at that point in time, Moss took a discount to go to the Patriots to leave the Raiders. And it was thought at that time that maybe Moss was starting to have a little bit of diminishing skills. Seahawks Network, Bengals got called for taunting. Bengals defensive back point at Niners offensive lineman Jake Browning style after a 3rd down stop. Nice. The NFL with these taunting penalties, so stupid. Herbicide, Niners score a touchdown just before the half. God, Herbicide, I thought Belichick was going down since before Brady left him. He's having an amazing year with a rebuilt team. I never kind of belt as much. I never was on that trek of things. I've always had a lot of respect for Belichick. Is he evil? Is he a cheater? Yeah, he's all those things, but is he a great coach on top of it? Yeah, he is too. And I thought that, it was going to take some time once Brady left to get the roster right, back to front. And, it took him a year, but he's done a great job. He knows how to coach. He definitely does. Michael Wright, I never thought it was Brady or him. It was like, it's both, is the answer with that. The taunting penalty was added so refs could easily interfere with teams' momentum to keep it more watchable for the national audience. And I hate that about the NFL. I'm with you, Michael. It drives me crazy. The taunting stuff's silly. This is a grown man sport, You don't like the guy standing over you flexing? Beat him next time. Beat him. Win. Tom Cox, I can see Russ wanting to be traded to the Broncos. They got some legit pieces on the Broncos offense. They're good. Good offensive line. Good receivers to throw to. Javonte Williams at running back, Tom. Yeah. Yeah, they got something to work with there. They got something. They're working with a little bit. They're working with a little bit. Gibson says we had one like that TheSeahawksNest first half that hurts for Cincinnati. It does. It does hurt. Brian says the refs need to chill the F out on calling stupid penalties. They do. We're not there watching penalty. We're not there to watch the refs. I think somebody said they keep giving them more of these rules to allow them to have more control and effect on the game when you just want to let the players play. Just let them play. Mike P says, honestly, we should give Earl Thomas a look on Tuesday tryouts. We are desperate. I don't know if Earl would want to come in and try out. He'd say, you're signing me or not. I don't think he's going to come in there and work out for them. But hey, if they signed him, Mike, I'd be okay with it. I'd be all right with it. Herbicide says Kittle's a man-child. He is a man-child. It's a good description. Very good description. All right, well, Bengals are down 17-6. Or 6-17 at halftime, the Niners. Come on, Bengals. Get it together. They have an explosive offense. They can still come back. Gibson says Kittle is the prototypical tight end. He works so hard. I love that guy and how KC uses tight ends plus Brady. Me too. Kittle's my favorite tight end in the sport right now, Gibson. I like him above Kelsey. He's been for a couple years now. Something about his game, competitiveness, feistiness, his completeness as a tight end. No weaknesses to his game. He's awesome. And he's got sort of the elements to him, I guess you get the feeling of a guy who's more of like a self-made player too. I think that's why I like him as well. You know, like a guy like Kelsey was a second-round pick. He was a freakish skill set guy, freakish length, freakish size. You know, Kittle's just that guy that's like made himself. Herbicide says Aussie's so far away. It is. Australia is hella far away. I don't think I could do that flight, Megan. I don't think I can ever fly to Australia. Megan says, with all the cap space we have, do you think this front office will spend what's required to rebuild this team, or will history repeat itself? No, I think that they're going to spend their money, Megan. They're coming on a season where they could be the cellar dwellers of the division. I think a little bit of them saving the money this year had, Megan, to do with the thought process of maybe they were going to look at moving on from Russ after the year, and they wanted to be able to offset the dead money hit that Russ would cost this season. So you're taking, Megan, his dead money hit down from $26 million to $13 million is essentially what that would accomplish. So I think there was more of it last year looking towards this next offseason, and I don't think they're going to do the same thing this offseason because the parameters have changed. You know, the reality has changed a little bit. Mike P says, is Jacob Eason on our sidelines with a clipboard? Are there rules about which inactive players can be on the sidelines? I think with the quarterback, Mike P, there's a rule with like the third emergency quarterback situation where you can have two quarterbacks, but there's like a thing where you can have the third emergency quarterback who doesn't count necessarily as active game day, but you can have there just in case something goes crazy in the game and you lose your two quarterbacks. But you have to, for them to get active in the game, then both the two quarterbacks have to come down and can't come back into the game. I'm saying the rule off my top of my head, so I'm probably getting it wrong a little bit, but I think it's something like that. Goax 2022 says, I'll bet you chat a 20 on that. 3 first. Now, if 2 or 3 teams involved, they may. Well, I'll say it blindly right now, Goax 22. I'll lay down 20. I'll throw you that 20, man, if I'm wrong. You throw me the 20, it's a bet right now, my guy. So if you want to, if you say bet in the chat, it's a bet. But I'll toss you 20 if I'm wrong on this. You toss me 20 if you're wrong on it. But I absolutely believe we'll get 3 first-round picks, and I don't even need to know the teams that'll be available or not. I just know that's what he's going to get. It's just going to be worth that amount. Gibson says Seattle has a good tight end too. We used to use them better. A little bit, yeah. I mean, you get your days of Mike Tice. Jeremy Stevens was used well with Holmgren. Zach Miller, when Carroll first came in here, was probably used pretty well overall. They've never been really, really good about working the tight end overall, I would say, throughout Carroll's time here. But we have some good tight ends come through. Brian says, if Philadelphia give you their 3 first rounds for Russell, are you taking it? And would Russell agree to a trade to a team that mortgaged their draft capital to get him? Yeah, Brian, I would, first half, to answer you, yes, I would. Though this is a little bit based up on Brian, if Carroll's still here. If Russell Wilson's here and I'm moving on from Carroll and bringing in an offensive coach, then I want to keep Russell. But if it's Carroll's remaining here, it's obvious at this point, I think that you have 2 guys that are 2 very strong-minded guys with 2 different ideas for directions on their futures. Carroll, the way he wants to run this team. Wilson, the way he looks at the legacy of his future. And I think that they don't necessarily coexist anymore like they once did. If there is a team that's a dream team to be able to trade Russell to and get the maximum amount of return for Russell Wilson, it would be the Philadelphia Eagles. I think you would be able to get a Gardner Minshew on top of those 3 first-round picks because Philadelphia then is still sitting on Jalen Hurts as a backup to Russell at that point. And as far as Russell Wilson agreeing for the draft capital given up for him, Russell knows wherever he goes, that team's going to have to give up a lot of draft capital for him to go there. He doesn't get to generate that trade and accept that part one without the other. And understanding Seattle can come back to him and say, just like they did this last offseason, and the biggest reason why I don't think Russell was moved last offseason was the $38 million of dead money it would have costed to move on from Russell Wilson last offseason. And that was just a price that's too high. I think $26 million is still fairly considerably high, but not as high as $38. And you're rolling over $13 million from this offseason to be able to ease that burden down a little bit. But Wilson knows at that point to move me, they're going to have to give this up for me. And if I want out of town, I don't get to just dictate at every turn the way this happens. I want to go to this team, and you don't get to take any of the draft capital, and you're going to eat $26 million of dead money. he's got to be an adult about this and when he looks at it too. And when he does go to Philadelphia, Brian, and looking at it from a forward angle of it, looking from Russell's standpoint, you've got Johnson there at right tackle, great right tackle. Brandon Brooks there at guard, great right guard. Jason Kelsey, older center, but still a very good center. Landon Dickerson, one of the better offensive linemen drafted this last draft. So say nothing of the position players on the outside. He's got the best offensive line right from the jump that he's had in his entire career, right as he walks in the door before he's gone and tried to bring anybody in like an Odell Beckham or an Antonio Brown too. Okay? So he already has that out the jump. Then you got Devontae Smith, top 10 first-round pick wide receiver, probably works very well with Russell Wilson's skill set. They still have Jalen Reagor there, who's underperformed, and he's been a bust for them, but at least that's still a guy with some talent. They got some stuff to work with, is what I'm kind of saying. Now, defensively, they'd have a lot of work to do, but Russell's not going to be worried about defensively. He's going to be worried about offensively. Is he going to be able to fly? The team he goes to, is he going to be able to fly? And somebody mentioned the Broncos. Well, Philadelphia is right behind the Broncos, is having an offense stacked up to allow him to take that type of flight. Herbicide, I love Kittle's yak. He runs mean. His run blocking is kick-ass also. Yeah, he plays with attitude, which is what you want from your players, man. You want him playing with that chip. And yeah, he runs like you're gonna have to kill him to bring him to the ground. I love that about him. Seahawks Network, people crying over losing Jacob Martin. Where is he? Where even is he? Oh, it was Seahawks Network. I remember people just lamenting that for a while with the Clowney trade. I'm like, what do you guys, really? Jacob Martin? 6th round pick Jacob Martin? You guys are stressing on this part of the deal? We just fleeced the Texans. Brian says it sucks that UW can't play the Zags today because of a worldwide pandemic. Safety first. Safety first. Gibson says, for what they do, Kittle and Kelsey are elite. They are. Agreed. Very much agreed. Washington PhysQuest with a $2 donation. Sorry, Washington PhysQuest took me a second to acknowledge, but I do appreciate your donation. Says, can you explain why is Cooper Kupp? Can you explain why is Cooper Kupp? Why is he so good? Cooper Kupp is, look, one of the most underrated elements for a wide receiver is route running. And it's one of the things I think that sometimes is the toughest thing to always evaluate, because it's very easy to see a guy make a cut like, let's say, Tyler Lockett did in this game when he got single high safety. And he's got the corner on his outside shoulder, and he takes like one little false step, and his body sort of arcs to the right a little bit, and then he arcs it back up to the left and goes, and then takes it up over the top. And he gets the corner to take sort of a false step to a side lateral before he can then, and this leaves the corner then a step behind him when he then gets vertical. That's a beautiful run route. You can see that on the tape. That shows out to you. It really shines. What Kupp does is sometimes a little more subtle. Rather than him just running as fast as he can and angling his body beautifully as Tyler kind of did in that route, he's actually changing his pace. He's like the control pitcher in baseball, where he's just able to spot the corners and the edges and be pinpoint in his control and put it up and put it down and at the knees and inside and outside. He's like that guy. So you never can get a read on him as a cornerback defending him. You always are kind of, am I full speed running here? Am I kind of trotting? Am I trotting to run full speed? So he's always kind of just generaling his pace up. And then on top of that, he's got underrated quick distance speed. His stop-start ability is underrated. And he's got some very good wheels. He's probably a guy that gets up below 4.5 on the speed. Not great speed, but better than what you want to probably label him, which would be a slow white guy or something, whatever. And he's not that. And then you add on top of it, he's just got great hands. He's got just awesome hands on top of it. The kid catches everything you throw at him, which is, not that another part. Then I got to add even more on this. A yak guy, a guy that after the catch, he's going to be good after the catch. He's not as much a guy that gives you a lot of moves, is much like with his route running. He's a little more cerebral. I can't say the word now. He's doing with a more thinking approach after the catch, using angles and stuff like that against you. But route running, hands, he's got great ability after the catch as well. Also, another part I'm just heaping praise on this guy, Washington PhysQuest, but also his run blocking. We saw in this game D. Eskridge get blown up on a play that Cooper Kupp has made a living off of, but has been tremendously successful for the Rams there. And that is blocking down those defensive ends in the reach block game. You have defensive end right here, right? And so the tackle's across the defensive end. And when you're doing your blocking schemes, you'll take this tackle and you'll have him go block the defensive tackle. Well, that leaves the defensive end open, right? And it's a running play. So that defensive end now has a free run at that running back there. But what you do with Cooper Kupp is you have him come down in motion pre-snap, and then he takes on that defensive end. He doesn't lay some amazing block, but he just has to hold down just long enough to let the running back get out and get going in space. It's a spot that he does tremendously in that offense for them. Robert Woods also equally adept at it. And part of what makes the Rams offense so deadly over the last couple of years is those receivers, they're aids in not just the passing game, but truly in the running game as well. Tom Brady's killing the Bills 24-3 at the half, folks. Wow, I thought the Bills would bounce back this week too. That was one of those games I thought that they would give Tampa Bay a game. Fuji Magic, Priest Holmes, awesome back. Priest Holmes was awesome, man. Gibson says Tampa Bay was 7-5 last season and didn't lose again last season. KC finding a groove. They are. We might have a Super Bowl rematch here. Riverside, Tampa Bay is going to go to the Super Bowl again. Knock it off, Brady. Tired of seeing your butt. I'm tired of it too. Christian Okoye. Yeah, I got some of our old AFC West running backs in there. How about Marion Butts? Megan says, Mike P, you'll be paying me for my scouting, right? Tom says, then another quarterback got Philly 3 ones and he threw for 20 interceptions. There you go. There you go, man. Barry Word. That's right. Barry Word backing up Okoye. We had some big backs in the AFC West back in the late 80s, early 90s, man. There's some big boys. Mike P says, you will get our admiration and gratitude, which is priceless, Megan. Richard Badgett. Not all 49er fans hate Kyle, just the crazy ones. It's good to hear, Richard. I'm glad there's some sanity left there in the San Francisco fandom. You know, it's like you guys got to appreciate when you got one of the bright young coaching minds and grow with him and enjoy the growth because you'll eventually reap the whirlwind from it, the good whirlwind. Koye did run hard, man. He did. Herbicide, yeah, he was 260 with shoulder pads that made him look like a garage door. Yeah, Koye looked legitimately like a defensive end carrying, like a big defensive end carrying the football. like a traditional 4-3 defensive end. Tom Cox says, I 100% agree with Peyton. I would give Peyton a 10-year contract. He's worth it. I'd do that. I'd do that too. Yeah, he is worth it. He's a good coach. Gibson says, my mom is an OSU alum from the Woody Hayes era. I like Lattimore and Whitfield Jr. as young defensive backs. Lattimore's good too. Lattimore just got paid. Of course, Winfield's a Minnesota guy, though. He's in Minnesota. University of Minnesota. All-Star remind you of Riggins? Yeah, a little bit. All-Star was a little bit bigger. He was a bigger. Riggs had a little bit more speed, I think, than All-Star did. All-Star was unique, though. I don't know if there's been another All-Star kind of like that. Talking about another guy with some big-ass pads. Some big old monster pads. Spectre7. Thank you, Spectre, with a $5 donation. Oh, Spectre, I appreciate you, man. Thank you, second dono on the stream. Thanks, brother. This is not a homer by any means, but this Rams game next week is looking very interesting since the football team lost. I still have doubts, but you never know. It's where I kind of stand on it too. Somebody mentioned, well, what are our chances of winning it? I put it about 40%, but I do think that we've got every bit of chance to win this game, and I don't think it's a certainty that the Rams are just going to win this game. It just goes without saying. I don't think that anybody can say that at all. No way. Yeah, they've had our number, but you could also say that makes us due. We're about due to give it to them, aren't we? We're about due to give it to them. So, look, I think it's going to be a competitive game. Seattle knows the stakes at play in this game. They know that there's no more room for error. They know they got to fight for their playoff life. Are the Rams in that same state? Do they have that same sort of similar sense of urgency? Or are they just kind of treading water to get to the playoffs? Do we get to take advantage of that a little bit? I think these will be some interesting questions. I will say that if you've got the running game going like it is now with Rashad Penny, you've not had that in place in the previous times you played the Rams recently. And one of the places the two places you attack this Rams defense are you attack them in the short passing game and you attack them in the run game. And if those two elements can start working, that's going to go very, very far to winning this football game because your offense will be so much more effective. But that's been the place where those have been the two aspects on our offensively when we played the Rams recently. We've not been as good. That's been lacking. Boom shakalaka. What's up, boom shakalaka? Says, how's it, everyone? Hey, mahalo, brother. Hope you're doing well. Says, I have not been on here in some time. Took a step back from sports this year, but damn, I'm happy for Penny. Me too, man. Congrats on Rashad Penny, brother. Nice to see him go. Brian Smith laughing out loud. Adams talked to New England. See Adams' shoulder injury history. Oh, New England would take him if it's not going to be. It's all about the cost. They're not going to take him at $17.5 million per year, but they would take him. They would take him. It's Factor 7. I love it, man. Have some hope, man. That's all I say. Just have a little bit of hope. You never know where they'll take you. Megan with another $5 donation. My goodness, Megan always coming in hot with the $50, $60, $70 dono stream. You are awesome. Says, I am ashamed to admit as a 12 that I took the Winers to beat the Bengals today. Hashtag sorry 12s. Hey, maybe you were in a pool. Maybe you need to make some money, Megan. Maybe you had a bet laying down. I wouldn't have put money on the Bengals against the Niners this week. Niners coming off a loss. Niners in the playoff hunt. I don't trust the Bengals for nothing. So I don't know if I'd always be, if whoever's playing the Bengals, I'm always probably putting money on that other team. So that's a smart bet, Megan. I can't be mad for a smart bet. And thank you for all your donations to the channel, all your support to the channel, and being an awesome member here in the chat in the community. Tom said, could you see Trevor Lawrence forcing himself out of the Jags to a different team? I don't see the Jags getting good, even if Lawrence becomes good. I don't know if on a rookie contract, not yet establishing yourself as a star, you quite have that kind of sway to force that type of decision. So I would tend to believe that that he just doesn't have that kind of power to do that. And he's kind of stuck at least for a couple more years there, unfortunately. Megan says, well said, Brando. The taunting rule does my mentals in. You should be allowed to celebrate a hard-earned touchdown. Yeah, I mean, it's, making these guys are hitting each other as hard as they can. Sometimes they're bashing heads together. They're running into each other violently at the fastest speeds they can possibly run. And then when one of them happens to flex on another, their little gentle little egos can't take that. That's what's going to get them. That's what's going to do them in. Nah, I don't buy it. I don't buy it at all. These boys can take it, and they took it for years. That's how football was always played. Guys taunting over them. It's the intimidation factor. It's the bully factor of football. And every bit as important a part of the football is the people running around in circles and in the high offensive explosions and all of the pretty stuff. The ugly stuff can be pretty too. Voodoo Matty says, speaking of the Broncos, rest in peace, Demaryius Thomas. Rest in peace, Demaryius Thomas. Man, tough, God, so young, 33 years old, just out of nowhere. That was crazy to hear. Crazy to hear. A lot of people passed last few years, isn't it? Sure's been a lot. Guy had a hell of a Super Bowl. I mean, he was the only Bronco on that football field who had a hell of a Super Bowl that day in 2013. I think he set a Super Bowl record for catches, including the one touchdown against us he caught, which was a legitimate good catch. He had Byron Maxwell just hanging off him, made the catch on that play. But rest in peace, Demaryius. E. Gibson says, New England is the model of the NFL. It is a business as a franchise, and in terms of success, they set the bar. Very true. Very true. Mike P says, I hear people saying Gardner Minshew is a better version of Baker Mayfield. Air raid quarterbacks are trained for pre-snap reads. It's why the air raid works. Forces the quarterback to, good point, Mike, forces the quarterback to do and take on things that sometimes quarterbacks wait to take on till later in their career, till they've been 10 years in the league. Very well said. It's a very solid point. New England is run the way I wish the Seahawks were, says Megan. Yeah, me too. B. Russ, just realized the first and third we sent to the Jets for Adams made their way to the Vikings, and they got 2 offensive linemen. Oh, okay. Vikings know what they're doing on their offensive line. They definitely put the resources into it. They're smart that way. Brian Smith says Russ to Cleveland. I don't know, Brian. Russ wants to increase his legacy. He wants to be in a bigger market. He wants to be brighter on display. Do you accomplish that in Cleveland? I don't know. Megan says you're missing out on all the animals that can and will kill you if you don't make the flight, B. Just saying. I'm in the Pacific Northwest, Megan. We already got enough stuff that can kill us out in these forests. I don't need to add poisonous onto it. Aaron Zhang, is it me or did the offense look worse than last week? Why are we digressing? I don't know if they looked worse, but they didn't fit to more of what we're looking for them to fit to as far as the what this playbook is supposed to bear out, right, Aaron? I think which is what you're talking about. More of the shorter passing game, more of the sustained drives. It was more of the honey hole shots in this game, more of the moon balls, more of let's go deep, which it was effective and it worked against the Texans. But what we're really looking for is more of the sustained short and intermediate passing game, Aaron. And you're right. You're not crazy. That was missing in this week versus last week where you had Russ go 30 of 36, and he was really working that short passing game. Brian Smith says Mayfield is our quarterback next season. Book it. I'll give you props, Brian, if you're right on that one. I'll give you props. I hope not. I don't want baby hands. B. Russ, what's up with the Bills? Such an up and down season. Some games they look like Super Bowl bound and some worst in the league. Odd to see. This was the year you thought they were really going to put it down and go, where it was all going to click in and hit for them. But they started out the year gangbusters. Defense was giving up nothing as far as yards or points go. Offense looking explosive. But they can't consistently put it together. And when they don't show up, man, they do not show up. Washington Visquest says George Kittle is a greased up hillbilly. I feel about Kittle like 49er fans feel about Russ. My sports hate is too great to be objective. Fair enough. Gibson says Green Bay had seasons they struggled when Rodgers was injured. They did. Brian Smith says, Megan, no choice unless they fire Strip Club Johnny and hire you as a general manager. Strip Club Johnny. I don't know, that nickname makes me laugh more than it should. Oh, Lordy. I'm petitioning Brian for John Schneider. That's his nickname moving forward. Strip Club Johnny. And it's more a reference to the moves he makes than it is to him having a penchant for the women of the night. Tony M says, I'm at work and the Hawks won. Hey, it makes that work day a little bit better, right, Tony? A little bit better. Tony says, see? Hawks. Herbicide says Kittle's murdering the Bengals right now. He's so good. Gibson says, how we come back after a bad season is important. New England, Green Bay, and Pitt have had issues too. We'll see if we deserve to be on that level. Very much so. Gibson, Kittle, and Kelsey are elite. Yep. I think them with Gronk. Gronk, probably your three tops. Niners are different with Debo on the field. They are. Debo's a difference maker, man. And he makes that offense, really, he kind of just makes that offense run. He takes away a little bit of away the visibility that you get drawn to you by Kittle, the attention he gets. Washington Visquez says, Jake Cecily, the Athletic, just tweeted the Bengals each week with a picture of a Two-Face from Batman the Animated Series about to flip his coin. Haha. Bengals and Buffalo both like that. Megan says, I'm ashamed to admit as a 12 that I took the Winers. No, you don't need to be ashamed. That was smart, Megan. Seahawks Network, Ayuk with a touchdown. We're screwed. That makes us only one of the wild card spots manageable. We did get a lot of help today, though. Yeah, it's going to be tough. It's going to be hard if Niners win this one here, but you're in it. And you're dancing. Kelton says Niners got the Super Bowl as long as the Seahawks don't make the playoffs. B. Russ says Brady just defended his own pass on a pass deflection. Oh, he didn't want to catch it. He didn't want to catch it. He's like, dear God, don't try to catch the thing. Niners still have a few NFC games left. Yeah, it's no guarantee they went out. They're getting healthy at the right time. They're getting their guys back at the right time. And they are a strong team, as Herbicide said. Thomas Cox says, not to mention Philly's got Miles Sanders as a running back. I forgot about that, Thomas. Yep, they do have a running back as well. So even Russ has got even a running back in addition. I think that Miles Sanders, and they drafted the kid out of Memphis this year too. So they're too deep at the running back position right now. TJ says, if Myers made those 2 extra points and the Texans missed that 61-yard field goal, your score would have been 100% right. It was this close, man. I just didn't anticipate the 60-yarder, TJ. That's where I went wrong. Got to start factoring that into my predictions. I got close to it. Seahawks Network says, Brandon Ayuk, touchdown call back. Only 26 now. Okay. 14 points manageable for the Bengals. Let's go, Bengals. Come on. Get it together. Come on, Burrows. Let's Burrows. Boom shakalaka. Brandon, how'd you stay, bro? I'm doing good, brother. Hope you're doing well. Penny was a beast. Happy for him. Last 4 years have been hard just for the fact he couldn't contribute. It is, man. He's fought through injury. He's fought through Seattle being more fixated on a guy like Carson and that type of running back than the type of running back he is. He's been stuck behind Seattle trying to make him into a Chris Carson running back as opposed to just embracing what he is. But today you saw them doing that, and you saw him fully healthy and just rolling. It was a beautiful sight to see. You saw the elements there that made him once a first-round pick, and boy, do we need this going forward. Boy, do we need this going forward. Foodie Magic says, Brando, streaming for so long, don't be afraid to grab a bite to eat. We can talk sports and have a Hawks Nest mukbang. I'll get there eventually here. You know how it is. I'm not quite hungry quite yet. I'll probably be starving by the end of the stream, but I'm hanging in there, man. I eat late in the day when I first eat. Seahawks Network says, I'm from a parallel universe. We make a crazy 6-game winning streak and get the 7th seed in the playoffs. Hopefully we're in that universe. Laughing out loud. I'm with it, man. I love it. You'll be called the great proclaimer, but the great psychic in here, Seahawks Network, if it happens. But I'm with you. Let's do it. Let's go, Seahawks. Let's get this win. Let's get this playoff roll. I love it, man. Herbicide says, feel bad for Brandon. He don't eat for like 8 hours at a time. Oh, I'm fine, you guys. I'm far from wasting away over here, so I'll just mow down once I'm finally done. I just eat everything. I don't even know what I'm going to eat. I got to figure, I might order some pizza or something tonight. I think that's what I'm going to have. Boone Shakalaka says he don't eat or sleep, just football and coffee. That's it, baby. Football and coffee. That's all I need. Football sustains me. Coffee keeps me awake. B-Ross, crazy thought. What if you trade DK and then pay Devontae Adams the deal you would pay DK plus a couple of million? Thoughts? I wouldn't want to. I don't know why we'd want to do that necessarily, B-Ross. Devontae Adams is heading into his 30 years of age. Whoever is paying him on the next contract is paying for more past performance than future performance. A lot of what makes Devontae Adams successful is the connection he has with Aaron Rodgers that's taken 6, 7, 8 years to develop in Green Bay. So, you're not going to probably replicate that instantaneously if you made that kind of trade. And DK is a younger player who's more on the ascent. So, no, I can't sign off on doing that. I see where you're going, where you'd get first-round picks for DK, and then Devontae, you just have to pay him. So, you'd be able to get some draft capital back, and then you'd have still a similar theoretical receiver as far as talent goes. But I think with Devontae Adams, I don't think he's going to be as productive moving forward, especially outside of Aaron Rodgers. They're just a perfect fit, perfect match together, a perfect pairing. Tom Cox says, I think the Rams offense is missing Robert Woods. It is missing Robert Woods. I think that's been a part of what's hurt them recently. It's been a little bit of the poor play or the poorer play of Matt Stafford from where he started out at the beginning of this year. And then the secondary part of that is to lose Robert Woods for the year on top of that. Van Jefferson's been a solid guy, but he can't do all the things that Robert Woods can do. Robert Woods is like he's your Swiss Army knife for that offense. Whatever you need him to do is kind of what he can do. Voodoo Magic with a $10 donation. Thank you, Voodoo Magic. He says, for your delivery fee, inflation has been a biatch. Well, thank you, Voodoo Magic. The pizza tonight is on you. And I'm even throw a little bit of an order of cinnamon sticks in there. And I'm going to say, Voodoo got this. The cinnamon sticks are on Voodoo tonight. I think I'm going Domino's tonight. I'm going full gut rot. But I don't know. It just sounds good right now. Something about a Seahawk win makes you want to go get some good greasy food. Seahawks Network, Brandon hit the point I think is huge for us. Did we finally find a running game? This could be huge for us. Some reason I have a 95 Mariners type run on the horizon. Oh, I love it. You're getting me excited. Seahawks Network, you're getting me excited. And yeah, look, your running game has been nowheresville this year. I've given the passing attack a little bit of a hard time at times for not being consistent in really keeping the short passing game in point, and that's hurt us as far as sustained drives. But beyond that, the bigger hurt to us has been the lack of running game. I mean, you've had games you've not been able to generate any holes for the running backs, constant penetration, constantly having running backs hit in the backfield. This is the one game where there was really none of that happening. And now you have a running back talent there that's actually a guy that's got there's a little bit of electricity in those legs. There's a little bit more speed than you've been trotting out there. Alex Collins is a great guy in the open field with his moves and his river dancing, but he doesn't have a lot of speed. Chris Carson's a bull. He can drag guys a couple yards with 2-3 guys hanging on him, but he's a bull. He's not a fast guy. He's not a guy that's going to bust off 40, 50, 60 yards. Today you saw two runs of Rashad Penny that none of those guys that have been here recently, Collins or Rawls or Carson, none of them will be able to bust off that type of run in my opinion. So he's unique. He is unique. And we just need him to be great here for this back end of this 5-6 games. And that would be, as you said, Seahawks Network, huge for us. Huge. It'll be huge. Megan doing the $2 donation. Thank you, Megan. She says, we share a brain bee. Was thinking Domino's too. I know it does feel like that kind of night, right, Megan? I got a little bit of a Domino's feel to this night. I don't know what it is. Maybe I need to reach out to them for sponsorship. But yeah, I think Domino's will hit the spot here. I won't pay the price tomorrow for it, but it'll taste good going down. Herbicide says, no taunting rule is un-American. It is un-American. We celebrate in this country. When we do something right, we pound our chest like a gorilla up in the African forest, standing on top of a 300-foot tree after he's just defeated his gang nemesis. What do they call it? They call it a gang or a tribe or a troop, whatever you'd call a group of gorillas, whatever the name is. I hate the taunting rule though. It's awful. The second I heard about it, I went, oh no. Not with the way these guys gestate and already, like, you're not going to unlearn that behavior. And man, more donations. Thank you, Spectre7 with a $5 donation. Says, it keeps censoring it. Spends this on, you know what? Drive-in located in Seattle. That place that sells affordable, delicious burgers. Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, we got ourselves a Dick's down here, Sector 7. We got ourselves one down here. It's not as good as the one in Seattle, though. I've gone to it. I don't feel like it's as good as the one in Seattle. Maybe I'm just remembering the one in Seattle fondly from my youth, Sector 7. But it's not quite as it's here, but it's almost here in spirit than it is here in real burger deliciousness. But thank you, Megan, Spectre 7, Voodoo. You're awesome. All of you are awesome. I appreciate you so much for all your donations. You're paying for my dinner tonight. You guys, it's on you guys. I'll be eating them. Thank you, Megan. Thank you, Voodoo. Thanks, Spectre. Thomas Cox, Terrell Davis. Terrell Davis is awesome. If Tom Brady goes back to Super Bowl and wins again, can you imagine what Russ and Aaron Rodgers would do if that happens? We might have to put him on suicide watch. We might. We might need to monitor him. We might need to get him isolated behind, plain glass windows so we can keep an eye on them. It's a possibility it could go down like that. It could. Keldon with a $2 donation. Thank you, Keldon. I appreciate you. Says, can you send Russell to the Niners? Keldon, you got Trey Lance, my guy. Lance is going to be good for you. You just had to wait a year on it, man. It just you have to let the cake bake. You know what I mean? You don't get the return cakes of the Lawrence this year. You don't get the return cakes of the Fields, the return cakes of the Mac Jones. But your cake is going to be more delicious, more succulent, more moist. Isn't that what you're supposed to say about the cake? They're more moist. Yours got to be better long term. I like Lance for you guys, Keldon. I know he didn't impress you so far this year. I know he's not lit the world on fire for you. He looks rough. He looks young. He is all those things. But pair him up with Shanahan long term, and you guys are the most dangerous team in this division 2 to 3 years down the line from now. Maybe even getting that return by next year, starting to get that return by next year. But he is absolutely going to be a dangerous quarterback for you, I think, Keldon. And I think you'll eventually look back and like this Trey Lance deal when it's all said and done. B. Russ says, would you look at Mike Williams as a free agent wide receiver option? This has been long kind of mentioned about, again, Mike B. Russ, I think you're saying this in regards to, like if you were to trade Russ, I'm not trying to speak for you on this, but I'm guessing this is kind of what you mean on this, is if you were looking to trade Russ, or looking to trade DK, then you could go out and sign a guy like Mike Williams, who's been a very effective receiver for the San Diego Chargers since they made him the first pick in the draft in 2017. So this year right now, he's got 55 receptions on 93 targets for 854 yards and 7 touchdowns. He's having a really great year. He's probably going to be paid right around into the neighborhood of somewhere near, I want to double check his stats here to make sure he's not been as injured as I think he might have been. Yeah, he's not as bad. He's played 16, 15, 15. So he's played a lot of games. He's probably going to get near the same kind of deal, if not a little bit of a better deal of what Corey Davis got this last offseason with the Jets. So $16, $17 million on average per year is what you're going to have to pay him. So if you're talking about DK Metcalf, I trade him and then I pay Mike Williams instead. I save the $10 million a year that I'd be paying to DK, and I get, let's say, a first-round pick and a third-round pick. There's a thought process beyond that. There's the thought process beyond that, Ruby Russ, that's a smarter roster building method to go. There is. Would I do it? It's an option. So you're right. You're right to think it's an option. It's a valid option. I don't think I would do it though. I don't think I would do it. Goax 05 says, sweet to see the Broncos tribute to Demaryius Thomas. It is. I'm glad they jumped on that quick and did do that. That was awesome. Brian Smith says, I'm confused. Adam makes what he makes. Are you suggesting if we eat Adams' contract, New England would take Adams? If so, agreed. Otherwise, his contract's not going anywhere. Either way, nobody wants Adams. This is born. I forget who it was. I was having a little bit of a debate on the chat, Brian, with someone in the chat. So you're just kind of picking up midstream on the debate in the chat. And the debate was, should we just cut him? Should we just cut him away? And be at a sunk cost, and that there'd be nobody that would be interested in Adams at that point. And so that you could hardball. Somebody was mentioning that you could hardball Adams by that point and say, look, we're going to release you if you don't renegotiate the base salary of your deal. And I contended that was not going to be the case, because if you released him, there would be teams out there that would go out there and sign Adams at that point. Would they give him a 4-year, $17.5 million on average per deal? No. And huge bonus money? No. But would he get a couple year deal at a couple million? Probably. Yes. There would be some team out there that would be interested in that. I don't think he gets moved, though. This is all really kind of like one of those exercises to nowhere, because it's not happening. Adams isn't going anywhere anytime soon. So he's here. He's going to remain. He's a Seahawk at least for one more season. Megan says, my brother had a massive concussion as a kid that had his brain smashing against his skull so hard that we were told if it had impact his brain 0.5 inch more, he was dead before he hit the ground. Oof. What was he doing, Megan? What hit him? B-Russ says Michael Gallup would be a solid wide receiver number 3 if you pay him some money in free agency. He could be, Russ, but again, I think if you're going that route, you're going away from DK, and now you're going with a couple of guys at that point. You obviously can't pay DK and pay Michael. You'd have to. That's still a one or the other type situation, because you're not going to be able to pay 3 wide receivers big money. Boom Shakalaka says, as long as the refs don't get as bad as the NBA nowadays, they get so much camera time, you would think they were the NBA stars. The NBA is pretty bad about that. Herbicide says Zimmer might be his last year. It might be. It might be. He always seems to do just enough to keep his job for one more year, but he's got, look, they might miss the playoffs, and that might be it for him. I wouldn't be interested in him as a head coach, but as a defensive coordinator. I think Zimmer's a hell of a defensive coordinator. MSR Brooks says Mike Tomlin's a dream head coach. Could also see Harbaugh after his resurgence with Michigan this year, but I want Jerome Ford from Cincinnati in the draft. He's a Seahawk-type running back. He's got some Seahawk elements to him. MSR Rook, I was watching a little bit of his tape last night, actually, Ford. So very quick through the hole. Great acceleration, Ford. He's kind of nice little mesh on him between finesse and hard runner. He's not really one or the other, but he's got a bit of both elements to his game. Tom Cox, a few players I like that is coming to the draft is McDuffel, Cade Otton, Kyler Gordon, but also Breece Hall, Zach Charbonnet, CJ Verdell, or Haskins. They still have a few I haven't listed. I'm just getting into them, Tom, on some of my guys in the draft, so I'm just starting to dive into all these kind of names, but I'm sure I will hopefully scout most of those guys. Aaron Zhang, props to you, Brandon, for doing all these long streams, brother. Hey, no problem, man. I love doing this, Aaron, so it's easy enough to do it when you love to do it, man. It's like they always say, find something you love and you'll never have to work another day in your life. And I have done that and found that here with this live stream. So now it's just about getting to the point of being able to do it full time, and then we're on our rise. So I love doing it. It's fun for me to do. It's easy for me to do. My eyes blink and it says I've been streaming for 5 hours. It's the most weirdest thing I've ever seen in my life. Boom Chocolate says, wasn't Matt Rule for the Panthers like the next greatest coach? Yeah, it was really based on the back of that one speech he gave in a press conference. He won a press conference speech and it got everybody with starry eyes. But he hadn't done a lot in the field to really show you that, He hadn't really done much to show you that. But I appreciate it, Aaron. Very kind of you say. Megan says, I still don't get the Jimmy G hype. Me neither. I'll never get the Jimmy G hype. That one's beyond me too, Megan. Kelvin says there is no Jimmy G hype. Only Kyle loves Jimmy G. Well, straight from the mouth of the babes, Megan. Kelvin himself a Niner fan. Tom and Cox says, I like swagger, and the crappy taunting rule isn't great. It makes the NFL boring. It does. NFL's about energy. It's about, I just beat you. I'm hyped. I'm energized. Let's roll. And the defense feeding off that energy, and that energy then spilling over into the next play. I mean, that is the NFL, right? Why would you tamper that down? Why would take that away? It seems counterintuitive the way you'd want to do it. Thomas Cox says, but I remember Deion Sanders doing what he did, or Terrell Owens doing the touchdown celebration on the Dallas Star. It makes it fun to watch. It does. It does. It makes it funner to watch. This ain't 1955 anymore. You scored a touchdown. Hand the ball to the official now. I mean, how long did it take the players just to get the NFL to be open to them doing dancing and celebrations in the end zone, and how cool that's been? They're wrong on this one too, just like they were wrong on the dancing in the end zone too. Megan Gock Rogers says, football and coffee, does one need anything more in life? I think not. I think's not. No, you don't need anything. That's it. That's my oxygen right there. That's my H2O. H2O equals football plus coffee. That's my Einstein theorem right there. Washington Fish Quest, when players get injured and don't have fully guaranteed money, does that come back as free cap space? No. Nope. You can do a little bit of an injury settlement thing with them, which that's a little bit of a weirder thing. I don't understand how that really does work exactly, but you can tend to have it to where you can negotiate something with it. But technically speaking, usually, well, okay, let me break this down a little bit more. So you have a player with no guaranteed money, and there's two different ways this works, Washington Fish Quest. Let's say I have a player on a 1 year, $1 million deal, veteran minimum deal, no guaranteed money, right? If he's on the roster and he's in through training camp and he's on the roster after week 1, that whole deal becomes guaranteed. If I sign that guy after week 1, it's now, let's say it's week 2, and now instead of being $1 million, because there's been 1 week of the season gone, it's $940,000 contract for the rest of the 1 year deal. But he gets injured in week 4. I believe at that point you're only theoretically on the hook for those 4 weeks, I think. I don't believe it's fully injured, but you have to then do an injury settlement thing in that respect to a degree. So there's a little bit of weirdness to this on when it happens in the season. And there is still some gray line with this because you still have to do some sort of injury settlement. So the players have something still over the team, even once they got injured, even once they're past the week 1 period of it. Daniel W. Devontae Adams wouldn't be a good wouldn't be as good with Russell. Adams is a timing runner. If we trade DK for 2 firsts and could recoup Drake London, wide receiver out of USC, Mike Evans 2.0, trade extra first and a third for Laramie Tunsil. I don't think the Texans are going to give up on Laramie Tunsil, Daniel. They just signed him to a big deal, and if they moved him, they'd have a lot of dead money hit that they'd have to eat. You have to consider, Daniel, they're already going to have to eat a significant portion of dead money when they move on from Watson this offseason. So they're like with us, with like Russ. You move on Russ, you're not going to be able to eat Russ, eat Bobby, eat Jamal, eat LJ Collier, and all that dead money at one time. I agree with you, Daniel, as well. I don't think Devontae Adams would work as well with Russell on the timing stuff. He is a timing guy. Russell's not a timing guy. Russell would not get the same kind of production out of Adams that Aaron Rodgers would get. Very well said, and I agree with you 100%. I don't think you get 2 first-round picks for DK Metcalf because whoever trades for DK Metcalf has to then pay DK somewhere between $27.5, $28 million per year. That does remove down some of his draft capital return in a trade. But I can understand people wanting to take that track with it rather than pay him that money to recoup the first and then use that somewhere else. It does make sense to me. I wouldn't take that trek myself, but it does make sense to me. Thomas Cox says, that's why I'm fearful of the Rams. Sometime the Rams get going quickly and next thing you know, it's 37 and you're seeing Aaron Donald wrecking Russ. Hey, they can get on us quick. They can. We had them held down through a whole half the first time we played them, Tom. And then they just ran around us. They lapped us over and over in the second half. Tom says, I'd rather not trade DK right now. Me either, Tom. It's someone I want to build around, not trade for an unproven rookie. Same place where I land on this, Thomas. I just look at the situation and go, look, you don't have a lot of talent going forward, a lot of good young talent going forward right now. You have a lot of rebuilding parts you need to put in place. Why further put yourself in that realm of things? Why add to more that you have to now build when you have already a solid part that's working already right there? I mean, even after you pay him, he's still a very young player. This isn't an old guy heading into his 30s. He's just going to be heading into his mid-20s. I just pay him, and I'm good with it. Megan says 3 cheese vegan pizza here. I don't know. I'm not sure on mine. I might do pepperoni. I might do just some cheese bread, some cinnamon sticks. I don't know. Voodoo Magic says pineapple on your pizza or no? No, I can't do pineapple on pizza. I have a general rule of thumb outside of the occasional pie that fruit should not be mixed with bread. Fruit and bread do not naturally go together, in my opinion. Goax05 says Debo Samuel's like the inverse of Christian McCaffrey. Yeah, kind of. It fits. It's got to fit. Herbicide73 says got to represent Pagliacci. We don't got a Pagliacci, I don't think, out here. That's just you West Side boys over there. You fancy West Side boys and girls. E. Gibson says, we own San Francisco, but I really like their front 8 play consistently. It can dictate games. They do. They've constantly put a front 7, front 8 up that is just fantastic over the last couple of years. They stop the run. They get after the passer. Even as they've kind of taken some hits, right? As you lose DeForest Buckner. Eric Armstead never really has gotten back the same place he was off that first year, that year where he earned that new big money deal for them. Bosa's been great, obviously, but D Ford's in and out of the lineup constantly. Javon Kinlaw's been gone for the year now, down with a big major injury. That was their top 10 pick, who's supposed to be their next great 3 tech. But they find a way. They lost Kerry Hyder this offseason, who was their most effective pass rusher last year when Bosa went down. Find a way to replace him. Keep it going. It's one reason I got a lot of respect for what the Niners do. Tom says, in crazy reality, the Seahawks win out and then they pull a Tampa Bay and go to a Super Bowl and win that. That would be crazy. That'd be crazy awesome. Crazy amazing. Crazy spectacular. Gibson says, I never liked Jimmy G. His numbers winning wise was when San Francisco had a semi-elite D. I'm with you, Gibson. I've never been a big Jimmy Garoppolo fan. I think it's been the single biggest element that's held back Shanahan and having more success there with the Niners is that he came in there and they basically grabbed Garoppolo and said, this will be our guy. And then there was the injuries with the Garoppolo. And then there was the not great play from the quarterback position out of Garoppolo, despite the fact that Shanahan's offense makes it very easy on the quarterback position. But yeah, I'm not a big guy on that. Not a big Jimmy guy. Herbicide says, what do the Niners do to the Rams we can't do? I think we have a little bit of a struggling of attacking in the outside run game. And that's specifically where you attack the Rams. And the reason why is if you watch the Rams, a lot of times they will arch in their defensive ends and they will put them on the inside shoulder of the tackles. This creates a natural leverage game for the tackles on outside zone runs. It does muck up the inside runs. And as we've seen, the Rams have done a great job in recent years of really hemming up the inside of those runs against us. So you've got to attack on the edges with them when they move those defensive ends inside, that inside shoulder. We've not been able to do that recently as much because I don't think we have as much the offensive linemen to get that done as well. But that is what you need to do that the Niners have done really well of that we haven't, as well as short passing game. We've not really owned that short passing game like Garoppolo can do. I'll knock Garoppolo all day, but he's got a quick release. He's very accurate inside of about 12 yards. And he throws really well in between the numbers. That does tend to be a place that we struggle, those two elements of things. But if we got those places right, Herbicide, you could do it. Brian Meyer says Rashad Penny's brothers, Elijah Penny, scored a touchdown for the Giants today. Hey, there we go. Penny brothers putting in some work. Penny brothers putting in some work today, huh? Chris Snape says Eskridge will be a good wide receiver 3. Hopefully at some point, Chris. Had a drop today on a bubble screen. Still not using him much on the fly sweeps. Hell, they had Freddie Swain running the fly sweeps. He seems to be a little bit in the depth chart behind Freddie Swain right now. He seems to be a 4th wide receiver / sometimes a 5th wide receiver when you're even seeing Penny Hart in the game ahead of him. So doesn't seem like Seattle's quite got that trust state with D quite yet to put him in as that 3rd guy. Gibson says, I'd love a close game versus the Rams, but they have our number. They do. I would love to see a close game, though. Spectre7 says, I have to say, there was a kid in the 4th grade I knew who had a very bad head injury, just accidentally smacking into a fence. He was never the same. Head injuries are absolutely no joke. Oh, no, they're not. I know. I bashed my own head about 2 years ago, 3 years, no, it was 3 years ago. I bashed my own head putting up horse fencing in Montana, and that thing was, I had to get like 8 staples in my head, and man, that thing was hurting for a long time. It still is. I feel like I can still rub my head over my dome, and you can still kind of feel, it still feels a little soft, It feels like my egg's still just a little bit maybe cracked on one side of the shell. Megan says, my brother is pretty much okay, but occasionally gets blinding migraines. Oh, those are the worst. Her says, oh my God, Bengals son. What's happened to Bengals? Thomas Cox says, I know Niner fans will enjoy watching Mac Jones for 10 years. I still think the Mac Jones went to the right place. I don't think that he enjoys the same success playing for the Niners and Shanahan's scheme that he gets with Josh McDaniels in the Patriots scheme. I think you get a vast difference as far as the player that you get. I don't think he worked everywhere. I think too with Mac and Lance are the polar opposites of the type of quarterback you're getting in this draft, being one basically is giving you the return of the player he is now and probably the player he's going to be into the future. Whereas with Trey Lance, you're getting a guy that's really rough now, really young now, and he's not really what he's going to be in the future. So there's sort of two opposite ends of the spectrum as far as the quarterback and young quarterbacks coming into the league. I think Mac Jones is having an amazing season, but he went to the apps of 32 NFL teams. He went to the absolute ideal landing spot for him. Go Hawks survive. 4th down, touchdown to Chase. Bengals down 7. Hell yeah. I like it. I like it a lot. I like it a lot. I like it a lot. Yeah. Hell yeah. B-Russ says, fun fact, Jacob Martin has 2.5 more sacks than Clowney since the trade. Granted, it's only one pass rush stat, and Clowney was injured a lot, but still kind of funny. Yeah, a little bit. I mean, to me, it's more about effectiveness as a pass rush, as your pass rush win rate, pressures. Clowney is also an elite edge run defender in this league, which Jacob Martin is not an elite run defender. So there's a little bit more to it than just sacks. Total sacks. I mean, the Clowney, the year he was here, he was one of the most, if not the most, double and triple teamed edge defender in the entire NFL in 2019. that's going to affect your sacks. That's going to affect the number of quarterback hits that you can have. And it's not surprising when you look at him this year, B. Russ, that you see Clowney this year having a resurgence, probably going to put up 8, 9, 10 sacks this year. And he's doing that because you can't double team him and Myles Garrett. You got to leave him single blocked a lot, which is allowing him to finally go out there and hunt. Bengals want us to go to the playoffs, says Seahawks Network. Let's go, Burrow. Let's go, Burrow. Boom Shakalaka says, how has Kerry Hyder been this year for us? I think he's been everything we hoped that he would be. He is a lot of people looked at the 8.5 sacks last year and got caught up in that, Boom Shakalaka. But for me, it was more of what Pro Football Focus told us about him as an edge run defender. I was just talking about Clowney being one of the better in that respect. Well, guess what? Hyder was the number 3 best edge defender against the run last year with the Niners. And that's in the midst of also getting an 8.5 sack season for them. He occasionally gets some pressure a little bit. He doesn't get a lot of snaps in the pressure game. When it's a knowing passing down, you're going to bring out Darrell Taylor, Dunlap, Robinson, Rasheem Green. But he's made the most of what he can in those moments. But where he's been really good, Boom Shakalaka, where he was really good again today here in this respect, was as an edge run defender. Really did a great job in that respect for us. So I was very much encouraged by what we saw out of Hyder today. E. Gibson says, other teams struggle too in our division. It's about matchups, great rivalries. That's the way divisions go, man. The stuff tends to be toughly fought. I know we've had the Niners number and the Rams have tended to have our number, and all that. But it does tend to be, if you look league wide, that the division games just tend to be a little weirder. It's harder to predict. Kelton says, Jimmy wins games outside of Levi or Lumen. No problem. Just got to keep him out of those 2 stadiums, out of the L stadiums, Kelton, and he's fine. Daniel says DK is worth 2 first-rounders. Wide receivers, defensive ends, quarterbacks, left tackles are the 4 most coveted positions in the NFL. You don't trade a wide receiver at 24 for 1 first-round pick just because you have to pay him. He is worth the payment plus 2 first-rounders. Okay, well, fair enough on that, Daniel. Fair enough on that. Let's look at recent history, shall we? So as always, when we make a blanket statement like that, you know what I like to do on this channel? I say, okay, you make a blanket statement. Let's back it up. Right? So we make a blanket statement and you say, okay, there's a player like this that's worth this, then that you sort of build within what you're saying in your comment is that we can look in recent NFL history and find examples of that, right? Because if this is going to happen with DK this offseason as a potentiality, to your point on this, Daniel, then we would have seen it prior to this offseason, right? Prior, at some point in the last 20 years, we would have seen a trade like this. So let's go through the big trades of big wide receivers over the last few years in our mind. First guy that jumps out to me is Amari Cooper, right? A guy right around the same sort of age as DK is right now, traded for the Oakland Raiders to the Dallas Cowboys. How much did Dallas give up for him? 1 first-round pick. Okay? So that's kind of more to my point on this, right? Let's look at it throughout. Stephon Diggs, this last offseason, or 2 off seasons ago, goes from the Miami Vikings to the Buffalo Bills, right? As you're saying, 4 most coveted positions in the sport. Did the Vikings get 2 first-round picks for Stephon Diggs? No, they got 1 first-round pick for Stephon Diggs. So if you, Daniel W., if you can come up with a 2 first-rounders wide receiver that's gone in the last 20 years, when you can obviously grab a guy like, for instance, Joey Galloway that we traded to the Cowboys, but that was back in 97. The value chart in the draft has gotten to the point where these general managers value these draft picks so much more than they once did. And I don't think you get the same sort of Joey Galloway trade that was made at that time made today. I don't think that happens. But to my mind, I can't think of one wide. We've had a couple wide receivers traded for first-round picks. But when you trade for that wide receiver and you've got to then sign him to big money, you're only going to get usually a first plus, maybe a first and a third, maybe a first and a fourth. But it's really a first-round pick is kind of the going rate. That's kind of is what it is on that. And I'm trying to think on my mind of somebody else that might jump out. DeAndre Hopkins went for a second-round pick. Granted, he was a little bit older when he went. I can't think of any receiver that went for 2 first-round picks in the last 20, 25 years in the NFL. Tom Cox says, okay, I'm out. I'll check up later. Sounds good. Spectre 7 says, I worked for Zeke's Pizza in Seattle for over a year. Seattle has amazing, fancy pizza. They do. Seattle's low-key should be more known for pizza than they are. They got some good, like non-chainy, just good pizza places. Yeah, I agree. Herbicide says, LA Chargers won night, says General LA fan. Congrats. You got a good team, Chargers. I love Justin Herbert too, man. Daniel W., we should bring in Damon Arnett, the cornerback the Raiders cut because he told someone he would kill them if they pulled up on him. I don't need a team of Saints. He is his own corner. I'm okay with that, Daniel. You know, he fits for me the 4 pillars of a problem child, right? I got my 4 pillars. And if you meet all marks as a problem child, there's 4 pillar problem child marks. You know, being I don't have to give up a lot of draft capital for you. I don't have to pay you significant bonus money. I don't have to give you a multi-year deal, and I can cut you at any point in time with basically 0 negative cost to me. And if you hit all 4 of those 4 pillars, then I'm not picky. I'll bring you on into the club and give you a try. And certainly right now, to your point on this, our corner position is light. Randall says Burrow just took a 20-yard sack. He's a young boy. He's just young. Figuring it out. Herbicides says a lot of health-conscious food in Seattle. Yeah. I wish we had more of that in Spokane. Everything here is a grease pit. Keldon says, I'd Niners start losing. I'm leaving this chat. If Niners start losing, I'm leaving this chat. Be strong, Keldon. Come on, Jimmy will bring you back. Jimmy will bring you back. Boom Shakalaka says, Jordan Brooks and Taylor both looking like good picks, huh? Yeah, pretty good picks. Solid. That's. I think if there's one draft you can look at in the last 10 years, it's been a good draft. It would be the essentially the 2020 draft there with Brooks. Your first 3 picks: Brooks, Taylor, Damian Lewis. You know, if you had more of those drafts from 2015 to 2019, we'd be in a lot better shape. But that was a great draft. Spectre 7 says, if we beat the Rams next week, I see us having a pretty decent shot at the 7th seed. I do too, Spectre 7. I think that's the key game. I think you win out the rest of the way. And I think if you do win out and get to 9-8, I don't know who's got to lose which way or which team does be the team that's going to be that team that drops below us. But I do think you get that final playoff spot if that is the case. As crazy as that sounds. Randall says, if I'm Shanahan, I'm not letting Jimmy G pass on 3rd and 10. No, I'd just hand that off too. I'm with you there. I'm with you there, Randall. I'm not trusting him on 10 yards. Boom Shakalaka. Cloudy, is he still in the league? He is still in the league, and he's playing good football for Cleveland this year. Danny W., I knew you were going to say Amari Cooper. Amari Cooper was not very good, slightly above average with the Raiders, not near the ceiling of DK Metcalf. Reality caliber players of DK don't get traded young. Well, let's take a look at Amari Cooper in his first 3 years and see if it matches up to what DK Metcalf's put up in his first few years. So Amari Cooper's first year puts up 1,000 yards. Second year puts up 1,100 yards. Third year puts up 680 yards. Looks like he didn't play as many games. And second year, again, not playing as many games. So there was more of an injury kind of thing going at that time, I think, with Amari. Not as much production as maybe what you've had in DK, to your point on that. Daniel W. I did mention Stephon Diggs, though, too. So let's take a look at Stephon Diggs, another one that went for a first-round pick. Let's see what he did in his first 3 years. So first year he did 900 yards, basically 7 touchdowns. Second year he did 1,500 yards. Oh wait, no, I'm looking at the Bills. Jesus, what am I looking at here? All right, 15 he went 720, 903 yards, 849 yards. So again, even though I think my Stephon Diggs is a pretty apt comparison, again to your point on this, Daniel, he hadn't put up the level of production quite yet that DK had put up. I could be talked into a little bit, Daniel. It's just, again, DK is going to reset the market, the wide receiver. It's not just that you're paying DK. He's going to reset the wide receiver market. So when that gets to being that point of the case, it's just really rare to me that you see those trades on the often. And when you do, they're more often looked at in retrospect as not good deals. So let's take away the positional of receiver on this. Let's look at something like the Laramie Tunsil deal that the Texans made, where they gave up the 2 first-round picks for him and then paid him $20+ million setting the market at tackle. That's not looked at as a great deal in retrospect. The Jamal Adams trade, where you give up 2 first-round picks and then pay the guy, that deal is not looked at as in good in retrospect. So it's I'm open to your line of thought process on this, Daniel, but we don't have a baseline prior to it to go off of. And it's something that we're having to guess for the future as to be sort of an anomaly type move made for this player. But he has put up better production than what Cooper and Diggs put up at the end of the day, again, to your point. Seahawks Network says Trey Flowers with a huge third down tackle on George Kittle. Hell yeah. Trey Flowers helping his Seahawks team out, even in Cincinnati. Megan says, okay, B, blame the lack of sleep and me being an Aussie, but the only team gets the first draft pick for the first player, so why is the first round pick so important? A little bit of this is the fandom has done this to a degree, Megan. Some of this is the hype around off season and just the draft being hyped in as it's being hyped in. You have 32 first round picks. So there's 32 first round picks, there's 32 second round picks, there's 32 third round picks. The general going theory is that in the first 32 picks, you have basically the top 32 players, and that there's, on an ideal scenario, I guess you'd have these as your tier one would have 32 players into it, right? Guys that are truly earning having a first round pick are in that talented of a group. Most of the time it's somewhere between 10 and 15 players is really in actuality your tier one group of talent. And then it goes from about 16 to 15 is your tier two. Which goes in deep into the second round, of course. So there's the first round picks do matter. You do tend to have the better talented guys all throughout that first round pick. Certainly the number one pick in the draft tends to be far and away the best player and a more of a bulletproof type pick that you're not going to get wrong. But there are great picks all the way through that first round more often than not. And if you have more first rounders you can pick, if you can pick higher in the first rounder, the better players that you can go out there and get. So it's not just that number one pick in the first round. It's those first 32 picks, first 15 picks in the first round, all have a certain amount of extra value to them, just a bit. Randall says Niners D sacks on the last two dropbacks. Come on, Cincy. So Cincy just can't seem to. Yeah. The interesting stat I saw was that Joe Burrow this year is the best quarterback in the league when he's getting to play from a clean pocket and he's not under pressure. And again, just comes back to you look at how good the Bengals have played this year, despite the fact there's times where he's under a lot of duress still because they still have not built up that offensive line around him. Again, a lesson to learn driving forward for our Seahawks if we are to look for a quarterback moving forward, being that get the offensive line done right first before you go get your quarterback. One before the other. Boom Shakalaka says Raiders are going to be like a huge moving sale. Next regime might clean house. Might just, yeah. Might just. They're going to have a lot of work to do on that Raider squad. A lot of work with how that place has been left. Randall says OBJ went for a first-round pick and a former first-round pick in Peppers. I mean, there's Randall kind of provides. Randall does kind of provide Daniel a little bit of a better one there because OBJ did have an opening 3 years of his career that's almost exactly matched up to what DK Metcalf has done. Now OBJ maybe has a little more of an injury concern than DK because DK's played in every single game. But I mean, I will say though, Randall, you do put in Peppers, so it was almost like 2 first-round picks when you factor into Peppers. So maybe that's more to Daniel's point. Maybe that's more ammunition to Daniel's point. Sector 7 says, who else is playing good football on the Browns defensive line? Old Mr. McDowell. Yeah, he's playing hard. Every time you watch Cleveland play, you'll see a guy flashing all over the field for that defensive line. Yeah, Garrett flashes. Yeah, Clowney flashes. But McDowell is hustling his ass off every game you watch him play. He's been very impressive. Very impressive. Rye Guy 1218 says, not going to lie, I was pretty scared we were going to lose to the Texans for a good part of this game. Now, we had a couple folks in the chat that were sort of already, I could see them preparing their soul for a possibility of it. So you weren't alone, my guy. You weren't alone. Daniel says, I agree. My conclusion is do not trade DK for one first. That's just bad for us. Pay the man. Oh, we are 100% agree there, Daniel W. And, look, it's worth contemplating. If you get the 2 first-round picks, it's worth having a discussion. Where are these first-round picks? What are we getting? Okay, what are our other side options at the receiver position if we do that route? What are we doing kind of as a counterbalance to that? I mean, it's a proper discussion to have here when you're talking about setting a market for a player like that, when you've already set the market on your team at one position at the safety, when you might already have to set the market again at the quarterback position when Russell Wilson comes back up for another contract extension as well. Randall says, big catch by T. Higgins. Bengals first and 10 at their 38. Come on, Cincy. Get nervous, Keldon? Get nervous, Keldon? Huge play by the Bengals. First and 10, 30, 125 left. Okay, come on, Cincy. Come on, Cincy. Seahawks 10. Taj Boyd with a huge catch now into Niners territory. Here we go. Here we go. Come on, Bengals. Bengals score. Bengals score. We got a tie game. We got a tie game. Here we go. 19. The field goal kickers just got to make the extra point. Jamar Chase, I told you, my favorite player last draft, coming helping our Seahawks out. That away, Jamar. Megan says, wasn't the first round pick last year Trevor Lawrence? A little underwhelming. Well, unfortunately, the first round pick that goes to wherever they go, Megan, is going to the worst team in the league, right? That's the part of that sucks. And when you're a quarterback and you're the first pick in the draft going to the worst team in the league, chances are that you're not going to look very good in your first season. You look for some historical benchmarks for this, Megan. Let's look at Peyton Manning with the Indianapolis Colts, the number 1 overall pick his first year with the Colts. He throws for 26 interceptions. Look at Drew Bledsoe with the New England Patriots. Bill Parcells there, the great Bill Parcells, Hall of Fame Bill Parcells. That first year was kind of rough with Drew Bledsoe at the helm for them. Number 1 overall picks just tend to struggle. They tend to lose a lot of games. They tend to not look great in that first year because those teams tend to have the most work they need to get done in order for those players to finally be able to get the most out of their skills. So not surprising, Megan. You can see this coming. For instance, if you look at who's had the most success of those quarterbacks taken in that first round, right? You got Mac Jones, Wilson taken, Trey Lance taken, Justin Fields taken, and Mac Jones. Who's the one that's had the most success? Mac Jones. Why? He's got the best offensive line in front of him, and they spent a whole bunch of money this offseason on 2 tight ends, Jonnu Smith and Hunter Henry. They went out and paid for wide receivers. They got him a lot to work with, is essentially what I'm saying. So that has a lot to do with that in that first year. I wouldn't take a lot from it, Megan. I think Lawrence will be good long term. I do. I'm not selling on him quite yet. Seahawks Network says Joe Burrow is a bad man. He is a bad man. Voodoo Magic says, oh my, Chase and Higgins, what a wide receiver duo. What about Chase, Higgins, and Boyd? What a wide receiver trio. That's kind of an underrated trio they got there. You know, you get guys get more hype in like Tampa Bay maybe, but pretty good group. Pretty good group. Randall says, I wonder if the Jags would send us their top 5 pick for DK. Yeah, you got me in it. That's an interesting discussion now, Randall. You know what I mean? You're in an interesting discussion now. You're talking about them doing that. I mean, the number 3 overall pick in the draft for DK Metcalf. God, that's tough. Now we're a little it gets tougher when we're talking about the pick being that high. I guess tougher. Fumble? The Cincinnati Bengals have it? Fumble? Okay. Wow, this is turning around. I'm game casting. I gotta see what's going on here. What's going on? I gotta see what's going on. Wow, the Buffalo Bills came back on Tampa Bay too. God, I'm gonna watch some of these on replay. A couple of these games I gotta check out. All right. Call back, no catch. Never mind, incomplete. AI says the draft is a bit weak compared to previous years. I don't know if I'm quite there on that, AI. I think a little bit of that narrative is being clicked in by the top end of the draft specifically, and people more getting like the top 15 names aren't as difference-making as maybe they've been in recent drafts. But I think that this is a full draft. I think it's got more of a deep, it doesn't have the exciting top-end guys, but it has a little bit of a deeper range to it. It feels like to me, just a little bit. The Niners got into field goal range. God, Kittle for 19 yards. He's unstoppable. Ugh. Damn it. Bengals, you're so close. Come on, miss this kick. Miss this kick. ESPN's got the 49ers at an 83.6 win percentage chance after that. Kittle catch. After that Kittle catch. Gosh dang, he is a man-child. He's so good. So good. Kittle with 10 catches and 113 yards in this game. God. He looks like a gas station attendant, but he plays like a Hall of Famer. Oh, they're still throwing. They're still throwing. Jimmy incomplete. Jimmy with an incomplete pass. Gosh sakes, come on. Robbie Gould. Obi-Wan says if Jamal drops the pick that Bates dropped to play earlier, half the internet takes out the rifles to hunt him down. Very true. Very true. Nope, 46-yard is no gimme, Randall. You're right. It is no gimme at all. That's a tough kick. I don't know how the conditions are in the stadium, but that is a tough kick. Oh, stop. Hey, kitten, come here. Okay, time for a little kitten watch here. I'm going to rub the kitten, and we're going to get some good luck. Can you go miss kick? Can we get a miss kick? You little miss kick? Okay. B-Rod says, for the record, I wouldn't pull the trigger on trading DK. It's just an interesting option to sign a similar talent free agent wide receiver and trade for a couple picks to improve draft capital. Agreed, B-Ross. I think it's a very valid, exercise to think through. We should be thinking through this. We should be thinking through every possible. We shouldn't, as I've said before, there should be really no sacred cows on a team that is in the cellar and that needs forward momentum, that needs draft capital, that needs more of a building to a future kind of approach a little bit put in. So I think it's smart. It is smart to look at it through that range of things. No good. No good. The field goal kick is no good. Wide right. Laces out. Laces out. All right. There we go. Robbie Gould was gold for our Seattle Seahawks. Gould was gold. We're going into overtime. Overtime, folks. Overtime. Gibson says San Francisco's front wins them games ultimately. They do. Maybe they should put a little bit more in their field goal kicker. Oh! Brian Smith, nobody trading for DK, too mature, locker room cancer. Maybe not. I think somebody would trade for him. I think somebody would find a way to say they could fit that freaky skill set onto their team. I think you would get a first round pick for him. I don't know if you get a lot more than that, but I think that would be about it. Gibson says San Francisco's front eight is like UGA in college. They rely on the linebackers a lot to tackle and set the tone. Yeah, a little bit. I mean, they got some guys on the defensive line to get it done too. They got a good combination. What's the Buffalo-Tampa Bay score? Buffalo's down by 3 points. 2-minute warning. Buffalo's got the ball. Got the ball in driving. Randall says, I hate the Niners. Bengals win toss. There we go. Come on, Bengals. Just go right up the field and score now. Right up the field and score now. Devin Martell missed. Megan says, I have my animatronic Grogu watching with me, and he loves you, B. I love Grogu. I love Grogu. Sherman got a pick. Sherman got an interception. Sherman did get an interception. How about that? Buffalo still got the ball. Sherman with the pick. Look at that. Maybe he's not quite done yet, huh? Maybe he's not quite done yet. AI says rubbing a kitty, usually not luck. Haha. Well, we already won the game today, so it's only luck for the Niners to lose. I'll take my chances on that one. If it's rubbing the kitty for us needing to win, I'm gonna leave the kitty alone. I've learned my lesson on that. When I had 1 year in the playoffs, I rubbed the black cat. Last year in the playoffs, I rubbed the orange cat. I'm not rubbing any more kitties. No more kitties. Come on, Bengals. You got one job to do in this game now. You got one job to do in this game. Get up, score a touchdown. Easy peasy, man. Easy peasy. No problem. And I'm going to go ahead and we're going to finish out here till the end of this Niner game. See if we can celebrate a little bit. One last little celebration here. So I'm going to hang with you guys here until we get to the end of this game, because I want to see what happens. I want to see what goes down here. See if these Bengals can shock the world here and make us feel a little bit better about where things go. Come on. So nice. Robbie missed that one. Factor 7 said secured the 3rd seed in my fantasy league. So, yeah, pretty hyped this week. As you should be, man. I've had some friends having some brutal runs this year in fantasy. Brutal. Let's go, Bengals. Let's go, Bengals. Doing the Egyptian. It's a hazy shade of winter. Look around. All right, Bengals, come on. All right, T. Higgins for 26 yards up right to midfield. Not messing around. Burrow's not messing around. He don't got no time for shenanigans. He's got places to be tonight. He's got to go somewhere. He's got to go somewhere. Brian Myers hate NFL OT rules. Did you like the old way of it, Brian? Did you prefer the kind of like first team that gets it wins it kind of thing? I kind of like it. I kind of like the rule the way they've done it, where it does, if you give up a touchdown, you lose. If you only give up a field goal, your team gets a chance. I kind of dig it that way. Boom Shakalaka says, it says Robbie Gould's 39 years old. I thought he was mid-40s. I think he's got that crazy hairline that makes him look 46. It's one of those guys who look 46 years old for like 23 years. San Francisco's Thomas was injured on the play, it looks like. Spectre 7 had Lockett and Kittle, won me easy this week. Oh, I bet. Hell, Kittle got you some heat last week, too. I think Lockett had a good game last week, too. So, yeah, you may getting that work in. Getting that work in. Minutes to go in OT here. Come on, Bengals. Go Hawks 05 says college OT rules are insane. I don't like it because sometimes I'm not a fan of that one. It's too much. I like a more of a sudden death approach, but a little bit of sudden death. I think the NFL's done that right here, where it's a little more of a balanced at least to give them both teams a chance, but without it being too much, which is what college does. Like, here, let's give you really too much of a chance. Ethan Techworld says, why does George Kittle have to be so good? I don't know. I put him in that same category of like Aaron Donald. Like, why do we got to get these freak shows like this that are just unstoppable at times? James Thompson said, I really like Joe. I'm rooting for them to win a playoff game this year. Hey, me too, man. Joe's very easy to root for, man. He really is. I mean, a guy couldn't get Dwayne Haskins beat out at Ohio State, goes to LSU, wins a national title, comes to Cincinnati where, he has no business succeeding, really. They don't build up the offensive line around him at all. Comes and gets his knee shredded last year after getting the ever-loving hell pounded out of him. And he's come right back this year, confident, rolling. Another great pass down the field by Joe Burrow for 23 yards to Uzamo. Je ne sais quoi. Ils ont des passes. Joe Burrow. Is the Burrow. Is a Burrow. Is a TP. C'est pour côté pas besoin. Burrow. Pass. To Uzemo. Seems like it's a French name. It's probably not, but I'm pronouncing it French. All right, they are in field goal range. 1st and 10, 26-yard line of San Francisco. Come on, let's go. Baby. Herbicide says, Kittle for us? No. I don't have that. It's not that crazy of a love affair. AI says, we were talking about totally different kitties. Ha ha ha. Brian Smith says, who's the liar who said Sherman had a pick? He had a pick a second ago. It's on the box score. Sherman's got an interception for Tampa Bay. Mr. Sherman's getting work done. Yeah, they just got the ball back is all the Bills did. So they have the ball back and they are driving. All right, Joe Mixon left tackle for 3 yards. We got a 2nd and 6. Bengals just need to just bang this one in and call it a day. Brian Smith says Hawks in last place regardless. Brian, no wet blankets right now, my guy. No wet blankets. we're gonna dream for 1 week. You can do it, Bengals. You can do it all night long. B. Russ, do you really think DK is worth $27 million a year? I mean, he's got age on his side, but in comparison to a guy like Jefferson, he's not close. Yeah, I would think he's worth it. I know it's going to be hard swallowed to pay that kind of money for him, but I do think he's worth it. I think that the $27 million as we go forward is also different from $27 million on right now the current cap. You know, $27 million at the current cap at $188 million versus $27 million on a $208 million cap is a little bit easier. It's almost like the equivalent of paying him right now, like $22 million almost, if you're kind of pushing it across the board just a tiny bit. But I think he's earned it. I don't think it's his fault. He doesn't often get targeted as much as he should. It's not his fault he gets double teamed as much, and we don't have an answer once teams do double him to attack other places on the football field. It's not an easy choice for me to make, B. Russ. It's not just like, oh yeah, all day I'll only rubber stamp this. It does take some thought. I do think you got to consider about what trade options are out there for him as well, because of where the team's at and because you're paying him as much as you are. So all possibilities are on the table in this situation. I just think when it all gets met out at the end of the day, when it gets, caught through the wash, this is where you land at with it. All right, 23-20. The Bengals up by 3 points. Nice job by Cincinnati on that drive. Let's see if they can stop San Francisco. There's only 6 minutes and 15 seconds left. They took a lot of time off on that clock. Bosa's dominating. Bosa always dominates. Bosa and Kittle. Kittle and Bosa. Bosa and Kittle. Sounds like a cop show in the 70s. Bosa's a wild man, always playing by his own rules. Kittle's a dust jockey who just can't be held down by anybody. Together, they make the dynamic duo, cleaning up the San Francisco streets. Ethan Tuckwell does prediction. Jimmy G pick incoming. I like it. Let's do it. Let's do it, Jimmy. Interception, Jimmy. Come on. You know you want to do it. You know you want to throw it. They already drafted Trey Lance. They already did you wrong like that. They already did you dirty like that. Now you do them dirty. Now you do them dirty for you doing dirty. Them dirty, you do dirty to them. Okay? Dirty on dirty. Okay? 2 wrongs make a right. Come on, Jimmy. Come on, Jimmy. Short pass to Kittle. God, stop Kittle. Just double team Kittle, Cincy. Double him. Randall says Bosa's the real-life steroid character from the program, Bud Light Kaminsky. Seriously. Sector 7's also predicting a Jimmy G interception. He ain't clutch. Yeah, he's getting tight. His throat's getting a little, he's having a hard time swallowing. Jimmy can't swallow right now. Palms are getting a little sweaty. Bills tied. Wow, Bills came back from 24-0 to Tampa Bay. I'm going to go back and watch that game. We got a false start by San Francisco. It's got 2nd and 5. We do know this is going to be 3-down territory for them, though. So, clock is running, though, 5:35. Megan says 2 wrongs make a right, and they make you feel good. So good. Very true, Megan. Victor 7 says, God, I love this channel. I love you, brother. Garoppolo put a 25-yard pass to Jennings. Ugh. Gross. Gross on the 47. 5:35 left. Ugh. Sector 7 says, could see you replace Rabel when he retires. That's what I'm doing, Sector 7. I'm working on my game right now, man. I need a couple of years in the, in the hopper. I got to get developed here. I got to get my style down on my play-by-play. But I'm looking at that moment there when he's ready to go. I'll slide right on in. 16 seconds for Tom. Looks like end of regulation. We got a couple overtime games here. Some good slate of games here in the afternoon schedule. Garoppolo for 26 yards. 21 yards to George Kittle down to the 21. Maybe, is it that hard to just double a guy? Double him. Two guys, just bracket. Gosh 2022 still said, can't get over Penny's 137 yards and 2 touchdowns. I can't either. He looked like early on this year, like maybe he had lost a little bit of quickness and speed that he showed today. But it came out in force today, full force today. No doubt about that. Come on, Bengals. Don't give them the touchdown here. God, a tie doesn't really help us, though, either. Like, a tie is just as bad in this game for the Niners as a Niner win. It means the same thing for us eventually, really. How is Kittle so open? I don't know, man. I don't know why this is hard for some teams. You saw it with us last week in the first half, Randall. We gave up 100 yards receiving to Kittle in the first half alone. You go into that game, there's no Brandon Ayuk, there's no Deebo Samuel coming into that game. They're down to their third or fourth running back. Why wouldn't you just lock in on Kittle at that point, right? Just laser focus, laser rocket missile in on Kittle with two defenders every time. 2 yards. Niners are just going to Niners are going to get this field goal. Bengals are going to get the ball back, go down and score. That's what's going to happen here. That's what's going to happen here. Brian Meyer says Jimmy G may be poor, but his receiving core is top-notch. Very true, Brian. Very true. All right, you got a 3rd and 6. See if they can hold them to a field goal here, and then the Bengals will still have a little bit of time. Bengals are showing up 3 timeouts. I think you only have 2 in overtime. Samuel Johnson, Ayuk are all good. Definitely Samuel and Ayuk. Johnson's okay. Sector 7 says, after weeks of bad stress, this channel is always a great time. Thank you for that. Hey, thank you, man. I appreciate you being here. You're part of that fun time, and I love doing this, brother. I do. I really do. So I appreciate you. Seahawks Network says, damn, Vernon Hargreaves still in the NFL. I know. I thought he was done when Tampa Bay released him a couple of years ago. It's crazy. Gosh 2022 says, Brandon. The obvious isn't always clear to some. No, it isn't. All right, 3rd and 5, timeout by the San Francisco 49ers. They want to think about it on 3rd down here. They want to think about it here. They're gonna go through their thinking, put on their big thinking hat. They're thinking hat. What does San Francisco do here? It's going to Kittle, right? So you're sensing you double Kittle here off the jump. Don't mess around. Don't play about with it. Don't mess about with it. Just double him up. Make somebody else beat you on that San Francisco team other than George Kittle on this play. Megan says, I'm barely keeping my eyes open. I'm going to call it. Go Hawks, and thanks, B. Hey, Megan, thank you for all of your donations on the channel, all your support for the channel, being an awesome Viber member here on this channel as well. Just participate in the chat, being a great positive energy you bring on in here. So thank you for all you do on this channel. You have yourself a great night of rest, and hopefully playoffs are dancing in your head like Christmas daydreams for children. Gox 22 is another great show, Brandon. Thanks, man. Thank you. Have a good one there, Gox 2022. I don't understand why Jimmy G hasn't imploded. Says Washington Visquest. Me neither, man. Me neither. Now they're going to get to work that clock all the way down and not give the Bengals another chance. So it's touchdown, or we're probably at a tie here at this point. So that clock is motoring down. God, they converted that. Megan says, dancing Grogu and Tyler's dancing in my head. I love it. Grogu and Tyler dancing together. There's a vision for you, Megan. Randall says, Cole Beasley or Hunter Renfrow? Cole Beasley the last couple of years, Hunter Renfrow going forward, Randall. Hunter Renfrow's fun. He's fun to watch. He's just fun to watch. 2-minute warning. Goodness. Trey Flowers. Daniel says Trey Flowers. Did you give up a catch? Yeah, not sacked. Brian Meyer says 2 off OT games in the Grey Cup. Doesn't get much better than that. No, that's a good day. That's a good day of sports watching. Your team wins. A couple overtime games. You're not emotionally invested. Just get to enjoy them playing out. A couple of games going on the wire, too. The Buffalo and Tampa Bay game, still 8 minutes only left in their overtime. They still have a tie score. Oh, 11 yards to Brandon Ayuk. God, right at the goal line. They're going to get a touchdown here. Hell, they're going to get a touchdown. Damn it. Von Bell, why couldn't you cover Brandon Ayuk better? Cole Beasley's the best rapper in the NFL. B-Ease. That's his name. Oh, goodness. So happy we got rid of Flowers. Yeah, everybody's worried that he's going to go to Cincinnati and ball out. Nah. Andre Riles, what a B? Is it me or has Russ been finally taking the small passes the last 2 weeks? Well, he did definitely last week. He did a little bit this week, Andre. There was a little bit of him still going to that deep stuff, just a bit much for my taste in this particular game. So there was a little bit too much of that from where I stood on it. But it was still also there within the game a bit. And he played great. He played good today. So I can't knock him. I thought his passes were on. And overall, the decision-making was good. Last week was a little bit more of the step in the direction I would have preferred them taking with it. But it's still another encouraging forward step as far as the offense going. You had the running game going this week, which has been absent just about every game this season so far. So he's getting a bit better. I think he's getting a little healthier, Andra. Probably feeling a little bit better in that finger. A little less of the inaccurate throws we're seeing as we go through. We got a play under review here. Should be a touchdown. Yeah, good game, Niners. Looks like the Niners got it. Seahawks Network says, I swear to God, that is the most common play action. Every team runs it. How hard is it to cover? You got to probably still stay locked in on that run until you're absolutely sure. It's a pass play. Especially if you're like the Seahawks, where you're leaning more to the running game first and foremost. This is a touchdown. They're reviewing it. That's what's got on my screen. Did they get it in? Did they punch it? They're thinking of it. They're talking about it. They're discussing it. Ayuk floated. Game. All right. Well, it's got to be the last playoff spot then, folks. Looks like it's got to be that last one we're going to have to grab. We're going to need some teams to lose here. But look, we did what we could this week. So, okay, the 49ers got it. Ain't going to be easy. No one ever said this was going to be easy, right? We set ourselves behind the 8 ball. We put a lot of work we had to accomplish to get this thing fixed this year. So we got a lot of work to do. It's going to be uphill. Our odds are long. All we can do is control what we control, which is keep winning football games. And this next week, this is the game. We got to win this game. This is the toughest opponent. This is the toughest matchup, in my opinion, on the schedule, considering the 17th game with the Cardinals is probably one where they're resting starters. This is the one coming up you're going to have to handle business on. Make no mistake about it. So this is your season here. This is your year. And it's no guarantee you win, that you're still going to get in. I still do maintain, folks, if we go out and we win out every one of these last games, you get to 9-8, I think you get in the playoffs. I think you get in the playoffs on that. I know that there's still some long odds here, but I think you get that done. Hard to say, hard to see, but man, is it fun to still at least be in this and not talking about it. We already got to be looking at the offseason, already got to be looking at the end of the year. Hey, we got to win today. We got some encouraging signs. We got Russell Wilson playing game. We got a semblance of a running game, which we haven't had. The defense continues to stack up very, very good performances here over about a 5-6 week stretch overall. They've not at any point where they've looked in that similar state to what they looked at in that Tennessee game or in that Viking game, right? We've seen no flashes of that since those games happened, and that has been encouraging for me to see. No, we don't know where this is going to go out from as far as the future goes, but I'm at least happy to see that this team had a little bit of fight in this year. They didn't just lay over and roll over and play dead. They came out and they still kept swinging, kept punching. They didn't go out on their knees. They went out swinging, and that part I can at the very least, appreciate in this football team. I want to thank all of the folks here on this chat that from Keldon, a Niner fan, Spectre7, Megan Gockroger with multiple donations over. We have Big Fat Daddy Stacks with 2 big donations, Voodoo Magic, Washington Fish Quest, Zorn76 with big donations, Phil Freeman, Nolan R. Vance. You guys are so kind in how much you support this channel. Ongoing every stream. I got multiple people every time supporting this channel. I know I give you guys credit when I see you in the chat and you posted it, but I just want to make sure when we finish up here, it's really appreciated. We're getting closer and closer to me doing this full time. It's because of these people that are supporting in this way, you that are members of this channel, you that are watching, you that hit like buttons. Whatever way you're helping this channel, it's helping. It doesn't have to be by you necessarily donating, just watching, just hitting the like, just subscribing. All those things are helping considerably. Thank you so much for this. I'm having the time of my life doing this channel, folks, and it's because of you guys. You're making this so much fun to do, and I really do appreciate the positive vibes, the intelligent discussion. You guys constantly make me think, keep me on my toes, keep me laughing. I really do appreciate all of that. I love this place. This is awesome. We got the win today, folks. It feels good. Thank you to all of you guys out there. And look, you know what? Niners just won. Okay. They got the inside track to that playoff spot, but there's one more playoff spot sitting there, isn't there? There's one more playoff spot sitting there, isn't there? We handle our business. We take care of this damn Rams team. And let's go get it. Let's go get it. Let's not forget. Let's not look to the offseason. Let's not look to the rebuild. Let's not look to trading people. Let's look to right here and right now, and let's go get this goddamn thing. Okay? Let's go get this, and don't you ever lose the faith, and don't you ever forget. Never forget me, Seahawks fans, my 12s, my fellow 12s. Don't you ever forget, because we're about to ride, baby. Go Hawks. Oh, and thank you, Keldon, for a $2 donation. I almost missed you, Keldon. Says Jimmy can play in Ohio. Can we get an Ohio Super Bowl? It's a new stadium in Cleveland, Keldon. It's a new stadium in Cleveland, so I don't know. You never know, man. He's money in Ohio. He's money. Michigan, Ohio, where he played Michigan. He's a Midwestern boy, Keldon. That's all you need to do with Jimmy. Just get him in the Midwest. Get him off that West Coast, away from those porn stars, and he'll be just fine. All right. Washington Fish Quest, Megan, go Hawks. Go Hawks 05, go Hawks. TJ, damn, I missed it again. Have a good one, TJ. Sorry I missed you on the stream. Lockett now 5th in receiving in the league. All right, Lockett coming up. Lockett's coming up. Let's go. All right, folks. Well, thank you, Kellen, for that chat. And then, folks, look, we're going on a rise. We're going on a run. Hop on a board. I know a lot jumped off this bandwagon. Hop back on. Hop back on. Here, let me drop the ladder down. Come on back up here. Come on back up here. It ain't over yet. It ain't over yet. Don't you ever forget that, and don't you ever forget, baby. Go Hawks.